Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter faced a world blind, deaf, and unbroken. Here is short summary. In a world where Harry Potter must navigate life without sight or sound, he discovers that true strength lies not in magic, but in resilience, determination, and the power to inspire change. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Albus felt the surge of magic as soon as Harry came onto Hogwarts grounds. He went to the window and observed the greeting between Hagrid and the boy who had become a young man. Severus seemed to be quite comfortable guiding Harry, and he was glad to see that they appeared to have put aside the last of their animosity. He put a gnarled hand up to his chest where his heart had started to beat a little faster in dread of the confrontation to come. Dobby. The elf appeared at his elbow. The bulbous eyes were still reproachful, as they had been for the last year. Albus murmured, "Dobby, gather the guests and tell them we will all meet for dinner in the Great Hall after the students have gone to bed. They will have a chance to meet with Harry at that time. For now, I would ask them to let me have some time with him myself." Dobby glanced out the window and saw the two men walking towards the castle. His eyes widened and he wrung his hands as he wept great tears. "Master Harry is returned. He is back." "Yes, headmaster, sir. Dobby will be telling your guests the message." With that he snapped his fingers and disappeared with a pop. Albus conjured a cup of tea and, going to a side table, he laced it with a generous dollop of his favorite liqueur. He was still sipping it when he heard the stair outside his tower begin to spiral upwards. Ad. Severus walked sedately through the large front doors of Hogwarts. Harry pulled him to a stop just inside. He held his arms out and slowly swung them from side to side, then turning so that he had outstretched them in every direction. He looked as if he were listening to something, and then a small smile began to play on his lips. Without waiting for Severus, he began to walk in the direction of the grand staircase. Severus touched his shoulder and Harry glanced backwards as if he could see him. "The castle pulses, did you know? She is already listening to me, knowing what I need." Quote. Severus continued to follow, ready to stop him if he stumbled on the stairs, but Harry stepped up them confidently. To his surprise, the moment Harry stood on the actual steps, the entire stairway system ceased moving. Above them the sound of stone grinding on stone stopped as all the stairs remained in a fixed position. Harry had a hand on a banister and was walking up, still with his head tilted and that peculiar smile on his face. They reached the landing where they would get off and be on the floor that had the tower entrance to the headmaster's office. Immediately after they stepped off the stairs, they began their usual random pattern of changing directions once again. Severus arched an eyebrow and followed after Harry as he walked towards the stone gargoyles that guarded the tower. Harry lifted a hand and touched the face of one of the gargoyles. Severus had seen the sentries show disgruntled expressions on occasion, when someone stood there trying the various possible passwords that might gain them entrance. But he had never seen one of them close their eyes and lean into a hand that touched them. It would seem more likely that the hand would have its fingers bitten off. But the sentry allowed this touch, and welcomed it. The spiral stairs behind them began to turn. He followed behind Harry as he moved onto the staircase as if he could see it. He turned towards Severus as they rode upwards. "Don't leave me alone with him, okay?" The green eyes were pleading and Severus took the hand Harry held towards him, squeezing it in assurance. "Don't let him try to get into my head. I don't mind you in there, I just don't want anyone else mucking around in it. I will be at your side. He is likely as apprehensive as you are. Maybe. But please, I am here. I will not leave," Severus assured him. They were at the door to the office and Severus knocked. The door opened and Harry moved into the room, his hand closing convulsively on Severus's elbow. "Severus, if you would tell Harry I am happy to see him back here, I would appreciate it." Severus signed the message, glad of the need to be holding Harry's hands to do so. He was trembling like a first year facing the headmaster for the first time. The confidence he had seen in him downstairs was gone and the man in front of him had reverted back to one that was insecure. Albus came to them and put a hand on Harry's shoulder, looking sad when Harry flinched at the contact. Perhaps Harry would allow me the use of legilimency so that we could converse privately. Severus frowned as he spelled the request into Harry's hands, but he answered before Harry could respond. We have tried to communicate that way. It is quite painful to him, Albus. This way is much better. He told Harry through sign what he had told Albus, and Harry quickly signed back his thanks. It was not entirely a lie. It had become uncomfortable after a while when Severus had come into his mind. Albus nodded and turned to his desk. Tea then, while we chat. Harry sat down in the chair that Severus nudged him to and then pulled his own close so that he could interpret the conversation for Harry. Harry had been turning his head back and forth as he felt of the energy in the room. Thank you for letting me return, Headmaster. I missed Hogwarts. Please call me Albus, Harry. You have earned the right. Hogwarts has missed you too. He hesitated then added, I missed you. Severus signed and Harry nodded his head. When Albus was about to launch into what might have been a long overdue apology, Harry interrupted. I want to stay here, Professor Albus. I hope you will allow me to live here. This has been the one place I always thought of as home. Can you bear to live in the same castle as an old, meddling fool? For that is what I have been. I owe you an apology. You owe him much more than that, old man, Severus grumbled as he spelled the headmaster's words to Harry. Albus nodded. What penance would you have me pay, Severus? I did what I did not out of malice, but it was cruel just the same. Harry sat with his head cocked to the side and he finally said, I can bear it, if you don't interfere with my life anymore. I'm not a child that you can manipulate. I am not a weapon any longer. I just want to be Harry. I just want to live in peace. That can be arranged. Albus's blue eyes twinkled dimly, but that faded when Harry went on. Don't ask me to trust you, because I don't think I can. You sent me away without even letting me say goodbye. I've missed out on lots of happy events with my friends. I thought they agreed that I be put away and I've been angry at them. Severus told me they didn't know where I was until he found me. By then, I think that the poor decision on your part had turned out to be a good one, even if you went about it badly. I know how to get along now, with the limitations I have. Severus will help me learn what I need to get along here. He looked up toward the ceiling. Hogwarts will help me, too. I feel the pulse of her magic. Albus looked at Severus with startled eyes and Severus nodded. The staircases stopped moving the moment he set foot on them. He walked here without me leading him, as if the castle led him here. Albus shook his head in wonderment. I underestimated you, Harry. I underestimated your ability to recover and I'm so sorry for it. I believed that you would be better off out of this world with your disabilities. I was wrong. The silence lengthened as Severus signed the words. Harry sat very still and then he got up and walked unerringly to Fox's perch. The phoenix trilled a greeting as Harry raised his hand to pet him. Hello, Fox. How have you been? A gentle beak gave Harry a fond nip. Harry turned back to the two men seated. I don't reckon that Fox would still be your familiar if you were all bad, sir. I think you just got used to making all my decisions for me and it was hard to stop. He gazed directly at Albus, the green eyes eerie in the accuracy of his stare. I forgive you. Severus had to close his mouth when his jaw dropped. He forgave Albus. Just like that, he looked at Albus and the man was shaking with suppressed sobs, a hand over his eyes. Harry went back to his chair and sat down. Could you hand me my tea, Severus? Severus handed him his cup and Harry sipped it slowly. Then, as if nothing else had happened, he asked, So, where will I be staying? I expect that Gryffindor Tower is not an option, since I'm not a student any longer. Severus has offered that I stay with him, but I remember how he values his privacy. I would rather not impose on him. Severus wished Harry did want to impose on him. He would prefer to have him nearby. It surprised him how keenly he felt that, given the truth of Harry's statement regarding his preference for privacy. Albus nodded and stood up. Yes, I have given the matter some thought, thinking that you might want to live here. I know of some rooms that might suit you. We can go down to look at them, see if you find them satisfactory. If not, we will keep looking. He went to the door. The students should still be in class for the next half hour. The halls will be quiet. Severus signed Albus's words and Harry nodded. He stood up when Severus did, placing his hand on Severus's arm again. His fingers were relaxed now and Severus was glad that this meeting had turned out so well. Harry didn't remove his hand on the trip back down the stairs. As they followed Albus, Severus noted the raised eyebrows when the staircases became still as Harry walked them. At the bottom of the grand staircase, Albus turned into the alcove that went beneath them. A portrait was there, one that Severus had not seen before. It was one of Joan of Arc, her head lifted in prayer, her persecutors coming over the hill in the distance behind her. They did not move, appearing to be only paint. But Joan turned her face to Albus expectantly. "My dear Joan, at last you will be guarding an occupant to these chambers. Who, pray, will be my charge?" "Harry Potter, my lady." Her eyes brightened and she gave a brilliant smile. "I shall guard him well, headmaster. What shall be his password? I will leave that between you, as he wishes to have absolute privacy. He may have different needs, due to his—" "Yes, headmaster, I know how his bravery left him wounded. We will work out something." Albus turned to Severus and Harry to see them signing to one another. After a few moments, Harry was turned towards the portrait by Severus. "Joan of Arc, I am honored to have your portrait as the guardian of my quarters," Harry said. Joan smiled at the young man before her and the door behind her swung open. The three men entered and Harry walked to the center of the room, slowly turning. Severus touched his arm and Harry said, "I should have stopped at the door to get my beginning bearings." Severus led him back to the entrance. With Harry's hand in his, Severus signed. "This is the main room. About 15 by 15 square. Directly ahead is the fireplace. Perpendicular to it is two sofas facing one another across a low table. There is a door on the wall to our right." Harry counted out the steps as they went to it. Severus placed Harry's hand on the doorknob and Harry opened it. "It's the bedroom. The bed is directly ahead with side tables on either side. The wardrobe is on the right and the bathroom door is on the left." Harry nodded and left Severus to familiarize himself with the room and its contents. He ran his hands over the bed and touched the tables on the sides. He went to the wardrobe and experimentally opened it. His hands stilled when they encountered contents in its depths. "There are already things here." He turned to Severus in question, who turned to Albus. "They were Harry's things before he left. I dare say he has outgrown the robes by now, but the rest, his school books, his wonderful invisibility cloak, his wand." Severus went to the wardrobe and pulled out the invisibility cloak, putting it into Harry's hands. Harry's face looked rapturous as he recognized it, letting the weightless fabric slide through his fingers. Severus lifted the wand out and placed it in Harry's fingers. He let the cloak slide to the floor as he gripped the wand tightly, feeling the magic surge through it. "I thought it must have been destroyed when I killed Voldemort." Severus saw that his hands were shaking with emotion, and he led him to the bed and pushed him to sit. Harry held the wand, feeling along its length, reveling in its thrumming. Severus took a hand and said, "We will start to work right away getting you used to it again. You will be comfortable soon enough." He went back to the wardrobe and looked inside. Harry's firebolt was there, along with items that must have been in his trunk. Along with the books and parchment, there was a photo album, and something wrapped in an old sweater. Albus said, "Be careful. There is a broken mirror there. I don't know why he had it, but I felt that it must have been important to him." Severus didn't see anything else that could be dangerous. He knelt down beside Harry and stilled the hands that were caressing the wand. He lifted the cloak from the floor and put it into Harry's lap, then signed. "There are other things in the wardrobe that Albus saved for you. In a jumper, there is a piece of broken mirror. Were you keeping it? It belonged to Sirius. He gave it to me so we could talk. After he was gone, I broke it. Yes, I want it still." He lifted his head and asked, "Is the map there?" Severus went back to the wardrobe and found the folded parchment. He took it back to Harry, placing it in his hands. Harry took his wand and touched it to the map. "Let me know if this doesn't work. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Severus and Albus both leaned in as the map began to fill in with lines and swirls of writing. Once it was complete, there were tiny dots moving all around it, labeled with the names of those who they represented. Severus had only heard of it, and he was astounded by its detail. No wonder the brat had escaped most of his searches through the years. He could see secret passageways that he had never known about. Looking carefully, he found the 3 dots that were in this room, now named Harry Potter's chambers. Well, is it working, or is my magic not strong enough to activate it yet? Severus sighed. It is working quite well. It made it quite easy for you to sneak about. This and the cloak together allowed you way too much freedom. Harry grinned at that and then handed the map to Severus. When you want it wiped clean, you say, mischief managed. I left it to you. Severus pushed his hand back. I will not take it. You did not die. You can't leave something when you aren't dead, you dunderhead. Harry laughed and Severus loved hearing the sound. No, I didn't die. But I won't be able to use it. You take it. If I get lost, you might need it to find me. Severus took the map and took out his own wand, saying the words to make it go blank again. Folding it carefully, he put it into his coat pocket. He took Harry's hand. Thank you. I will take good care of it. You better, or all the marauders may come back to haunt you. He looked tired now and Severus asked, would you like to rest for a while? Yeah, that would be good. Albus explained about the dinner he had planned and Severus spelled it out for Harry. Harry nodded. A rest before that is probably a good idea. Will you come back when it's time? Yes, I will. Will you set a password for the door? I will. Is there a portrait on this side as well? Yes, it is another of Joan of Arc. Severus and Albus left after Severus told Harry that he had added the belongings that Harry had brought to the wardrobe. He removed the shrinking charm from the clothing and had them in place with a flick of his wand. Harry felt the magic signatures of the men leave the rooms as they left. The magic of Hogwarts hummed in him and he didn't feel as alone as he thought he would once Severus was gone. But he missed his presence anyway. Laying down on the bed he curled up on his side, wishing that Severus had stayed. HP. Draco flowed to Severus's quarters to find them empty. Heaving a huge sigh, he dropped his cloak over the back of a chair and limped to a side table, where he poured himself a full glass of fire whiskey. He let himself ease down onto the sofa, where he raised his throbbing leg and stretched out with a pained grimace. The fire whiskey left a trail of heat all the way down to his belly, where it gathered before spreading out to his limbs and eventually easing the pain in his leg and the one that had bloomed in his head. Finally, the chill that had enveloped him since he had landed on Azkaban began to let up. He finished the glass off and let his head drop back onto the cushions. When Severus arrived in his quarters he halted upon seeing Draco asleep on the sofa. The man was pale and drawn. Even after the glass of alcohol Severus noted he had finished. He plucked the empty glass from his fingers, trying not to wake him, but the gray eyes opened with a start. Swinging his legs off the sofa, Draco hissed in pain. Severus went to his personal lab and retrieved a small vial, handing it wordlessly to Draco. The blonde muttered his thanks before appending it. The pain relief potion worked quickly and he finally relaxed again. Severus poured himself his own drink and then sat down, studying Draco's face. How did you know I'd be back here? You weren't at your other residence. I figured you might have finally brought Potter here. He raised a blonde brow in question. At Severus's nod he nodded too. Thought so. Is he settled in? He will be. There is a dinner in a few hours, to reintroduce him to his friends and those who have been concerned about him. Are you asking me to stay for it? If you wish. You appear to need to eat. No one there will want to see me. Maybe, but you belong as much as they do. You are trying to help him, too. Draco looked away with a sigh. I don't know how much help I'll be. He took on a faraway look and Severus knew he was thinking back on the last few hours. Do you wish to talk about it? He did not really want to hear the details about how Lucius's conscious life had ended. He hoped that Draco would politely refuse his offer. Unfortunately, Draco needed to give the nightmare an outlet of expression. I don't think I ever want to see anything like that again. The MLE should make a recording of the Dementor's key and show it to everyone they arrest for criminal activity. It would cut the rate of wrongdoing in half, at least. Trying to avoid a description of the actual key asterisk, Severus asked. Did he give you any useful information? Draco rubbed a hand down his face and then pressed the heel of his hand against his chin as he propped his elbow on his knee. I don't know. At first he just mocked me and acted like his old arrogant self. Then he seemed to realize that this was in fact his last chance to say anything that had meaning, and he talked until they came to fetch him. He was lost in thought for a moment before he continued. He asked me to stay and watch. I wasn't going to. I had planned to walk out after they came for him. Then I found myself nodding and following after them to the execution chamber. Did you know that they call it that? He raised his dark circled eye to Severus. Did you know that after they are killed they are considered as good as dead, so it really is an execution? They are simply a shell that still breathes for however long it takes for the body to realize that it has no one inside to command it. The guard told me it can take months, and occasionally years for a body to realize it. Father must have been brighter than I thought. His body gave it up almost immediately afterwards. Severus got up and poured Draco another drink, handing it to him as he said, I'm sorry for your loss. At one time, a long time ago, Lucius was my friend. I know. That's why he named you my godfather, after all, isn't it? I wish he had been as smart as you and left the dark side. No one knew I had left it. I was a spy, remember. They had their suspicions, but I could not risk confiding in anyone, not even Lucius, of my true alliance. Draco sipped the new drink and nodded. Looking around he changed the subject abruptly. Will you be back to teaching again? Not this year. There are only a few weeks left. The potions instructor in place may as well finish up. I will be helping Harry adjust to living back in this world, catching up on potion making, trying to put your new information to use. The hint worked and Draco began to tell him what Lucius had told him about the Black Phoenix. By the time he finished and they had discussed what it meant to Severus's search, it was time to get ready for dinner. In his quarters, Harry was awakening from a nightmare in which he was lost in the castle. He was feeling his way along rough stone walls that were sometimes wet. He felt the chill of ghosts as they moved through his body with alarming frequency. Stopping, he would try to get his bearings, and failing that he would reach out and try to feel the pulse of Hogwarts, searching for the warmth and guidance he had felt when he first arrived back in her halls. It was gone and he was alone. He had called out, first calmly, asking for anyone within hearing to help him. When no one responded, he called louder until he knew he was screaming. The space around him seemed to tilt when he sat up and he quickly laid back down, rubbing a hand over his face. It took several moments for him to remember where he was, why he was on a bed that felt so soft, and not the lumpy pull-out sofa bed. Hogwarts. He was back at Hogwarts. The dream seemed all too real a possibility. Hogwarts was huge. He could get lost and never found. He should never have come back. He should ask Severus to take him back to the flat. He hadn't missed much work yet. The manager of the gardening center would probably be forgiving. He sat up again and as he pushed himself upright his hand touched the slender length of his wand on the bed beside him. He held it, running his fingers up and down it, feeling the magic that had not been in the dream. Pulling in a ragged breath, he relaxed from the tension the nightmare had caused. He had his magic back. When he concentrated, he could feel the pulse of Hogwarts. This was where he wanted to be. It would be all right. He was a wizard. He got up and went to the wardrobe, feeling inside among all the garments hanging there. His own were there, as well as the old ones he had left behind over a year ago. They were pushed to one side so they wouldn't be mixed with the ones that were marked with identifying pins. He laid out a pair of slacks and a pullover. He had hardly ever worn them, as denims and t-shirts worked out better in the gardening center. But if he was to be meeting his old friends again, he wanted to look like he could put together a decent outfit. He didn't want any of them fussing over him if things didn't look matched and neat. He found all the toiletries he needed just outside the shower enclosure. Not knowing how long he had, he showered quickly and dressed. Feeling pleased with how he had learned the way about the bedroom and bath, he walked out to the sitting area to map it out. Front door, sofas, fireplace, bookcases on either side of the fireplace with books already there. To his astonishment, he found that when he opened one of the books, the pages developed tiny bumps under his fingers. Braille. He turned a page and again the bumps rose beneath sensitive fingertips. This one was a book on Quidditch. He felt a pang as he remembered how much he had loved flying in Quidditch. Would he ever be able to fly again? Not likely, unless he wanted to exercise the death wish he often found himself having. At any rate, the discovery that his books had been charmed to develop Braille writing at his touch was something that made him understand just how much he had missed the wizarding world. For a moment, his resentment at Albus reared an insistent head and he fed it with silent words of anger. Then he thought about the fact that he would not know how to read Braille if Dumbledore had not sent him into the Muggle world to learn it. He put the book on the table between the facing sofas and felt his way to the wall opposite the bedroom door. There was another door here and he opened it to find a small kitchen with a table big enough for two. The charmed cold box had a selection of fruits and vegetables that he could munch on and he felt around for some carrot sticks. His stomach was complaining about the wait for dinner but he didn't want to fill up before enjoying his first Hogwarts meal in forever. He jumped when his bracelet gave him a buzz. He had forgotten that he was even still wearing it. Why would it be buzzing here? He made his way to the portrait door. They had told him that Joan of Arc was on this side too. "Joan, my bracelet is giving me a signal that someone is at the door. Since I forgot to set a password, I'll have to trust that whoever is there is someone I won't mind letting in." The door swung open and Harry stepped back. He felt Severus's presence and breathed a sigh of relief. A hand took his elbow and led him back to the sofa as he spoke. "I went to sleep before setting a password, but my bracelet just told me you were there." "How?" "I charmed the portrait just now to let you know when someone was outside. Joan will be able to alert you just as you were back at the flat." "Thanks." He felt an additional signature and turned his head. "Draco." Draco looked a little unsettled that Harry had recognized him and Severus raised an eyebrow as he signed into Harry's hand. "Yes, Draco is here as well. You'll have to tell Joan exactly who you wish to allow admittance to your quarters." Harry frowned. Right now, it might be easier to say who not to admit. Severus asked, "Would you prefer that Draco not?" "No, it's okay, actually. I know he isn't someone who will give me special treatment." He turned towards Severus. "I don't know who to admit and who not to. But I don't want just anyone waltzing in here. How about for now you just allow the two of us, Draco and myself? Perhaps Madame Pomfrey, in case of an emergency. For now that sounds all right." He went to the door portrait and gave Joan the instructions for who could have immediate access. Severus looked Harry over and could not help a feeling of warmth that surged through him. The young man was attractive in his dress slacks and shirt. He had only seen him in jeans and t-shirts, or back when he was a student, oversized garments that he knew had been cast-offs from his cousin. These clothes fitted him well, hanging nicely on his slender frame. Draco was smirking at him when he glanced at him and he knew spots of color had bloomed on his face at being caught ogling Harry. He sneered in return and Draco just grinned. "Caught you. Don't worry, I won't rub it in, yet. I think I'll save it for when I really need something to hold over you." Severus just rolled his eyes and then took Harry's hand again. "Are you ready? How many people do you reckon will be there?" "Albus, Ron and Hermione Weasley, the other Weasleys, Hogwarts staff, a few other Order members, and a couple of Aurors. And of course, Draco and myself." Harry had paled as the list grew. "So many," Draco muttered. "He can't see or hear them. What does he care how many there are? He feels them." It could be confusing to feel so many magical signatures at once. To Harry he signed, "You will not need to say anything. I suspect they may want to greet you. But only Ron and Hermione know sign." Harry's jaw dropped. "They know sign language. They began to study it almost as soon as they knew you were permanently blind and deaf." Harry shook his head. "I thought that maybe they had forgotten you." "No, they have been staunch supporters of bringing you home, as have all the people who will be there tonight." Harry put his other hand over Severus's and gripped it tightly. Severus squeezed his in return. "You can do this, Harry. After tonight it will be easier. But you will be fine. I'll be right beside you. Promise." His face betrayed the anxiety he was experiencing. Severus squeezed his hands again and then put Harry's hand on his arm in preparation for leaving the suite. On the outside of the door, he stopped and signed, your quarters are under the grand staircase, on the same level as the Great Hall. You take a right turn past the foot of the staircase and then another right to the Great Hall doors. They walked to the doors, Harry concentrating on the steps and the feel of the directions they were heading. As they stopped in front of the doors, Severus felt Harry's fingers tighten. On his other side, Draco hesitantly put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry looked in that direction. Draco looked at Severus's raised eyebrow, then nodded at Severus' approving nod. They were no longer separate houses. Draco was declaring his support of Harry, no matter what transpired in the Great Hall tonight. Harry sent a faintly sick smile towards Draco before facing the doors again. "Ready?" Severus asked against his fingers. "No, not really." He took a deep breath and squared his shoulders. These were his friends inside. What could possibly happen that would be so bad? Then Harry had a quick flashback to what had been his life. Lots could happen and always did. HPSSDM HPSSDM. The doors to the Great Hall swung open and the three men moved forward. No one but Severus would have known that he was gently pressing Harry to keep moving forward when he would have stalled just over the threshold. There were numerous gasps by the people inside as they finally had their first glimpse of Harry. Only a hand held up by Severus and Draco stepping slightly in front of Harry stopped a barrage of witches and wizards from running right up to Harry. As it was, Harry felt the surge of magical signatures surrounding him and Severus's tensing under his gripping fingers. Severus looked out over them all and hissed, "Back off. He is apprehensive enough without all of you descending like a plague of locusts." Molly had stopped mid-stride, her arms outstretched to hug Harry to her. Tears coursed down her face, but she drew back, dashing them away with a handkerchief she pulled out of her robes. Ron and Hermione were right behind her, jostling for position to be nearest to greeting Harry first. Severus maneuvered Harry past them and sat Harry down on a chair. "One at a time, I'm warning you now, if anyone causes him undue distress, he will leave. Only brief greetings for now. He hasn't eaten in a long while." They all nodded in agreement and Severus signed to Harry what was happening. As Molly approached, he announced her to Harry. Harry held out his hands in her direction and Molly took them quickly, her tears starting fresh again. She hugged him hard and then with a key on the cheek she let him go and backed away. One after another, the professors who had been Harry's teachers greeted him by shaking the hand he held out after Severus spelled their name into it. Harry smiled, but it seemed forced and Severus could tell he was reaching some kind of overload point. Waving away all others approaching, he called to Ron and Hermione. They had been hanging back, wanting to be last and perhaps have the longest amount of time with Harry. "You should talk to him now, before he bolts." Draco took in the pale face surrounding the green eyes and agreed. He thought that a smaller affair would have been more appropriate. Dumbledore had at least a couple of dozen guests here. What had the man been thinking? Severus allowed Hermione to sit one side of Harry, while Ron knelt down in front of them. As soon as Severus told Harry who it was, Harry's face lit up. "I thought you weren't here. Where have you been? You're the ones I wanted to see most of all." Harry's smile turned to astonishment when Severus put his hand in Hermione's and she began to sign. "You have been working at this, wow. I really didn't know what to expect when Severus told me you had been learning sign." "Thanks." He felt the signatures of his two best friends and then he frowned. "Wait, I remember what your magic felt like from before. Something has changed." He grasped Ron's hand and then switched to Hermione's. "It's you, Hermione." The entire room quieted when Harry said that. He continued, "Your magic is different somehow. What's wrong?" Hermione looked at Severus in question. The potions master shook his head. "I did not tell him that you were expecting. Perhaps that is the fluctuation in your magic that he senses." Ron took the hand that Hermione held out. "He can feel that. Merlin, his magic must have come back even stronger." Harry had reached out and was touching Hermione's face, letting his hand skim over her features, and her hair, then down her arms to clasp her hands again. She took his hands and placed them on her belly. He drew in a gasping breath as he flattened his hands on the roundness. Embarrassed, he drew back before Hermione stopped him, laying her hands on top of his. "Hermione," he breathed. "Merlin, you and Ron are having a baby." He grinned broadly. That's great. Ron and Hermione both sighed in relief. Severus touched Harry's shoulder and he turned towards the man. You didn't tell me. Severus sighed. I wanted it to be theirs to tell you. I knew they would want to share it themselves. Hermione spelled. We have lots of time to talk about it. Right now you're probably hungry. Are you ready for the feast? Dobby has had the elves all making up a feast to welcome you. I don't even mind them doing it, because I know they have missed you, too. Food sounded really good. Harry had been so nervous about meeting everyone again that he hadn't thought he would be able to eat. Now that they were mostly over that hurdle, he felt ravenous. He stood with Severus as the man told him they were going to the tables. Harry could feel the tingle of the elves, magic as the plates already on the table filled with all the foods he had loved and missed. He felt around the edge and identified the items that had appeared without him having to ask. Finding his fork, he began to eat, assuming that those around him had also started eating. A hand on his stopped his fork from moving towards his mouth. Harry put the fork down and Severus signed, Albus is speaking. Harry reddened with embarrassment. Then he got a little miffed. The food never appeared until it was exactly time to eat. Severus signed as Albus spoke. We all have missed our young friend and I am certain that you join me in welcoming him home. Harry will be living here at Hogwarts as long as he desires. Perhaps you might like to visit him sometime in the future. His quarters are located just outside these doors, under the grand staircase. The portrait of Joan of Arc is his guardian. Now, as we are all quite famished, tuck in. Harry sat there with his hands now in his lap. He would have to think of a way to know who was at his door. He wondered how many people planned to visit him. Severus took a hand and signed that the speech was over and everyone was eating. Harry picked up his fork and with his other hand circling the plate to find the food he wanted, he began to eat, too. He had taken several bites before he began to feel a difference in the magic emanating all around him. At first, the elf magic from the table and its contents had overshadowed everything else. Now it was ebbing and Harry felt something else. With a start, he realized that it was the feeling that eyes were watching him. All the eyes in the room, to be exact. Was anyone else even eating at all? Or were they all watching him to see how he coped with meals when he couldn't see? He suddenly lost what appetite he had. He had not thought that he would be on display. Were they waiting to see how much he spilled down his front? Were they watching to see what he managed to knock over? Were they looking and seeing how he put his fingers in each item on the plate to identify what it was and its location? The darkness and the silence seemed to grow heavy and it was closing in on him, in spite of knowing that this was a cavernous room. It almost seemed a physical sensation, the eyes watching and weighing on him. It seemed impossible to draw another breath. He stood up, pushing back the chair he sat in, feeling it fall to the floor behind him. Where was the door? Which direction? He turned away from the table trying to remember how many steps Severus had taken him on to get to this point, what turns they had made. Walking forward, he stumbled against the chair on the floor and went sprawling. As he struggled to get to his feet, he felt hands on his arms, pulling him up. The heaviness in the air was pushing him down and his legs were shaking. Severus's magic was strong in the hands on his as he signed, "What is it? Are you all right?" Harry did not want to speak aloud. He didn't trust that his voice would work and he didn't want to announce his panic. He signed in return, "Get me out of here. Now." Severus did not ask why and Harry was grateful as the man simply placed Harry's hand in the crook of his elbow and led him around the other tables and chairs in the room and out the door. As soon as they were clear of the great hall, Harry felt like he could breathe again. His fingers loosened their grip on Severus's arm as they entered the portrait door to his quarters. Harry slumped down onto one of his sofas, leaning his head into his hands. Severus sat down next to him and placed an arm around his shoulders. I could feel them all looking, watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. I couldn't breathe. Severus pulled him closer, putting both arms around him and rubbing his back with soothing circles. Gradually Harry relaxed against the man, a sense of quiet returning that was easy to bear, and not the oppressive feeling of a multitude of expectations back in the Great Hall. HPSS HPSS HPSS. I hope you all enjoyed that little show. Draco's voice was rough and scathing as he stood up at his place. "What are you talking about, Malfoy? What?" Ron was flushed with ire at the accusing tone from Draco. Draco sneered around at them all. "He feels magic much more acutely than you seem to realize. You were all watching his every move like it was some bloody broom pile up at a dirty Quidditch game." "We haven't seen him in so long," Hermione began. "Yes, and that gives you the right to rudely stare at the man, watching him like he was some new species of creature." "But how could he know we were watching?" This question was from an Auror. "He can't see, and you make it sound as if he knows exactly what we were doing." Draco stared around at them all with his one gray eye. He stumped his way to the door before turning back to them. "He did. DM. The portrait buzzed Harry's bracelet and he raised his head as it swung open, admitting Draco. The blonde sat down on the opposite sofa and lifted his left leg to rest on it. Severus gave Harry another small squeeze before letting him lean back. He looked at Draco and asked, "Is the door about to be crowded with Weasleys?" "No, I think they realize Harry needs some space." He looked at Harry in question. "Is he all right? I underestimated the effect being in the company of wizards would have on him. He is much more sensitive to all the undercurrents now." Harry spoke up. "I know you two are talking about me. No matter how badly I reacted to them all at once, I am still able to take part in conversation." Severus smirked at Draco. "You should learn to sign if you're going to be hanging about." "Forget that. I am not holding Potter's hand." Severus translated what they were saying for Harry and Harry gave a weak laugh. "I don't want to hold your hand either, Draco. But it would be nice to be able to do more than ask you yes and no questions. Come on." Severus can even convey his trademark sneer through his signing. "I'm sure you could do the same." Draco shook his head in exasperation. "Like I said, forget it. But I will go with you the next time you go off on a search for the Black Phoenix." He noted that Severus did not appear to sign that last sentence and he raised an eyebrow. Severus shook his head and Draco commented, "You haven't told him you're looking for it." "I felt that raising his hopes would be cruel," Severus answered honestly. Draco nodded. "I'll be waiting for your fire call. I'm going home." Severus nodded and watched the blonde limp away. Home was currently a flat over the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade. Malfoy Manor and all Malfoy assets had been confiscated. The trust fund that had Draco's name on it would not be in his hands until he turned 25. A small check against its balance was automatically sent to a Gringotts account. It was enough to live on, but not in the style that Draco had been raised in. Severus had been surprised that Draco had not seemed resentful of his circumstances, but he actually seemed not to care that he was as poor as the Weasleys now. Harry broke him out of his thoughts when he slid his hand into Severus's. "Will you tell Ron and Hermione that they can come here for breakfast in the morning? I can't face the Great Hall just yet. I will let them know. Do you want them keyed to the door? Can you do it when they come? You wish for me to be here also?" Severus had expected that Harry would want to have a private reunion with his best friends. "I know they can sign, but I don't know how well, yet. Besides," he bit his lip and hesitated. "Harry," Severus prompted, "do you feel uncomfortable seeing them on your own?" Harry shrugged. "I don't think so, but it won't be the same anymore, will it? They're a couple now, married and expecting a baby. I'll be the odd one out." Severus considered Harry's words, and as much as it warmed him to think that Harry wanted him there, he didn't want Harry to become dependent on his presence whenever he met with anyone who could communicate with him. "How about if I join you for breakfast, and if it is going well, I'll leave you with them? I need to see what kind of mess the imbecile who has been teaching potions has made of my classroom." As an excuse, it was one that was true. He had agreed to resume his teaching role at the end of the next week. He hoped that he would be able to keep up his searches for the Black Phoenix after he did. He planned to be just as tough on the students, but without assigning so many essays that he would be burdened with hours of grading. The little dunderheads would have to make the grade with practical application in class and quizzes and discussions. Harry leaned against him, laying his head on his shoulder. Severus put his arms around him, pulling his back up against his chest. Leaning back against the sofa, he crossed his arms over Harry's chest. Harry sighed and relaxed in the embrace. For a long time, they simply sat that way, just being close, both of them feeling safe and content. Severus eventually had to unwind from the very comfortable position of having Harry reclining against him. Fatigue radiated from the young man and he needed sleep. Taking Harry's hands, he signed, "Time for bed. Come on." Harry stood up and Severus followed, both of them stretching tiredly. Severus led Harry to his bedroom door and stopped. Green eyes looked up in his direction and he dropped a brief key on the lips offered up. "I will be back in the morning." Harry felt the magic leave the room when Severus did. Now it was only the underlying hum of Hogwarts that he could feel in his skin. He sighed with disappointment. Part of him had hoped that Severus would stay, while the other part knew that the man was doing the right thing by leaving. Their relationship was a close one, but Harry had no desire to tether Severus to him. He knew that he needed to learn to navigate the castle, and get acclimated to its feel, on his own. He could not depend on Severus to be there every single second. The man had other things to be doing besides babysitting him. He carefully paced to his bathroom where he changed into pajamas after washing up. He suddenly felt hungry and remembered that he had not eaten much in the Great Hall. Walking back to his kitchen, he made a cup of tea and found a box of biscuits in a cupboard. He sat at the little table, thinking about what changes his life had undergone in just the last few days, not to mention the last year and a half. HP. Severus exited the portrait door with very mixed feelings. He wanted to stay the night with Harry, but he did not want to push him into further intimacies. It was obvious that Harry had quickly latched onto his presence. Severus wanted that to last, but he also knew that Harry needed to remain independent for them both to be happy in the long run. If he came to count on Severus being there for every problem, every question of what to do next in the castle, they would both grow to resent it. They would not be able to be together all the time until they learned to be apart yet near. He shook his head at those convoluted thoughts. How far he had come from being the suspicious, hateful potions master of Harry's younger years. He was lost in these ruminations as he rounded the corner of the stairs to head for the ones leading down into the dungeons when a voice stopped him. "Professor Severus." Hermione and Ron were hurrying down the stairs as quickly as Hermione's swollen feet would bring them as she held onto Ron to keep balance. Severus's eyebrow shot up. From this vantage point, it appeared that Hermione was about to explode and give birth to a litter instead of just one baby. Severus waited for them to come to the bottom of the steps before saying, "Mrs. Weasley, not to be rude, but should you still be up and about in your condition? We wanted to see Harry but the portrait wouldn't even talk to us," she said, ignoring his question. "Joan has orders to admit only those whom Harry has said thus far." He looked at their disappointed expressions and quickly added, "He wants you to come for breakfast in the morning. Just the two of you, mind. It was overwhelming for him earlier. But he does want to have a reunion with you if you are willing." Both of them smiled and Hermione leaned on Ron as he hugged her in their relief. "We were afraid that he had decided to leave after what happened." Draco made it sound as if he could actually feel all of us looking at him and he might even leave rather than believe he was an oddity to be watched. Draco was correct. Harry could barely breathe for the weight of the eyes on him. "I'm afraid I don't understand how that can be," Hermione said anxiously. "How is it that something like that affects him so much? You spent your early years as a Muggle. I would have thought that you knew a bit about those who have physical challenges. My parents are dentists, and people who had challenges may have been seen in their offices, but I didn't have much exposure to them." Severus bit back the ready comment that came to mind, one of how a sheltered existence within the Muggle world may have made her as snobbish as the purebloods in the wizarding world. The old Snape would have blasted her in a second. But he knew how much Harry wanted to fit back into this world and have his friends around him again. With more self-control than he had thought himself capable of, he explained, "When a person loses a sense, the brain tells the other senses to try and compensate. In Harry's case, he lost two senses. His sense of smell and touch have increased tremendously. Together with that, as his magic returned, it seems to have developed compensatory abilities. He feels magic around him much more acutely. He was doing it before the attack in the infirmary by Pettigrew, if you recall. He knew who was there, what the emotional condition of the room was. Even though he could not see or hear it, he knew when we were at odds. Ron was looking at him appraising Ly. When Severus arched an eyebrow, he said quietly, "Sorry, I don't think I've ever heard you explain anything so calmly before. You're saying that Harry feels the magic around him from everybody, even when we're not casting it." Exactly. He felt the stares and the attention of the entire room. Because it was compensating for his lost sight and hearing, and the level of magic was so great, it seems that it overwhelmed him. I am fairly certain that it will be something he becomes accustomed to. His own magic will adjust and he will develop the ability to filter what he needs. He feels the pulse of magic of Hogwarts. I am in hopes that he will be able to use it to learn how to get wherever he wants to go here. Hermione gave a wince and rubbed her belly. Severus gave her a pointed look and she quickly said, "I was supposed to go up to our quarters and get off my feet. I was planning to do that in Harry's quarters as we talked. I suggest you follow Poppy's orders now, or you may not be able to come to breakfast in the morning." They both nodded and Ron gave her a hand as they turned to go back up the staircase. Severus watched them from the bottom. A stab of envy raced through him, watching their public affection. Ron placed a supporting arm around Hermione's shoulder and she leaned against him as they made their way. At the top of the first staircase, she looked back down and gave him a little wave. He gave a curt nod in return before whirling towards the stairs leading to his dungeon. He had put forth the offer of forming a family with Harry. Harry had responded with panic. They seemed on even ground now, in their companionship. Would it ever be more than that? RWHWRWHGRWHG. When Harry woke up, it was with a sense of light panic. What time was it? He flipped open the smooth glass cover of his wristwatch and felt the hands on the clock face. It was a little after 6. He could only assume that it was morning. At least the watch seemed to be working. Perhaps since it was the type to wind itself on his movements and not be powered by batteries, it wasn't affected by the castle's magical field. He got up and dressed after a shower. Comfortable jeans, a t-shirt and jumper seemed to be the right weight for the morning chill of the castle. He went to the kitchen and stood there. He knew that it was stocked with snacks, but breakfast. Sitting down at the table, he put his chin into the palm of his hand to think. How was he to provide breakfast for his friends? Go to the Great Hall and bring it back? The thought of carrying it across the entry hall made him shudder. He didn't know the way well enough yet. I wish it would just appear here on this table like it does out there, he thought. Even as he was finishing the thought, he felt his elbow pushed off the table by objects appearing there. He dropped his hands to them and felt platters of scrambled eggs, sausages and hot scones. The table had expanded in size to hold them all in a stack of plates and cutlery. There were a teapot and cups, as well as a pitcher of pumpkin juice. He poured himself a glass of the pumpkin juice and drank it with relish. It had not been his favorite beverage in the wizarding world, but having it now showed him that he really was here. He had left his wand back in the bedroom and he went back to retrieve it. Back in the kitchen, he took a scone before casting what he hoped was an adequate warming charm over the table to keep things fresh. He didn't know what time to expect anyone to show up. In his sitting room, he pulled a book off the bookcase at random and sat down on a sofa. It was a book of poetry and he leaned back to let the braille dots rise under his fingers as he skimmed the pages. He felt the magic in the room shift and he lifted his face, recognizing Severus's presence. He held out his hand with a smile as the sofa sank down next to him. I came early to help with breakfast and reset the door wards. Look in the kitchen and see if I did all right. I thought about food and it appeared. Just like in the Great Hall. Severus found the table laden with breakfast and glowing with Harry's warming charm. He lightened the charm, as it seemed in danger of drying out the food with its intensity, and removed it from the pitcher of pumpkin juice, replacing that with a cooling charm. Returning to the sitting room he sat back down. Did you know that the table would do that? Severus took Harry's hand. No doubt Albus had a hand in designing what this suite would be capable of providing for you. Look at this book. He handed the book to Severus, who frowned, seeing only a normal book of poetry. The Harry ran his fingers across a page and he could see the tiny dots that forming under them. It's Braille and they all do this, as far as I can tell. Whichever book I choose will turn to Braille as I read it. It's fantastic. Another peace offering from Albus. Very nice, and one that I wish I had thought of. Severus felt mild annoyance with the headmaster, but he knew that these small conveniences would ease Harry's transition back into the world of magic. The fact that Albus had been so thoughtful went a long way towards making up for Harry's exile. It also meant that the old man had come to terms with Harry being back. That he had not pointed out the amenities he had charmed for the young man said that he was trying hard not to manage Harry's life at this juncture. He was only trying to make it easier. Have you changed the door wards to allow the Weasleys? Not yet. I didn't know how to tell Joan, and how am I to know if she's on this side when I'm speaking to her? Severus led Harry to the door and the young smiling woman. Good day, my fine sirs, she said with a small bow. Severus spoke. Harry is blind and deaf. He will need for you to be vigilant to his changing moods, as there may be times when he wishes to be left alone, when he wishes for those whom he usually allows to be denied entry. You can hear him, no matter which side he speaks to you from. Oh yes, you may be assured that I will guard these rooms well and true, sir. Very well. From this point on, his will be the only orders you listen to. Does that include you, as well? She asked. Severus hesitated. What if he and Harry had an argument and he was unable to get inside to talk to him? He sighed. Harry will value his privacy. But I would ask that you use your own discretion. If he seems to be in need of having someone near, even if he says he does not, then I would ask that you make the allowance. Joan gave him a solemn nod. I will be most attentive to his needs, sir. Very well. In addition to myself, Madame Pomfrey, and Draco Malfoy, he wishes to have Ron and Hermione Weasley allowed to enter. Will there be a password? Not for now. Perhaps later on when his list grows, it will be something he adds. Severus turned to Harry. Joan can hear you from either side. I have told her that for now, only Ron, Hermione, are allowed entrance, in addition to myself, Draco and Poppy. She will listen only to your instructions from this point on. Cool. He looked up in the portrait's direction. Thanks, Joan. I wish I could see you. Your life is studied in Muggle schools, did you know? Yes. The events of my life crossed over to both realms. So many witches did not have that opportunity and were murdered before they could impact both sides. I am blessed. Severus had translated her words as she spoke and Harry's eyes widened. You were a witch then? Of course. Harry looked up towards Severus. How will I know someone is here before they come in? Severus looked at Joan. May I give you a charm so that you can signal this bracelet that Harry wears? It will alert him that someone is outside, and also to the fact that someone is about to enter. Joan nodded and Severus took out his wand. A few waves later, he signed to Harry. Joan can now signal your bracelet, just as the doorbell of your flat did, when someone is outside. Brilliant. Thanks, both of you. Severus took his hand and led him back to the sofa to sit. Harry laced his fingers with the older man's and said, after Ron and Hermione's visit, I'm not sure what to do next. I'd like to learn the way to the greenhouses and Hagrid's hut. I will take you this afternoon, if that is agreeable. I have quite a bit to do to get my lab set up again. Did the substitute professor mess it up so much? He was not allowed inside. He only used the classroom materials. But everything I had is now out of date. I will be working to replenish my stores. Poppy is also low on several potions she needs for the infirmary. I need to set them brewing. I could help. The green eyes looked so hopeful that the refusal died on his lips before he could send the words down through his fingers. At that moment, Harry touched his bracelet. Someone is here. The door swung open, admitting Ron and Hermione. Harry stood up, his fingers still twisted together with Severus's. Ron's smile turned into a frown as he stared at those fingers, until Hermione gave his hand a sharp yank. Severus extended the hand he held to Hermione and she signed. Harry, I am glad to be able to speak with you. Hermione, Ron, I've missed you both so much. I have a lot of catching up to do, it seems. He pulled Hermione towards the sofa where she sat down beside him. Severus went to the kitchen and began to levitate the food from the kitchen table to the table between the two sofas. Ron watched him for a few moments before asking, "What's going on with you and Harry?" Severus straightened to his full height, his mouth twisting in a sneer. Hermione looked up at the two of them nervously. She and Harry had been carrying on a silent conversation with their hands. Harry frowned and looked towards Severus. Are the two of you already at it? Can't you be in the same room for more than 5 minutes without fighting? He stood up. No, I take that back. It hasn't even been 1 minute, has it? Hermione was glaring at Ron and Severus was watching Ron as if waiting for him to make another comment or move. Ron said quietly, I want an answer. I don't want to see Harry hurt anymore. I can't see that what might be happening is good for him. What we have is not your concern or business, Mr. Weasley. Before Ron could respond to that, Severus reached for Harry and took his hand, signing, I am leaving you with your friends. You will have a better time if I am not present. Harry signed back, I want you here. You are my friend too. Not like they are. He gave Harry's hands a squeeze and tried to let go. Harry held on tightly, please stay. Harry, I will not come between you and your best friends. They have stood beside you far longer than I have. You have a lot to talk about with them, and they can sign. You do not need me here. Harry put a hand up and felt for Severus's face. Placing the palm of his hand against the cheek, he signed with his other hand, I am glad to have you as my friend now. You saved me. You saved me. I will come back later. It's better this way. Harry put his arms around Severus and hugged him tightly. Severus hugged him back, ignoring the scowl he saw on Ron's face. Instead, he looked at Hermione. Tell him that breakfast is already all out here. He only needs to firecall the kitchens and the elves will clean it away. He brushed his lips against Harry's hair and then walked rapidly out of the room. Harry stood there silently for a few moments before saying quietly, I know you mean well, Ron. But no one is going to run my life anymore. Whatever your problem is with Severus, get over it, because I don't have one. Ron hesitantly took Harry's hands to sign into them. This was somehow very different from holding his wife's hand while learning to converse this way. It felt awkward and uncomfortable to be holding Harry's hand. But he pushed that feeling aside and said, it's Snape, Harry. Snape, what kind of friend would I be if I didn't question his hands being all over you? Harry snorted. They were hardly all over me. But that might be pretty nice, come to think of it. Harry, you're just saying that because you feel obligated to him for some reason. But you don't need to. No one would blame you if you just ignored him now. Hermione and I are your friends. You don't need him anymore. Friends don't throw friends away. Friends don't just move on without sparing a thought for their friends. Harry's voice was hard. Hermione jumped up, almost falling back onto the sofa in her haste. Holding Harry's hands she said, we never gave up that you would eventually come back. We hounded Albus relentlessly on your behalf. You cannot say that we just moved on. But you had your life and you lived it, didn't you? Now why can't you let me have my own and just be happy for me? Ron and Hermione looked at each other for a long time. Hermione signed slowly when she resumed, if you are truly happy, then we will stand by you. But you have to admit that it is bizarre to think of you being close to Snape. Harry finally gave a small smile at that. Yeah, but he's different now, not completely. But in ways that are important. He accepts what I am without hovering over me. He learned to sign so he could talk to me. Ron grumbled, but Hermione gave him a sharp look to keep him from signing his words, I just don't like him touching Harry. Why does he have to touch him? Hermione said to Ron, maybe he really cares for him. You can't take that away from Harry, no matter how much you don't like it or approve of it. Let it go for now, sweetie. We'll keep an eye out. Like we always did. Harry is a grown-up now, just like us. To Harry, she said, he did a lovely job of setting up this table out here. He even raised it so we can sit at the sofas to eat. I'm staving. Harry smiled bigger, glad that the argument seemed to be over. The three of them sat down and helped themselves to the food and signed in between bites, telling stories of what had happened since they had been separated. Harry finished eating and asked Hermione, could I touch can I feel the baby, Hermione? Your magical signature is definitely different here. My fingers are itching to try to find where yours stops and the baby's starts. Ron pushed the table aside and came to sit on the other side of Hermione. Hermione took Harry's hand and signed, We don't know if it's a boy or a girl yet. Poppy could tell us, but we want to be surprised, so don't say it if you can actually feel which it is." Harry laughed. "I doubt that I can tell that," as Hermione took his hands and put them into position on either side of her belly. Harry's face grew intent as he gently moved his hands over her. He gave a small gasp at a kick from inside, then another as the kick was repeated on the other side of the mound. Ron and Hermione exchanged smiles as Harry smiled softly. Finally, Harry sat back and said, "Wow. I can feel all three of you very distinctly when I touch you." Hermione clasped his hands. "Is my magic so different from Ron's? How does the baby's feel different?" Harry had a quizzical look on his face for a moment and then said, "Your magic is older, Hermione. Not as old as Dumbledore's, but it has a settled feeling. The baby's magic is light and flitting, almost like a butterfly. Up and down and floating free, no cohesive plan or thought yet. Just joy." Hermione gazed at Harry in wonder and then looked at Ron. "Can you really feel all that, Harry?" "Yes," he said with certainty. "I can also tell you that I think you're in for a surprise." Ron asked, What is it?" Hermione shook her head. "I'm not going to ask and you're not either, Ron Weasley. I know how you like to peek at presents and such. The say of this baby is going to be a surprise. I don't want to know ahead of time. Come on, my own. You know it's likely to be a boy. Look at my family. All boys except for Ginny. We have boy genes. We could decide a name." Hermione signed to Harry so as not to leave him out of what they were discussing. "I want it to be a surprise. We can still discuss names and have some ready for either outcome." Harry reluctantly removed his hands from Hermione's stomach. The magic he felt there was so gentle, he had a difficult time removing himself from it. He had felt nothing like it before. They talked some more, Harry asking about the family, about their wedding, what they were both working on. Ron said, "It's really getting tough, trying to find any more written information on the Black Phoenix. But we'll keep looking, Harry, don't worry. As long as it takes." Harry sat up straighter. "You're looking for information on the Black Phoenix. Why?" Ron looked at Hermione and she shook her head. Grabbing Harry's hands she signed, "We are just really interested in the magic that hurt you. It's rare and if there is anything about it, you know me, I have to know it." Harry relaxed marginally. "I just don't want you wasting your time on it. It sounds too much like dark magic since it was used by Tom. If you find it, don't mess with it, okay?" Hermione didn't want to lie to Harry, but it was obvious that Severus had not mentioned his own search for the Black Phoenix. Perhaps because he anticipated such a reaction from Harry. She and Ron would have to talk to the potions master as soon as possible. Severus left Harry's suite and stalked to his dungeon laboratory. Leave it to bloody Ron Weasley to put too many newt's eyes in the cauldron. He could have stayed as Harry requested, but the sight of Weasley's obvious displeasure at them simply holding hands made him too angry. He would have done something to the red-haired weasel that might have forced Harry to make a decision between the two of them. He knew that the two had been friends as long as Harry had known he was a wizard. He would likely come in a decided second place if Harry had to choose. He reviewed his inventory of ingredients, making a list of the items he could get in Hogsmeade, and those that would require the apothecary in Diagon Alley. Perhaps Harry would like to have an outing. It would be his first public appearance since the final battle, however. Maybe it was too early for that. He started the potions that Poppy had requested with the ingredients he had on hand and set a timer to alert him when they needed stirring. Unrolling the recently acquired set of parchments, he began to try and translate the ancient Egyptian. When he next cast a tempest to see what time it was well past lunch and he cursed softly under his breath. He had meant to go to Harry's and ask him if he wished to eat with him. He had probably already eaten now. A knock at his door had him frowning. Who was already intruding on his time here? Expecting the current potion teacher, he opened the door. It was Ron Weasley and Severus barely restrained a heavy sigh and a shake of his head. The red-haired man entered as Severus drew aside. He did not invite him to sit as he thought he would probably refuse. Ron got right to the point. "I don't like that Harry seems taken with you. But I know he wants to make his own choices, bad as they might be in this case. All I want to say is that you better not do anything to make me regret not interfering. I don't like that Harry considers you his best friend, Severus returned. But I too know that he wants to make his own choices. I will not put him in the position of having to choose. I plan on being in his life. Get used to it. We will be thrown together whether we like it or not. Whatever prejudices you have, put them aside for his sake. Ron glowered, but nodded. My sister still has feelings for him. You should know that she plans on trying to get back together with him, now that he has returned. I believe that everyone is thinking that you are just a mentor, not that anything more is going on. Nothing more than what you saw is going on, yet. Then Ginny still has a chance. Harry has expressed his preferences. She will find that he does not feel an attraction to females. Ron nodded. She can be a bit pig-headed about things. Don't hex her or anything. I would not add to her dismay by doing so. They stared at each other for several seconds. Ron finally broke the silence, admitting, I was sent down here to discuss something else with you. Hermione is having a lie down and she wanted me to ask you about the Black Phoenix. It seems like Harry doesn't know we have been looking for any information we can find. I have not informed him of the search. It seems cruel to raise his hopes for a possible way to heal him, when it may never happen. We just wanted to verify that. We don't like lying to him, though. Nor do I, but what would you suggest? Ron shrugged. Maybe he should know, and you could also tell him how slim the chances are of being successful. Severus felt that the thought had merit, loath as he was to admit it. He settled for giving Ron a curt nod. Did Harry go to the Great Hall for lunch? No. We ate breakfast and talked for a long while. When we left, he was going to read for a while. He said the two of you had plans this afternoon. Severus nodded. Perhaps Harry had expected them to meet after lunch after all. Ron walked to the door, apparently ready to end their conversation. Then he turned to Severus again. Harry said he feels the baby's magic, that we're in for a surprise. How accurate do you think he is? Is he guessing? He seems to be able to sense magical auras quite easily. You have seen how accurately he picks up the mood of those in the room. Ron nodded. He didn't make it sound like it would be a bad surprise, so I guess that's all right. Severus closed the door behind him with another sigh. He set the potions that were still brewing into stasis and went up to Harry's door. Joan regarded him solemnly. Master Harry has been quite impatient for your visit. I shall announce you. The portrait door swung open and Severus stepped inside. Harry was laying on a sofa, a book face down on his chest as he looked towards the door. I thought maybe you weren't coming. Severus sat down beside him. I was caught up in the potions. Yeah, I figured that. Did you eat lunch? No, I lost track of the time. I apologize if you waited. Well, I did, but we really didn't agree to it. I guess I assumed. I will endeavor to be clearer in the future. Harry pulled Severus down into a hug. I don't want to take up all your time, Severus. But until I know my way around, I'm kind of stuck here. I feel the magic all around me, and it pulled me towards Albus's office when I first arrived. But I don't know how that happened. I don't know how to harness it to make it pull me to wherever I want to go. Severus signed. Let's get started then. See if you can find the way to the Great Hall. I'm sure we can call for something to eat from there. Then we'll go wherever you wish to go first. He moved to stand up and Harry stopped him. Would you? Severus waited. Harry put a hand up to Severus's face, mapping the cheeks, skimming his fingers over his eyes and lips. Do you think you could talk to me later? I want to hear your voice. If you promise to let me know at the first sign of discomfort. I will. Then we will attempt to have a mental conversation tonight. Harry grinned and pulled the man down to key him quickly. Then he jumped up off the sofa. I want to find the greenhouses first. I want to see how Muggle botany compares to herbology. Do you think Professor Sprout will let me help her? I am certain she will be pleased that you have an interest there. After eating, Severus led Harry out to the greenhouses while he made mental references to landmarks along the way. HP. Each day, Severus would take Harry to a different place in the castle or on the grounds. The next day he would have Harry lead the way to the places they had already been to. By the end of the first week, Harry felt comfortable navigating between his own quarters to just about anywhere he wished. Draco came to the castle and he made plans with Severus to go with him on the next trip abroad. It would be tricky to do, with teaching at the same time. It would be even trickier to go without Harry knowing what Severus was up to. In spite of the intention that they would not grow to be dependent on one another, they both had grown to count on the other being available at least once per day to talk. Harry had developed greater tolerances for Severus being in his mind, and the bond between them grew as they shared this mental intimacy. Harry worked in one of the greenhouses each day, stunning Professor Sprout with his newfound affinity for growing things. She had quickly worked out the simple phrases that she needed to spell to him when she had a comment or a question, or when she needed to answer a question Harry had. It seemed that Harry could tell by smell or feel just what a particular plant needed for optimum growth. Professor Sprout was ecstatic about the sudden lushness of all the plantings needed in potions. There were several that she tried to grow each year for Severus, but had never had much luck with. He would end up having to go to another producer if he wished to have the freshest and most potent of those herbs and other plants. When he was ready to find him each day, Severus learned to take out the Marauder's map to search for Harry's whereabouts. He might be anywhere now that he knew the castle better. He took out the map one afternoon and was shocked to see Harry's dot disappear off the edge of the map into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid was with him, but that did not ease the lurch Severus felt in his gut. In addition to all manner of dark creatures in the forest, there were dangers that were almost impossible for a sighted and hearing wizard to avoid. He took off at a dead run out the castle doors, almost running into Draco coming in. Draco wordlessly turned around and followed as Severus headed down the trail that led to Hagrid's hut. Beyond that, the forest looked as dark and menacing as ever, but Severus continued to run, pulling out his wand on the way. Draco drew his own wand as he entered the forest. About 50 yards in, he caught up with Severus. The potions master was standing with his wand down at his side, chest heaving as he caught his breath. He was staring into a small clearing. Draco came up to his side and joined him in watching Hagrid with Harry. They were kneeling in a herd of thestrals, the foals eating raw meat from their hands. Harry was smiling and they heard him ask, "Are you sure, Hagrid? I've ridden one before, but to actually choose one for my own." Hagrid made a sign for yes into Harry's hand and then handed him another scrap of meat. A foal nuzzled Harry for it and Harry stroked the little animal as it ate. "This one then, it seems to like me. Or at least it likes the meat I'm feeding it. Can we come out here every day? I want it to be used to me. Is it a boy or a girl?" "Once for boy, twice for girl," he said, holding out his hand. Hagrid gave him 2 gentle taps on the hand to indicate that the thestral was a girl. "You'll have to tell Severus what she looks like so I can think of a name." Severus walked up to them and Harry smiled even more. "Severus, guess what? Albus told Hagrid to introduce me to the thestral herd so I could choose a foal to train. I rode one when I went to the ministry back in 5th year, remember? After the foal grows and she's trained, I'll be able to fly again. She will be my eyes to do it." Severus did not want to shoot down the joy that Harry felt at the idea of flying. But Merlin's beard, bringing him into the forest like this. He glared at Hagrid. This was the height of stupidity, bringing him in here where anything could happen. "What were you thinking? Were you thinking at all?" Hagrid looked upset at the scathing tone. But Professor Dumbledore said, "I don't care what he said. Obviously the man has lost his own common sense as well." Harry stood up, a hand still on the head of the foal. "Sev, it's all right. I'm all right. I don't feel anything bad here. Don't blame Hagrid. I can't stay sheltered all the time." Severus had his jaw clenched so tightly that Draco and Hagrid could see the muscles twitching there. He quickly looked from the clearing back towards the edge of the forest where they could still see Hagrid's hut. Eyes flashing, he hissed to Hagrid, "Conclude this business at once. Further contact between Harry and the thestrals will be made closer to the edge, where he can be seen at all times from the castle." He whirled and strode back the way he had come. Behind him, Harry ran to catch up with him. "Severus." He stopped when he no longer felt Severus's magical signature, knowing that the man had gone from the area. He felt the cold wet nose of the thestral nudge his hand and he scratched between the horse-like ears. Hagrid came up beside him and dropped a huge hand on his shoulder, patting him. "He'll understand, once he's thought about it, Hagrid. Don't worry." Harry stood there for another few moments before dropping down to give the foal a hug. "I'll think of a name for you later, girl. Be good and I'll visit when I can." Harry felt the animal magic fade as the herd drifted back into the forest. He put his hand on Hagrid's arm and let the other man lead him back out of the forest. When he felt the sun back on his face, he said, "Just take me to the greenhouses. I'll be able to get back to the castle from there." He smelled the earthy, glassed-in hothouses as they neared them. Hagrid left him after seeing Harry enter the one that he did most of his work in. It made the half-giant sad to see the unhappiness on Harry's face. The Thestrals had made him very happy and he had been glad that there was something that he could do to help. He had not thought of the dangers to Harry when he had led him into the forest. Severus was right, he had been a stupid oaf to do something like that, no matter what Professor Dumbledore had said. RHRHRHRH. Severus strode up the staircases, Draco in his wake. The stone gargoyles guarding Dumbledore's tower eyed him beadily before responding to his dangerously whispered demands to be let in. Albus sat calmly behind his desk, a large stack of parchment in front of him. Severus did not wait for the usual invitation to teardrops. "Have you truly gone mad? Did you actually encourage Hagrid to take Harry into the Forbidden Forest? Please tell me that the idiot must have misunderstood your intentions, Albus, because I cannot fathom that you would send him on such a foolish errand." Albus watched Severus as he paced during his small speech and he looked at Draco as that man finally entered the office, having caught up at last. He folded his hand in front of him and peered over the top of his glasses. "Yes, I did speak to the two of them about the possibility that a Thestral might make a good ride for Harry." Severus narrowed his eyes. "How were you able to speak to Harry? I was not aware that you had learned sign." "No, unfortunately that seems a bit beyond me, in spite of my affinity for spoken languages. Harry came up this morning and asked me if I could charm a small notebook to respond with a Braille translation to written messages and I obliged. We then had a very in-depth conversation about him wanting to finish up his coursework and get his newts. He went away with a full set of Braille-charmed textbooks. Before he left, he mentioned how much he missed flying. Of course, I thought that it would be best to have him on something other than a broom to do it. Hagrid happened by and we all agreed that perhaps one of the newest of the Thestral herd would be a possibility." He shrugged his shoulders beneath the yellow and orange plaid robes that he wore. "So yes, as foolish as you might think it was, I did attempt to further help Harry in his integration back into this world." Severus finally sat down, pinching the bridge of his nose tiredly. Harry was an adult. He knew that in his head. His heart, unused as it was to caring about someone, seemed bent on seeing him as someone he needed to protect. Albus had motioned Draco into a seat and had conjured tea for them all without asking. A bottle of fire whiskey was poised to the side. Wordlessly, Severus poured himself more whiskey than tea into a cup and sat back. He expelled a deep sigh after the first sip of whiskey burned its way down. "Draco and I are off on a lead I want to follow. I was planning to tell Harry goodbye, but in light of the scene just past, I think we will simply go. It won't be a long trip, and there will be no need to find someone to take my classes." Albus leaned forward. "You really should say something to the boy." "He is not a boy," Severus snapped. "And I do not need you of all people telling me what I should or should not do with regard to Harry." After quaffing the last of the dubious tea he stood up and strode from the room. Draco sipped his tea politely before setting the cup down on the tray. Dabbing at his mouth with a napkin he said, "Thestrals, I would not have thought of the ugly things for Harry's use. There are some that are bred for racing, already more or less tamed. I can get you some names." Albus waved. "Hagrid needs something to do to help. This will give them back the bond they had before. But thank you." Draco stood with a nod. "If it makes any difference, I can't find it in myself to blame for you sending Harry to live amongst muggles. I would not have believed that he could stay in the wizarding world either." He walked out before Albus could respond to that. Severus and Draco went just beyond the gates to apparate. Draco knew better than to ask him if he had spoken to Harry before leaving. The tight-lipped frown told him all he cared to know. SSDM SSDM SSDM. Harry worked in the greenhouse for a while, thinking that Severus would come there to find him. He had been so angry that Harry was in the forest. Harry had felt it sparking from the man as he came near back in the clearing. Didn't he believe that Hagrid could be trusted to keep a close eye for danger? Didn't he believe that Harry could sense when danger might be near? He plowed his hands through a container, looking for the seed pod that was buried in the loamy dirt. It sat warmly in his palm, and Harry smiled. There was life here. He could feel it. He repotted it and set it with the others that he had already done. Casting a cleaning spell on his hands got rid of most of the dirt under his nails. He found his way to Professor Sprout's greenhouse office and held out his hands for her inspection. She took them and then gave them 2 quick squeezes, telling him that he was presentable for the dining table. They walked together to the great hall, and once they had arrived, he asked, "Would you point me towards Severus, please?" There was a long hesitation before Harry felt Albus's hand touch his shoulder. He fished the charmed notebook out of his pocket and waited for Albus to write out his message. The braille dots formed beneath Harry's fingers as he skimmed them across the page. Severus and Draco have gone on a short trip. He will return by the end of the weekend. Where did they go? Harry worked hard to keep the note of panic out of his voice. He hoped that it didn't show. Severus and Draco, together, away. The notebook was handed back to him a second time. There were some potions ingredients that became available and they took the opportunity. I understand that they are quite difficult to come by. Harry nodded. Lately he had been sitting between Severus and Hagrid. He made a small movement as if to go on to the table, then stopped. His appetite was suddenly gone and he turned to leave. Hands on his shoulders tried to steer him back to the table, but he shrugged them off. Once behind his own door, he sat on the floor with his back against it. He banged his head back against it several times before dropping his forehead onto his knees. "You were so stupid, Harry. Did you think he'd just wait around for you to make up your mind? That he actually enjoyed being around a deaf and blind man? Merlin, you are still as dense as you were when you were a teenager. Why shouldn't he go on a trip with Bloody Malfoy? They probably have more in common than you could ever hope to have. Now you're talking to yourself. Shut up." He sat there for a long time, not hearing Joan trying to ask if he was all right, and not noticing when she left her portrait. Severus felt every bit of his age as he and Draco trudged up to the castle from the gates. The lead had been a good one, but unfortunately, they had missed the Phoenix and found instead a swarm of interbred doxies and pixies. The little beings were quite angry at having their Siberian elm tree disturbed and had attacked Severus with tiny wings and claws, biting and spitting poisonously when he had climbed up. Draco had seen them before he had started up, managing to miss their wrath. He had patched up the potions master as best as he could. Severus insisted on collecting a number of the ugly things for future potions research before he would let Draco apparate them back to Hogwarts. Now he was covered with claw marks, and bruised from where he had fallen out of the tree. Broken bones had been splinted, but Draco didn't have the healing skill needed to completely mend them. The poison from the doxy part of the half-breeds seemed especially resistant to Severus's standard antidote, and the weakness and nausea was returning now that it was reaching the end of its efficacy. He wanted only to head for his quarters and a hot bath followed by a heavy dose of painkiller potion. At his door, the portrait of Slytherin glowered darkly at him. Instead of opening the door, the painted founder hissed at Severus. "You will keep that female upstart away from here if you wish me to continue to guard your quarters." Severus leaned against the wall, not having any choice but to ask what he was talking about, since the portal remained closed. "Explain," he said shortly. "Jeanne d'Arc, that haranguing fishwife, has been here no less than a dozen times, looking for you. I have never had my frame invaded by such. I am a founder and I will be treated with due respect." Severus felt a stab of concern. Why would Joan be seeking him out, unless something had happened to Harry? He pushed himself away from the wall and headed back up the stairs. Draco gripped him by the arm. "You idiot, you need to see Madame Pomfrey before you go anywhere. Let go of me, come or stay here, but get out of my way." Draco shook his head with a sigh and followed the man back to the entry hall and around the corner under the grand staircase. Joan smiled when she saw him. "Good sir, you have returned at last. I have been looking for you. In the future you will avoid irritating the founder's portrait guarding my rooms. He is most displeased. But I was worried and I thought you would want to know about Master Harry." Severus was now leaning against her frame, the weakness from the doxy venom beginning to grow stronger as the antidote waned. "Let me in and all." "Oh, he's not here, sir. He's in the infirmary." Severus stumbled as he pushed himself more upright to walk away. Draco grabbed his arm again and growled to the portrait, "Let us in so we can flow to the infirmary. He won't make it walking there." The door swung open and Draco supported Severus over to the fireplace. He hung his cane over his arm and then dipped his hand into the jar of flow powder. He dragged Severus into the opening and threw the powder, calling for the hospital. They both fell out of the fireplace in the infirmary, Severus too weak and sick to care and Draco unable to remain upright while supporting Severus's dead weight. Madame Pomfrey came from around a screen to see what the noise was and rushed over to them. She helped Draco up and they both raised Severus back up long enough to deposit him onto a bed. Draco explained what had happened and what steps had been taken. As Poppy ran a wand over the man, Harry's voice called out. "Severus." He was coming from around the screen, Ron behind him. Ron began to sign into Harry's hand, and Harry hurried over to the bed. "What happened, Draco?" Draco did not answer and Harry narrowed his eyes. "I know you're here, Malfoy. I feel both of you." He held out the Braille notebook and added, "I know you can't sign, but you can write in this and I'll be able to read it. I want to know what happened and why he's in the infirmary." Draco looked at Ron. Severus doesn't want him to know that he's searching for the Black Phoenix. Any suggestions about what to tell him? "The truth, if that's even possible for you. Just don't mention the other." Ron signed into Harry's hands again and disappeared back behind the screens, looking distracted. Harry held out a hand, waiting for Draco to take the notebook. When Draco finally took it, he held the hand out and slowly moved it in an arc out in front of himself. Then he made his way unerringly to the bed where Severus lay. He felt beside the bed for a chair and after finding it he sat down. He seemed to hesitate then, with a glance in Draco's direction. Then he reached over and put a hand on Severus's. Poppy had finished her scans and summoned a vial from her storage cabinet. Draco helped her raise the man up so she could dribble it into his mouth. She started back over to the other screens and Harry spoke up. "You do know that there are two, don't you, Poppy?" he whispered conspiratorially. "It's twins." Draco arched an eyebrow at Poppy, who was looking at Harry with an open mouth. Shaking her head, she said, "It's not. I would know if it were twins." Draco realized that it must be Hermione behind the screen, in labor. A short scream confirmed that and Poppy hurried away from Severus's bed. Harry turned towards Draco. "I still want to know what happened. I may not be any more than just his friend, and you are certainly more than that. But I can't help worrying about him." He looked down at where his hand now clasped Severus's. "If you'll let me be his friend, he's the only one who can actually speak to me in my mind." He stopped, unable to articulate his feelings any more than that. Draco stared at him for a long moment before snatching up the quill that came with the notebook and bending over it to write furiously. Stabbing the parchment with emphatic punctuation, he reached over and shoved it into Harry's hands. Harry slowly opened the book with one hand, laying it across his lap. Draco watched his lips as he read the words, enjoying the stunned expressions. "Potter, you are an idiot. Sev is my godfather, my mentor. He is not now, nor has he ever been my lover. I am not flattered by your assumption that I would find him anything more than that. If you're finished being a Hufflepuff, you might think to let him know how you feel, instead of stringing him along. He loves you, stupid." Harry looked up at Draco's direction. "Why did he ask you to go with him then? Why can't I go?" Draco snatched the notebook back out of Harry's hands and wrote some more. "He plans to one day, when he believes you're ready. Grow up, Harry. You've come a long way. But you don't trust him, yet. You don't trust that he cares enough to keep saving your miserable hide, even when you don't appreciate it. Harry let the book slide from his hand onto the bed. "Thanks, Draco," he whispered. "Thanks for not treating me like a cripple." There was another, longer scream from behind the screen and Draco heard Ron's frantic mumblings. Even though he knew Harry couldn't hear it, the green-eyed man turned his head towards the sound. First a girl, then the boy that's been hiding. They're like Fred and George, joyful magic. Draco turned towards the door as it opened, a flood of Weasleys coming in. Their excited chatter brought Poppy around the screen again and she quickly shooed them back out. Ginny caught sight of Harry and squeezed around her to slip into a chair beside him. She reached out and took the hand he had lifted from Severus's when the doors had opened. His head tilted as he analyzed the magic of the witch beside him. He gently tried to withdraw from her hold but she held fast. She looked intently at their hands as she tried to sign. He said, "Ginny, let go." She leaned forward and keyed him before he could move away. He instinctively pushed her away, shifting his body to sit on the edge of the bed. Draco stood up and put a hand on her shoulder when it looked like she would follow him over. "Not a good idea. Don't embarrass yourself. You don't know anything about it, Malfoy," she spat. "If he knew you were here. Ginny, let Draco show you how the notebook works. Then we can talk." She glared at Draco when he smirked. He held out the notebook. "Write what you wish to say in this. It will translate to Braille. I've learned to sign. I can talk to him that way. I believe he wants to avoid touching your hands while you're so grabby. Don't worry, I feel the same way about touching him myself. I wouldn't want anyone to get the idea that I actually like the man." The insinuation was not lost on her. Harry did not want her to touch him, fearing she would take opportunities that he did not wish to grant to her. Poppy had hurried back behind the screens again, too busy to make further efforts at getting Ginny to leave. Harry sat in tense silence with Ginny and Draco listening to the muttered words and groans coming from Hermione, Ron and Poppy. A few moments later, there was an infant wailing, Ron and Hermione's combined laughter and crying welcoming their new child. In another minute, Poppy let out a surprised shriek. She came around the screen with the infant in her arms and thrust it into Draco's arms, as he was the closest. She ran back to Hermione, exclaiming, "Twins. I wasn't ready for twins." Draco stood there in shock, looking down at the squirming bundle. Ginny forgot all about Harry as she stood up beside Draco and rested a hand on the arm that cradled the baby. Harry sensed that her attention was on the baby and he turned his own attention to Severus. His fingers traced the features of his face gently. He could feel that Severus had opened his eyes and he whispered. Draco said, "I mean, do you really?" Severus caught the hand on his face, bringing the palm to his lips. Harry shivered as the simple key sent a wave of longing from the hand to his toes. He signed with a shaky hand, "Later we will talk. Not here." Harry sighed. Then his nose wrinkled up. "You do know that you reek, don't you? Draco still hasn't told me what happened to you. I'm still waiting." Draco carefully handed the baby to Ginny and she murmured, "I'm not giving up on him. You can't keep me away from him forever and I will make him see how we still belong together." Draco had picked up the notebook and he leaned into Ginny's face, grinning. "You're welcome to try, but don't blame me if some stray hex has your gorgeous hair falling out." He reached out and rubbed a strand of her red hair between his fingers. She jerked her head away, cradling the baby and swaying in an automatic rocking motion. "Harry wouldn't hex me." "No, he wouldn't," Draco agreed. From the bed Severus whispered coldly, "But I would, Miss Weasley." She set her jaw at that as she rocked, although she glanced at Draco out of the corner of her eye. Harry felt that the tension was not rising between them and he really wanted to feel that amazing pure magic from the baby. He asked, "Can I hold her, Gin?" He settled back against the headboard beside Severus instead of moving back to the chair and she hesitated, taking in Severus's filthy appearance. Draco drew his wand and muttered a cleaning charm, along with a changing charm that Poppy had not taken the time to apply. Severus looked improved. Clean hospital pajamas had taken the place of his torn and doxy-poison-splattered robes. His color was still ghastly, but he nodded a thanks to Draco for his less foul state. Ginny placed the baby in Harry's arms and stepped back. Harry adjusted his position, a look of intensity on his face. The baby opened newborn eyes and stared up at the man holding him. Ginny knew there was no way such a young thing could know who it was that was holding him, and yet it did seem that she relaxed her little fists a bit as he brushed a single finger over her cheek. Severus shifted onto his side so that he could look up at Harry and the baby. He laid a hand on Harry's knee and Harry whispered, "Touch her, can you feel her magic? It's so clean and bright." Severus gently touched the baby's head where it lay in the crook of Harry's arm. In truth, he could not feel the magic, but he had no doubt that Harry did. There was another long groan from Hermione over behind the screen and then another baby's crying joined it. Ron was shouting joyfully and then Hermione was crying too. Draco muttered something about how much easier it could have been made. Hermione was a witch after all. Ginny heard him and explained, Hermione wanted to have things as natural as possible. Apparently, Muggles give birth without potion intervention all the time. She didn't want potions in her bloodstream to affect the babies. The realization of more than one baby hit her and her eyes widened. Twins. They didn't say they were having twins. She rushed around the screens where she was grabbed up in a hug from her brother. Ron was crying. Twins, Ginny, a girl and a boy. We didn't know, but I think Harry did. He said we were in for a surprise but we never thought it would be twins. Poppy was helping Hermione into a new gown after freshening the bed. The newest infant was swaddled and clutched in her arms, so it was with reluctance that she handed it to Ron so she could get her arms into the sleeves. "I get him right back," she said, "and I want my daughter as well." I hardly got a look at her. Poppy removed the screens now that everything was over, and Hermione finally became aware of the small group on the other side of the room. Harry had been invited to come when her labor began. She knew he would not be embarrassed by what he couldn't actually see and they wanted to share at least this moment with their best friend, since he had missed the wedding and almost the entire pregnancy. Ginny being there was all right as well, but Draco and Severus. She vaguely remembered there being an interruption when she was in the very final stages of labor. Now she remembered hearing Harry call Severus's name. The man looked wrung out. Had he been on another expedition to find the Black Phoenix? Draco was standing there, not looking the least bit apologetic at being there at such a personal time. He was watching Ginny as she watched Harry with the baby. Hermione could see the gentle smile on Harry's face as he held her tiny daughter. Severus was watching Harry's face as well, a sort of sad smile on his own face. Severus looked over at Hermione and saw the longing look she was casting at the infant. He reached for one of Harry's hands and spelled into them. Harry looked up towards the side of the bed. "Ginny, is Hermione ready for the baby?" Ginny saw Hermione nod and she carefully took the baby from Harry to carry over to the new parents. After a moment, Hermione sat propped back against a bunch of pillows, a baby in each arm. The girl was wrapped in pink, her little head covered with a pale peachy-colored fuzz. The boy was in blue, his head crowned with dark hair that held the promise of curl in its waves. Poppy smiled proudly. She had been honored that Hermione trusted her to be the midwife. She had rather reluctantly agreed to helping Hermione achieve the totally natural pregnancy and birth that she wanted. Witches typically wished for a pain-free, uncomplicated 9 months with potions to ease the hormonal upheavals along the way and afterwards. "Shall I let in the rest of the family now?" Draco waved a hand to summon the screens that had been set aside from around Hermione's bed and placed them around Severus's. He settled into a chair and picked up the Braille notebook. When the Weasleys all trooped in, they didn't give more than a cursory glance to the screens now shielding Severus from their view. Severus nodded his thanks to Draco and closed his eyes against the squeals of delight from the band of redheads. In his hand, Harry signed, "I'll never have that, will I?" "What?" Severus queried, wondering what it was that Harry was regretting. "I'll never have a child. How can someone with my..." Severus thought that he was going to say preferences, and he was caught off guard when Harry said, "My disabilities, have children and care for them. They could fall in the lake and drown before I'd notice they had even wandered away." Severus squeezed Harry's hand. Draco's eyes glittered strangely as if he was trying too hard not to have any expression in them. He bent over the book and wrote another paragraph before laying it on the bed. He stood up and winced as he stretched his legs. He gave Severus a questioning look. "I'll be fine in a few hours." I need another dose of antidote when it's time, and then I'll go back to my own quarters. Go to Harry's. Neither of you need to be alone anymore. Why put yourselves through it? Severus looked pained as he stared up at the former Slytherin. Will you be all right? Draco glanced in the direction of Ginny's laughter heard from across the room. I feel more positive than I have in a while. He hurried to the fireplace where he threw a handful of flow powder down, calling for Severus's quarters, from where he would then flow home. Harry picked up the book and opened it across his lap. Severus closed his eyes, leaving his hand holding Harry's as he curled more onto his side, fatigue finally overtaking him. Potter, I would say again that you are an idiot, but I think this time it may be because you were raised by those baboon idiot relatives. In this world, same-sex couples do have children if they want them. The process is complicated and I won't go into it here. You and Sev will have to discuss it. Suffice it to say that if this is something you desire, don't let your lack of hearing or vision stop you. My parents could do both and yet they acted like they could neither see or hear me for most of my life. They noticed when it suited them, I suppose. I'm sure that if you are a parent you will do better than they did. By the way, if Weasley, the pretty one, is available now, do you think you could formally introduce us? I know that sounds stupid to you, but I was raised with standards of decorum. Even though we were students together, our families did not associate obviously. A formal introduction by a mutual friend is necessary in order to begin seeing someone. Do not laugh when you read this. It was hard enough to ask you. Of course, if you have a problem with it, just forget I asked. I won't mention it again. Harry smiled. Draco and Ginny. Fire and ice. What he wouldn't give to see the fireworks that could result in a collision of Weasley and Malfoy angst. Children. He could have children with Severus. His silent laughter woke Severus and he sleepily spelled. What is it? Nothing. Just go back to sleep. He carted his fingers through Severus's hair and the man shifted closer to lay his face against the outside of Harry's thigh. Harry smiled, then felt around for another pillow to lean on before closing his eyes too. Harry had finally gotten Severus to tell him about falling out of the tree that had been home to the interbred Doxies and Pixies. Severus spun a tale about the Siberian elm having superior sap for making the potion used to treat several types of arthritis that afflicted wizards in their elder years. Harry appeared to believe it and Severus breathed a sigh of relief when his questions finally ended. Ron and Hermione stayed in the castle for another week after the twins were born before moving out to a home in Hogsmeade. Hermione wanted to be close to Poppy in case she needed the Medowitch. She had also tentatively agreed to be a tutor during the next school term. It would be part-time work, with those students who needed extra coaching in the time leading up to OWLs or NEWTs. Harry had enjoyed having them visit often with the babies. Holding them and rocking one of them was a special treat each day. He missed them when they left, taking the sweet, pure magic of the babies out of the castle. The night they left, he sat down next to Severus on the sofa. Curling up next to him, Harry laid a head on Severus's shoulder. Draco said that same-sex couples can have children and that you would explain it to me. I never heard of that before. Severus put his arms around the younger man, cradling him to his chest so that he could hold him and sign at the same time. It is not a subject that comes up often on the Hogwarts curriculum. Most magical children grow up knowing about these sorts of things. I didn't grow up in a magical family, remember. He waited for Severus to begin an explanation, and when it didn't come, he sighed. You don't think it's a good idea, do you? Draco thought that I'd make at least as good a parent as his own were. I've thought about it, but maybe you don't want it. His words were interrupted by Severus turning him and catching his lips in a passionate key. It was a long time before they had calmed enough for Severus to be satisfied with having his hand only in Harry's hand to sign. A specialized solicitor would locate a witch to our specifications, one who has agreed to be a vessel for a child, surrendering all rights to it after birth. The solicitor functions as a mediator and we would never meet her, nor would she know that we were to be the infant's adoptive parents. But how is it done? Which one of us would be the father? Both of us. The magical procedure would combine the DNA from both of us. Ours would dominate the witch's DNA, although we would carefully choose her characteristics beforehand. Even magic cannot guarantee that there will not be traits that manifest after skipping generations. So, the baby would be of both of us. But we won't get to participate in the pregnancy at all. No, the need to maintain privacy for both parties prevents it. Can you imagine the line that would form of those witches ready to be the womb for the infant of the boy who destroyed Voldemort? Harry lay quietly, skimming his fingers along the muscles of Severus's arms. Then, you do think this is something we can do? Harry, I would be content with whatever we have or don't have in the way of children. I am quite a bit older than you and my concern would not be how you would cope, but how I would cope. Do you believe that I am capable of being a parent, based on what you know of me? If you had asked me that in my first 5 years here, I would have said no right away. Severus gave him a little pinch in the side, making Harry giggle. You also stated your reservations rather strongly back at your flat. It seemed like you didn't care for the idea of us being a family. Harry turned his face so that his cheek was in better contact with Severus's chest. He could not hear the heartbeat beneath him, but he could feel it. Severus's arm was heavy and comfortable around him as the other hand held one of his hands. To an outsider, they may have looked awkward, but they meshed smoothly now, talking and communicating through sign, changing positions and hands easily without breaking the flow of conversation. Severus thought how marvelous it was, actually, not to have to free his mouth to talk when it was otherwise occupied. I was scared that this couldn't possibly be real, that it was a fantasy that I would wake from and find that I didn't have my magic back after all, that you weren't really there. It is real. I am here. You are here. And my magic is stronger than ever, Severus reassured him. He wound his fingers in Harry's hair, gently pulling his face up so he could lower his mouth to those lips again. Bond with me. Bond. What is that? Another word for? Severus smiled against Harry's mouth, then he pushed them both upright in the bed until they sat cross-legged in front of one another. He took both of Harry's hands in his before leaning forward to key him again. Resting their foreheads together, he signed. It is the word two wizards use to become united. Muggles would call it marriage. But two men can't actually marry. Wizards, Harry, yes, we can bond. It is a sacred and irreversible vow, just the same as if it were a marriage. Legal and binding. Harry was still for a few moments and then he whispered, You're asking me to marry you. Yes, I am asking you to bond with me. I want to share your body, mind, and soul. I want us to be united, a family, in the eyes of all. Harry threw his arms around Severus, knocking him backwards on the sofa until he lay atop his chest. Green eyes seemed accurately focused on the man beneath him as he leaned down to key him. Is that a yes? Harry signed back, unwilling to break the contact of lips. Yes. The dance of lips and hands after that had nothing to do with conversation. SSHP SSHP SSHP. Severus and Draco went on 2 more expeditions during the next 2 months. Harry knew now that theirs was a different kind of relationship, and one that did not threaten his with Severus. Draco spent time both in the dungeons, helping with Severus's research projects, and in Harry's quarters. Harry had invited Ginny to dinner one night, along with Draco. He and Severus announced their intention to bond to them as they sat sipping wine afterwards. Ginny had simply nodded and gave Harry a key asterisk, congratulating them. She and Draco exchanged barbs all evening, and Severus kept up a running translation for Harry. He told Severus after they left that he thought it had gone well. Severus actually laughed and Harry could feel the man shaking with it as they lay in front of the fire on the rug. Harry leaned up on an elbow. They may act like they don't like each other, but their auras say different to me. Draco may be all cool on the outside, but inside, he's attracted to her. I think they'll be good for each other. Severus shook his head but didn't argue with Harry about it. He knew better than to doubt these feelings Harry had about others. Even though he still doubted himself and his worthiness to be loved, he was very often right regarding the hearts of others. Harry sometimes went down to the dungeons where Severus would set him up with ingredients to pulverize or chop. Harry liked being near him while he was working, and he had told Severus how ingredients not only tasted different when they were prepared differently, but he could discern the differences in smell. Severus would challenge Harry to identify ingredients and he was never disappointed when Harry easily did so. Severus thought that with careful instruction, Harry might be able to pass at least the written portion of the potion's newt. He could identify just about any ingredient by smell, touch or taste. But the finer aspects of brewing required vision to see the color and subtle reactions of the ingredients when combined. "Explain why you could not perform this well when you were a student," Severus said, one evening when they had gone through an extensive examination of Severus's stores. "My professor was a great git who seemed to enjoy the teaching by intimidation method. I had a hard time learning while trying not to wet my pants like all the other first years." Severus came around the counter behind Harry and grabbed his hands to sign, "Great git. Are you certain that it was not the legendary black bat from the dungeons of hell?" He gave Harry's neck a nip, then wrapped his arms around his young lover. Harry stood up and turned around so he could put his arms around Severus. "Maybe it was, I don't recall, now that my current instructor is so much more accommodating." Potions homework had never been so enjoyable. HPSS. Hermione brought the twins to visit and helped Harry study the other subjects he wanted to test in. They would spend time revising, but when one of the babies woke up, Harry wanted nothing more than to hold it, feed it, rock it. Hermione taught him the spells she used to change diapers and Harry became quite proficient very quickly. He had laid the tiny girl back in her basket to sleep and started to pick up his book again. Hermione stopped him. "Harry, why is it so important to you to take your tests? If you and Severus are planning a family after you bond, won't you be staying home with the children? You don't really need the NEWTs for that. Besides, if you asked, the Wizengamot would likely award you honorary marks in everything." Harry had thought that Hermione, of all people, understood. "So, I should just let them give me a diploma of graduation, because I destroyed Voldemort, because I was the boy who lived." "You more than earned the right to it," she agreed. She failed to notice Harry's set jaw and the flash in the blind eyes. "Your thought is that I'm entitled because I'm Harry Potter." Now she heard the hardness in his voice. She looked at him, seeing that this was not a happy thought for him at all. He walked away from the babies to the other side of the room before he rounded on her. "I haven't earned it at all, Hermione. All through school it was dumb luck and stupid Gryffindor bravado. Yes, I fulfilled the damned prophecy. Yes, I killed Voldemort like a good little weapon ought to have done. Yes, the whole bloody wizarding world owes their freedom to me. But I haven't earned anything beyond that." He stopped, breathing hard, and she could see him trying to unclench white-knuckled hands. In a softer voice he continued, "What good am I to anyone now, Hermione? I putter around in Pomona's greenhouses. Severus allows me to believe that I am helping him prepare potions ingredients, when in reality he probably has to dump them afterwards. I wander the castle like one of its ghosts, afraid to set foot off the grounds. When I was outside, with muggles, at least I knew that I could learn to survive, make living and not depend on handouts. No one knew who I was, what I had been. I was just Harry." He was so wrapped up in his words that he didn't feel it when Severus came into the room. He stood there listening to Harry, and exchanged concerned looks with Hermione. When Severus didn't approach Harry, Hermione went to him and took his hand. "Is this because you feel like you are some kind of prisoner here? You could go outside the castle, to Hogsmeade or Diagon Alley. People would love to finally see you." "That's just it. They would see me, I wouldn't see them. I would only feel the weight of their stares and feel the heaviness of their pity. Ah, look at the poor boy who lived. They would pat me on the head and give me whatever I want. I don't have to lift a finger for the rest of my life. But what does it matter? What do I matter?" Severus stepped in then and took Harry's hands from Hermione. "You matter to me." He could see the confusion of emotions before him and he didn't know how to fix it. Harry flushed and pulled his hands away to turn away from them both. "Hermione, what if someone told you that you had wasted your time coming to Hogwarts, studying so hard, passing your NEWTs at the top of our year? What did you need it for? You're just a wife and mum. All you need are a few good cleaning spells and you're good to go." He looked towards Severus then. "I don't want to be just your husband. I want to be a partner in whatever we do. I don't want you to have to take care of me. I want to take care of you, too." I don't want to live off the Potter and Black vaults. I know that I could, but I don't want to be just a blip in the updated version of Hogwarts, a history. I want to pass the NEWTs on my own merit, not because someone thinks I deserve it because I offed Voldemort. I want to do something, I need to do something. Hermione and Severus looked at each other, silently asking the other for an answer to this problem Harry thought he had. They looked at Harry when he asked quietly, "Am I making any sense at all?" Severus went to him and put his arms around him. Harry allowed the hug, putting his own arms around Severus's waist. Hermione gathered up the baby's things before touching Harry's shoulder gently. Harry turned and bent to brush a soft key on each baby's head and then hugged Hermione. "I'm sorry, my own. I didn't mean for your visit to turn all gloomy. I think I understand what you're saying, Harry. I just don't know what to tell you." Harry smiled a little. "What?" Hermione Granger Weasley is without an answer to a problem. "I'm shocked." She gave him another hug before leaving behind the levitating pram. Harry went to the bedroom and laid down on the bed, curled up on his side. He felt the bed dip when Severus sat down. A steady hand rubbed circles on his back, but Severus didn't say anything, since Harry had his hands folded together under his cheek. Severus sat there until Harry was breathing softly, asleep. Back in the sitting room, he picked up the Braille notebook and wrote Harry a brief message. He laid the book by Harry's hand before going up to the headmaster's office. When Harry woke up he headed out to Hagrid's. It was dinner time but he had no desire to eat, and everyone would be at the tables, leaving him with some solitude with Salem, the Thestral foal. Still too young to be ridden, Salem was very attached to Harry, eagerly anticipating whatever raw meat scraps the man brought to her. She allowed Harry to freely run his hands over her body, from nose to tail to wing tips. Hagrid had told him that she would be a great ride, since she enjoyed the feel of his hands so much. The Thestrals were usually only trained to pull the Hogwarts carriages. Most of them remained wild and shied away from human contact. Salem's mother kept a watchful eye on her young one, but Hagrid had said she seemed to know that Harry meant no harm and she never tried to nudge Salem away from him. Harry always saved a scrap for her when he fed Salem. Harry remembered how bizarre the Thestrals had appeared, the first time he saw them. It was hard to mesh that memory with what he felt now, the beauty of the lines and muscles in Salem's body. Even though she was cold to the touch, without the visual input of her skeletal and macabre form she felt beautiful. He rested his head against her shoulder. "I know why you hide away from people. If they could only see the beauty beneath, they don't see me either. They only see a blind man who once did a great thing." HP. Severus asked himself again if he was doing the right thing. What could the woman possibly know? But he had to try something, anything, to break this cycle of depression that Harry had become caught in. He entered the gates of the school and strode up to the door to enter the cool interior. All around him people were laughing as they signed to one another. He passed an open classroom door where people were being taught Braille. He stopped and watched as a young girl exploded with joyous laughter after finally getting the pattern under her fingertips and reading a sentence. A hand on his arm brought him out of his observations and he turned to see Mina's smiling face. When Severus didn't smile in return, she motioned, "Come, let's have tea and talk." An hour later, Severus was still asking questions. But he is where he wishes to be. Why isn't he happy? What is he doing? Is he being a productive part of his environment? He needs to feel that he is contributing somehow. This sounded similar to what Harry had been saying. He does whatever he wishes to do. He participates in whatever activities he feels like doing. What is there to be unhappy about? Mina saw the genuine puzzlement on Severus's face. All of us fantasize about having unlimited leisure time, not having duties or responsibilities, being free to indulge in whatever we wish. But the reality is that the human being who is of normal intellect needs the stimulation of being needed in some manner. No matter how lovely the thought of aimlessly drifting through life may be, one needs to have an occupation, some kind of duty that makes a difference to those around him. She looked at Severus closely. "My guess is that you took him home and helped him get reacquainted with it. After that, he has been allowed the freedom to do whatever it is that pleases him. Does he wish to read? All right. Does he wish to work in a garden? All right. Does he wish to do nothing? All right. Then, do you begin to see the problem? Severus stared at her for a long time before nodding. He believes that he is not necessary to those around him. Exactly. He needs to be doing something that makes a difference, helping, working, producing, at something that is more than just a token to his friends and loved ones. He needs to begin to move outside of what he has become comfortable with. It is not unusual for what has seemed to be a smooth transition to suddenly be awash with depression and even fear of what might be to come. Mina saw that Severus understood. He understood even more than she could imagine. Harry had gone from being the boy who lived, to the man who defeated Voldemort. His whole life had been a drama of preparation for that goal. Now he was without any concrete goals. He was used to focus and there was nothing outside his relationship with Severus on which to do that. They finished their tea and Severus thanked her for her help. "Give Harry my love." "I will do that," Severus answered. SSSSSSSSSS. Severus returned to Hogwarts, stopping again at Albus's office. The old wizard was more than glad to have a hand in furthering Harry's happiness. "You are certain that he will not see it as more meddling on my part?" "Oh, I believe that he will be suspicious. I will assure him that we all only want what is right for him. He will have to work to prove his worth and that is what he needs to do. You will speak to Pomona. Pomona has already extolled Harry's virtues in her greenhouses. I do not doubt that she will be more than willing to apprentice him." ADSSADSSADSS. Severus stopped in his own quarters before going to Harry's. The Slytherin founder's portrait hissed a complaint about that holy witch bothering him again and Severus ignored him. He gathered a couple of books from his shelves, changed into more casual clothing, and then headed to Harry's. Joan gave him a smile and then immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, good sir. No one is to be allowed in tonight." "Explain." Severus glowered at her. She bit her lip, but put a hand on the hilt of the sword she wore on her hip. "Master Harry desires to be left alone and undisturbed, sir." "Is he all right?" Severus asked with concern. Joan disappeared out of the frame, returning a few minutes later. She was obviously distressed. "Master Harry is upset. I cannot see him, but I can hear him in the other room. I believe he is crying." "Open the door, Joan." "But he doesn't want. I ordered you to use discretion." Severus glowered darkly at the portrait. "This is where you make a choice between helping him and remaining his guard, or refusing to allow me in to help and end up being hexed into the same portrait as those harpies from the Inquisition." Joan hurriedly allowed the door to swing open and Severus entered. It shut softly behind him and Severus stood there listening. Joan was right. Harry was weeping, but it was with the kind of shaking gasps that spoke of being out of control of his emotions at the moment. Severus went to the bedroom door. Harry sat on the floor, leaning against the bed. His head was in his hands, fingers gripping hair so that it stuck up through them in great spikes. Severus could see how wretched the young man was feeling and his own heart clutched. But he had to shake Harry out of this tailspin. He sat down on the floor in front of him and gripped his shoulders firmly. When Harry looked up towards him, he entered his mind. "Harry, stop this." The sound of Severus's voice in his head arrested his agonized cries and he looked surprised. "You came back. You're here." "Of course I am here. This is where I want to be." "But you don't need me, I'm nothing." Severus gave him a shake. "You are what you make yourself to be. Set a goal or I shall set one for you. But you will begin to work towards a purpose." "I had a purpose. Now it's done." "I had a purpose, too, and now it's done. Shall I sit down and lament my inability to see any further and wallow in self-pity?" Harry's eyes hardened. "Is that what you think I'm doing? Wallowing in self-pity? Aren't you?" He was silent and then suddenly launched himself at the other man, fists flying. He caught Severus in the jaw before Severus was able to catch his hands and subdue him. Harry struggled, screaming at Severus to release him. Wrestling for better control, Severus finally had Harry up against his chest, arms held behind his back. The attack shook him. Was he doing the right thing by confronting Harry like this? "Stop it at once. You are not a child to throw a tantrum when things are not going your way. You know you want to leave. Just do it already. Leave." Severus's arms tightened around the struggling man. Harry thought that he wanted to leave. Surely, not after all that had happened. and then it occurred to Severus that Harry was pushing him away, unconsciously trying to see if Severus remained firm or if he would take the opportunity to escape the relationship. Severus sighed. He knew that he would do whatever it took to get Harry back to a strong place again. Keeping his arms tight, he put his cheek against Harry's so that Harry could feel him talking. He was no longer in Harry's mind, having been jarred out by the physical struggle. Instead, he simply kept up a stream of gentle words against Harry's ear, letting him feel the breath of them. He began rocking slowly, willing Harry to relax and stop struggling against his hold. Gradually he did relax, even slumping against Severus in defeat. "I'm sorry. You don't have to restrain me anymore. I won't try to hit you again." That was inexcusable. I don't even know where that came from. Severus didn't let go, although he relaxed his arms a bit. Sliding his hands down Harry's arms, he took the other man's hands and found them cold to the touch. He spent some minutes rubbing warmth back into them as Harry leaned back against him. After he felt that Harry had regained a better degree of calm, he spelled, "I went to see Mina." Harry started at that. "Why?" "Because I was at a loss as to how to help you." Harry waited, afraid to ask, but then blurting out before he could stop it, "What did she say?" Severus rubbed Harry's hands some more before answering. "She indicated that you need to expand your world. You need to have a sense of purpose. I thought that you already did, and for that, I am sorry. You need more. You have already come to the realization that you need your Newt scores. You were right that whatever comes to you must be on terms earned by your work and not by the name Potter." Harry was listening, even as his fingers closed to grip Severus's tightly. "What if I can't do it? That's what I keep thinking. Maybe I can't really be anything in this world if I can't see or hear. You have come such a long way. You are proficient in ways that I cannot even imagine, with your abilities to sense magical auras, to feel the magic in the very earth as you work with it in the greenhouses. But I don't know what to do next, how to keep going, what direction to take. I have taken the liberty of speaking to Albus on your behalf. He had already set up the Braille textbooks for you, so it wasn't such a surprise to him when I asked him to speak to Pomona. If your Newt scores are adequate, he will ask her to consider offering you an apprenticeship. She would, even if Albus didn't ask. You misunderstand, Harry. You will have to earn the right to an apprenticeship, just like anyone else would. Your scores will have to be high enough in the requisite subjects. It will not be simply handed to you because you are Harry Potter." Harry was very still. "Then, you made sure of this. It will be just like I am anyone else. Aside from the fact that you are older, and will have to have certain accommodations for the tests, yes, you will be tested just like anyone else. No honorary degrees or certificates." Harry turned around and put his arms around Severus, leaning his head on the man's shoulder. "Thank you." Severus gently pulled Harry's hands from around his neck and sighed, "Could we move this to a more comfortable surface? Or are you enjoying the freezing stone floor?" Harry stood up and Severus followed, wincing as he stretched. They went to the sitting room, where Harry pulled out several textbooks and took one end of a sofa. Severus took the other end after taking some parchment from the desk Harry had added to a corner. He really had to begin work on next year's curriculum, but he wanted to be here with Harry. Harry stretched out his legs so that his feet were against Severus and Severus responded by doing the same. As the two of them worked, they would occasionally give the foot beside them a caress, just to touch each other. Once Harry had cemented his goals, nothing dissuaded him from his intense study. Pomona had agreed to offer an apprenticeship based on Harry's Newt scores. She was aggravated that she could not simply take him on, and the Hufflepuff head of house was hard-pressed to keep her standards at their normal levels. She had seen what Harry could do with plants. She knew he would be a great herbology master. But Severus extracted her promise that Harry would earn the right to be her protégé just like anyone else would have done. Harry was informed that in addition to herbology, he needed high scores on charms, transfiguration, astronomy, and potions. "I guess it's good that I have such an inside track with the potions master, huh?" he said one evening. Severus gave him a small pinch on the arm to show his displeasure. Harry could not benefit from his usual sneer, but the pinch conveyed the feeling just as well. "You will get no leniency from me, Mr. Potter. I will help you revise, but you will do well to stuff as much information in that Gryffindor brain as possible before the exams. The ministry set the date when all the proctors would be available, and Harry found that he had less than 1 month to finish preparing. Hermione came over during the day with the twins. Severus would drop in at lunch and find them immersed in reading or discussing points of fact, each with a baby in one arm while signing with the opposite hand. She had not mentioned Harry's minor breakdown to him, but she discussed it with Severus. I know now what he meant. He was comparing my own need to excel against being a wife and mother. What does one have to do with the other? He needs to know he is succeeding because he is doing the work for it, not having it handed to him. She looked up at Severus, putting the baby on her shoulder. Harry will do this, you know. He will pass the NEWTs. Severus hesitantly held out his hands to take the baby, and she blinked in surprise, but handed the little boy to him. He answered her, yes, I know that he will. Just as I know that I will not stop searching for the Black Phoenix. The baby on his shoulder gave a burp that seemed out of proportion to the little body, and he canted his head to make sure that nothing had been unleashed upon his black teaching robes. Looking at Hermione, he said, thank you for sharing this with him. He dreams of having a child. Here, he hesitated, reluctant to admit too much. A child of our own. Hermione gave him a small smile. I told Ron as much. He will come all the way around eventually. He's just used to being Harry's right-hand mate, and it's been hard for him to see you take that spot. Severus rubbed small circles on the tiny back. He will always be Harry's first real friend. Yes, but the honor of best friend is now yours. And that is as it should be, Severus. Ron and I are best friends now. Yes, we still have our other very close friends, but now the closest circle is just us, and the babies. You and Harry have that too. Severus stared at her for a long moment. She was right. He now had what he had not had before, even as a child or teenager. His friendship with Albus was more of a mentor-parental one. His friendship with Harry had gone through several stages: teacher-student, hateful teacher, stubborn student, mentor-student, mentor-comrade, comrade-comrade, and now companions of the closest sort. Harry looked up from his book and said wryly, if the two of you are finished, I do have a few questions that I need to discuss. Severus handed the baby back to Hermione, then leaned down to graze his lips against Harry's temple before leaving for his next class. Harry sat back once he was gone and sighed. I don't know how I'll do in potions, Hermione. How will I know how the test potion is coming along if I can't see it? Severus has had me brewing every night, but he's there to tell me what it looks like when I add the ingredients. He won't be there during the exam. She took his hand and said, trust yourself, Harry. Trust your abilities. We've revised over and over. You know the material. We've practiced spells and charms until I know that you couldn't do them better if you had 20/20 vision. Harry nodded. I'm just nervous, I guess. Everyone is nervous when they do the NEWTs. Nasty, remember. HPHWHPHWHP. After dinner the night before the exams, Severus noticed that Harry was reading a book called Planting by the Alignment of the Stars. He leaned over and tugged at Harry's hand, and then said, that is not a textbook. Sev, my head is as stuffed full of information as you said to do. If I don't know it now, I won't. I need to try and relax. My neck is so stiff. He rubbed his neck as he flexed his head from side to side. If I could see, my eyes would be crossed by now. Severus got up and sat down again, this time behind Harry. Harry made an appreciative noise as Severus began to expertly massage his neck and shoulders. He moved his fingers up to Harry's temples, gently pulling his head back to rest against his chest. After a while, he rested his arms across Harry's chest and his chin on top of Harry's head. Harry put his hands into Severus's and Severus signed, you will do well. I am proud of you. Will you wait outside for me? Yes. Albus is covering my classes so that I can accompany you to the ministry. Harry turned on to his side so that he could wind an arm around Severus as he lay against him. He loved feeling the heartbeat beneath his cheek, feeling the gentle rise and fall of the other man's breathing. Thank you for making this possible. You are the one making it possible for yourself. Harry thought he would like to argue that and then decided that it would only decrease the time he could spend like this. So he chose to keep silent and enjoy this time. Hopefully, by this time tomorrow night he would have passed his NEWTs. He wondered if he would have to wait the length of time that other students did to get his results. Maybe, since he was the only one, he would get the results faster. HPSSHPSSHP. Severus waited impatiently outside the offices where Harry sat the nude examinations. He had been allowed to bring Harry in and acquaint him to the setup of the room, and introduce him to the wizards who would be administering the tests. For them, he had brought the Braille notebook, and he explained how to write their questions in it so that Harry could read them. The testing wizards were among the top in their fields outside of Hogwarts. He could see that they were eager to be the ones who were testing the boy who lived, seeing him in action, even if it was only here and not in a legendary battlefield. Severus had fixed each one of them with his patented dark glare and reminded them that he was just outside the door, should any difficulties arise. He stopped his pacing to close his eyes and will himself to calmness, hoping that Harry would feel it and draw strength from it. HPSSHPSSHP. Severus looked up when the door across the hall opened. Draco stood there, shaking the hand of the wizard beside him. Other wizards shook his hand and Severus heard them saying, "Congratulations, Mr. Malfoy. Your official results will come by owl, but we feel free to tell you that your performance was exemplary. Your requests to be considered for apprenticeships will be sent, along with official score documentation, to those whom you indicated on your forms." "Thank you. I appreciate your time." The door closed behind Draco and he turned to look at Severus with his one gray eye. Severus stood up to greet his godson. "If you had told me. Harry needed you to accompany him. I needed to do this alone." Severus looked apologetic. "I had forgotten that you two were still in hospital when the NEWTs were given at Hogwarts. I would have helped you to prepare." "I had help." He grinned crookedly. "Ginny has been a hard taskmaster. Since she just took her own not long ago, she knew what to expect." Severus raised an eyebrow in question. Draco shook his head and clicked his tongue. "Really, Severus, was I ever one to key and tell?" That statement alone told Severus volumes, and he smirked at Draco. He heard footsteps hurrying down the corridor and they turned to see the woman in question coming towards them. She nodded to Severus with a polite greeting but turned immediately to Draco. "Well, I'm sure that I passed." Ginny unashamedly flung her arms around the blonde man and he wrapped his around her slender shoulders. After pressing a key to Draco's mouth, she turned to Severus. "Professor, we could all go celebrate when Harry finishes. I already made reservations for us, but I can easily change them to a table for 4. Severus shook his head. "Thank you, Miss Weasley. I believe that Draco would rather have you to himself." Draco gave Severus a knowing smirk. "I'm sure Harry wishes the same from you, Severus. Perhaps later we can meet for drinks." Severus nodded and watched the two of them walk away with arms around each other. He was glad for Draco, even if it was bizarre to see him in such closeness with a red-headed Weasley. Fire and ice indeed. It was not too much longer when the door behind Severus opened and Harry stood there, a pinched look on his face. The difference between his exit from the exams and Draco's was jarring. The wizards behind him had tense looks on their own faces and Severus narrowed his eyes at the nearest one when he handed Severus the Braille notebook. "He undoubtedly passed," the man stated. "But when we saw that he was actually asking for his scores to be sent in a request for an apprenticeship. If he is able to do the necessary work, then he has earned the right to an apprenticeship." Severus's voice was hard as he stared around at the men. He noted that Harry's hands were clenched into fists. He opened the Braille notebook to the last round of questioning. Instead of asking Harry to merely write an essay regarding the last magical subject of charms, they had added comments regarding their condolences regarding his inability to go any further in the wizarding world. Severus snapped the book shut in a fury. He is capable of going further. It is small-minded men like you who insist that there be limitations where there are none. But seeing him work in any field that we can think of is absurd. One little, wizened wizard exclaimed. "He cannot see or hear. How will he know that he is performing his duties correctly?" Another added, "While he certainly answered his examination questions to our satisfaction, and demonstrated more than outstanding abilities in the practical performance, we cannot in good conscience make any recommendations regarding his placement with anyone, It would put an unfair burden upon that Witcher wizard. The man had the tiniest of smirks on his face, and Severus narrowed his eyes even more. We will, of course, award him an honorary certificate. He is the savior of the wizarding world, after all, isn't he? Severus reached for Harry's hand to pull him to his side, tucking the hand in the crook of his arm. Harry's fingers closed convulsively on his sleeve, and Severus knew that he was feeling the high tension surrounding him. He sneered at the wizards. Then it is a good thing that he does not have to depend on you for a proper recommendation. A position is already waiting for him, and he has already proven himself to be more than able to fill it. Send his scores to Hogwarts, without your short-sighted commentary. He turned and led Harry down the hall to the lifts. One of the men muttered something about him being a Death Eater who was let to go free, and Severus almost stopped to turn and hex him. Harry's hand tightening even more on his arm stopped him, and he continued into the lift to descend to the level of the atrium. His mind was in a turmoil as he tried to think of what to say to Harry. He obviously realized what the examiners had been thinking. They had actually written as much in the Braille notebook. The imbeciles had probably caused Harry to slide back into despondency. It would be even more difficult to get him to see himself as worthy and successful. Focused as he was on these thoughts, it took him a few seconds to realize that they had exited the lift, but were barred from moving forward. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Harry sliding his wand out of his sleeve, even as his mind registered the person in front of him with a wand at his heart. His own wand had been checked upon arrival, all visitors having to surrender them, and he was unarmed. Harry only had his because he had needed it to do the practical portion of the exams. The armed wizard backed them up into an alcove between lifts. Severus met the man's eyes and noted how they slid away quickly to keep him from legitimizing him. He had yet to speak a word, but the wand held steady in its aim. Harry was very subtly spelling against Severus' arm, and Severus moved slightly to give him better position, hiding the finger movements. The man sneered at them and hissed, "At last, I will be the one to kill the traitor and the boy who destroyed our master. I will gain such reward." Severus sneered back, his goal to distract the man from the finger-spelling conversation he and Harry were sharing. "Reward? From whom will you receive this reward? I do not recognize you, therefore you must have been in the lowest reaches of Voldemort's regime." The man shuddered at the mention of Voldemort's name, and he screamed, drawing the attention of others in the atrium. A small crowd began to gather curiously, and there were a few gasps when they caught sight of the wands pointed. More gasps and surprised murmurings sounded when they recognized Harry Potter, the reclusive hero who had not been seen in wizarding public since the final battle. The Death Eater heard the voices of excitement behind him and realized that they were not cheering him on, but in fact were calling for Harry to finish him off. He looked at the pair in front of him. Snape was still smirking at him, and it was so maddening. The man had always had the Dark Lord's ear, when it should have been him. He had worked just as hard as the elite inner circle. He should have been a part of it. If he had, the battle would not have gone awry. He would have protected the Dark Lord until he had secured Potter's death. No matter, he would kill Potter now. He would be a hero to those who had followed the darkness, and he would be hailed as the new right hand too. The Death Eater paused and tilted his head. Who was he fighting for? He had worked his way into this place, to be here for just such a time when Potter showed up at the ministry. Now the time had come and he was frozen with indecision. This had been the goal, but what would happen after this? Where was the other Death Eater, the one who had told him Harry was inside the ministry today? He noticed that Harry was making some kind of signs with his hands on the traitor's arm, and he screamed, "Back away from him. Stop touching him." Severus saw the glint of madness in the man's eye, and he did not want to leave Harry standing alone. He wanted to stand in front of him and protect him at all cost, but he did not have his wand. Merlin. He and Albus had discussed the likelihood of people recognizing Harry when they saw him. They had anticipated that there would be some sort of outcry of welcome. But neither had anticipated that there might still be a Death Eater within the ministry, ready to carry out their last orders from the side of darkness. Harry had been signing that he felt the evil magic, the darkness standing in front of them, and that he also felt all the other magical signatures in the vicinity. He knew that Severus did not have his wand, and he was asking Severus to keep him pointed at only the enemy and not at any innocent bystanders. Now, He felt Severus gently removing his hand from the crook of his arm. Severus managed to give him a brief sign for "careful" before the fingers left him standing there without contact. For a moment he felt panic well up inside, and then a surge of determination. He could take out this one enemy. He knew he could. Those wizards in the exams did not have any faith that he could use his magic for anything useful. He knew they were wrong. He let his wand tip drop and drift to the side. As he suspected, the action caused a rise in the excitement of the man in front of him. There was an overconfidence born of madness in the magic that surrounded him. He spoke calmly, "You won't be able to get out of here, you know. By attacking here you have sealed your own fate. Not a very strategic move, is it?" Now he could feel the anger, as well as the tension from the others surrounding them. Severus felt calm enough, and that actually gave him strength. Severus was confident in him, not afraid that he couldn't do what was necessary. In the atrium, the crowd had realized that the standoff involved Harry Potter and a Death Eater, and someone had gone for the oars. The man holding his wand on Harry and Severus did not seem to be aware of anyone but them. Harry felt the magical signatures swirling around him, but in the next moment, he felt a jolt of recognition, causing him to stiffen and grip his wand even more. Severus was standing as calmly as he could, as he wished desperately for the wand that wasn't there. He knew that orders had been sent for. He was glaring continuously at witches and wizards who seemed to be drawn closer to the scene when they should have been backing away. What was wrong with these people? Were they so daft as to believe that this was some kind of show for their entertainment? Did they think that this was some sort of staged appearance for Harry's re-entrance into wizarding society? Didn't they hear the man in front of them going on about Voldemort? He wished again for his wand, to be able to defend the young man at his side, to finish this once and for all. Then, from away behind the Death Eater, through the crowd, he caught sight of the familiar platinum blonde hair. Draco was making his way towards them. From another direction, Severus could see the wizards who had overseen Harry's exams. His eyes almost slid over them, dismissing them as less than useful in this situation, when an expression in one of their faces caught his attention. The look was one of intense concentration, not on Harry or himself, but on the man who held them at bay. The wizard easily slid through the crowd to the side of the Death Eater. Severus could not hear what the man muttered just behind the man's head, but Harry was cocking his head like a dog that had caught an interesting noise with sensitive ears. To Severus's surprise, Harry smiled with a feral gleam in his green eyes. "I thought so. No way this idiot could have been acting alone. I thought I caught a whiff of your dark stink back during the exams, and you almost managed to cover it. Now I smell it, a Death Eater within the Ministry. What a surprise." Severus narrowed his eyes at the Ministry examiner, and the man purpled with fury, and then went pale as he realized that Harry was exposing him before this crowd. Severus himself was stunned. He had thought that Harry was upset by the exam results itself, and the comments made by the examiners. But Harry had felt the dark magic of this examiner and had gone through with the exams anyway, waiting to make certain of his beliefs. This was not the fragile Harry. This was the Harry that had defeated an evil Dark Lord and was recovered from his injuries enough to face the rest of the evil minions. He was strong enough and confident enough, even being blind and deaf. Severus saw the examiner draw his wand, and it was as if everything slowed down to slow motion. The first Death Eater glanced to his side and saw his comrade attacking. He raised his wand even higher and his mouth began to utter the killing curse at Harry. Severus saw a blonde blur as Draco came hurtling through the crowd to ram himself into the back of the examiner. The wand in the examiner's hand was jarred free and went sailing towards Harry and Severus. Severus dove forward to catch it, attempting to block the killing curse with as strong a shield as he could raise using a strange wand. Harry had raised his own wand again, a blinding white light erupting from its tip to stun those directly in front of him. The Death Eater and the Ministry examiner fell, toppling together in a tangle of arms, legs, and robes. Draco and several others were caught in the path of the spell and added to the pile-up, as those onlookers finally seemed shaken from their ogling to react with screams of panic. This irritated Severus no end, as this was the safe end of the situation now. Ron and several other Aurors waded through the melee, trying to sort out who was who. Amidst it all, Harry stood straight, his wand now at his side. Severus kept the captured wand in his own hand, but moved to touch Harry's shoulder. Harry immediately gripped his hand, spelling anxiously. Check their arms. They have to be marked. Who else did I hit? I couldn't narrow down my focus and know I still got the two I wanted. It's all right, Severus spelled. The Death Eaters are stunned and the Aurors are checking them now. Stand here and let me see to Draco. He was caught in your spell because he had attacked the Ministry Examiner from behind. Harry nodded, letting Severus loose reluctantly. The Aurors were binding the downed Death Eaters. Severus knelt down and pushed up their sleeves, revealing the dark marks on their forearms. Ron's supervisor grimaced. I thought we were done with that lot. Severus glared up at him. The man had been a Hufflepuff back in his school days, so it should not have been a surprise that he was so ready to believe that all was right in the world. There will always be those who continue to blindly follow their misguided ideals. Darkness is not so easily eradicated. Its lure is timeless and can be strong in the weak-minded. The man flushed at being lectured to by the professor, but the others around him nodded, accepting the advice and words of Severus Snape. The innocent had been separated from the tangle. Ginny had forced her way through the crowd and joined her brother beside Draco. The blonde was gripping his thigh with white fingers, and Ron had motioned a Medawizard to their side. A few waves of the man's scanning wand and he muttered, "Femur broken, again. You'll have to go to St. Mungo's, sir. This re-injury is dangerous. The break means that you are at risk for embolisms. Stay still and I'll get a stretcher." Ginny had a soothing hand on Draco's shoulder and she used the other to sweep the hair out of his face. He just looked up at her and Severus saw the brief expression of gratitude that she wasn't leaving him. He looked down at his godson. "I will be by later to check on you, Draco. It appears you are in good company at present." Ginny blushed up at him as her hand found Draco's, but she nodded, indicating that she would stay with him. Severus stepped back to Harry and tucked his hand into the crook of his arm again. The crowd was moving on now, people anxious to go and gossip or discuss what had happened now that it was over. Several of them passed close to Harry and could not seem to resist reaching out and touching his shoulder or his arm, murmuring thanks or gratitude for acting yet again to fight evil forces. They went to the security reception desk and Severus got his wand back. The receptionist shook her head as she handed it back. Seems like the wrong people have their wands taken away while the ones who shouldn't even be inside the ministry have whatever they need to attack decent folk. Severus gave her a curt nod and led Harry away before the woman could work up a lather. They went through the flow and landed on the hearth rug of Albus's office. Severus looked around and rolled his eyes in annoyance. The other castle flows must have been locked down when Albus heard of the attack inside the ministry. Albus stood there, a very worried expression on his face that cleared when he saw that both men appeared unhurt. "Severus, is Harry?" "He is unhurt." One of the ministry examiners wore the dark mark, and apparently gave the information that Harry would be present at the ministry to yet another Death Eater. The assault was ill-planned, fortunately. Harry easily recognized the dark signatures. Albus gave a sigh of relief. Severus continued, "Draco was also taking his exams. He was in the atrium and was able to disarm the ministry official. His leg was injured again and he was taken to St. Mungo's." Albus was staring at Harry's tension-filled face, and Severus realized in that moment that he had not spared more than a few cursory explanations for the young man. He took Harry's hands and began to fingerspell a retelling of the events from his perspective. It did not go unnoticed by him that Harry spelled in return and did not speak aloud. As they talked, Harry seemed to become more upset than less so. Finally, he sat there, staring into a space no one could see. Severus only thought that he could no longer be surprised by questions that Harry had. "If I can feel dark magic, if it gave me such satisfaction to hex those men, if I feel disappointment because I didn't kill them, does that mean I could become the next Dark Lord? If I can feel dark magic, if it gave me such satisfaction to hex those men, if I feel disappointment because I didn't kill them, does that mean I could become the next Dark Lord?" Had he heard Harry correctly? Surely the man could not seriously believe that he was capable of being as evil as Voldemort. He held tighter to the cold hands in his. Emphatically, he signed, "You are not a dark wizard. You never will be." "How do you know?" Harry withdrew his hands from Severus's to keep him from interrupting him. You told me that Voldemort's wand core was from a black phoenix. I have thought and thought about that all this time. I tried to remember if we had ever heard of it in Care of Magical Creatures, or history, and I can't. I looked for it while I studied for the NEWTs. It wasn't there. He stood up and slowly turned towards the perch where Fawkes sat. The fiery phoenix was watching Harry with gleaming eyes as he approached. Harry's voice was soft, as if he was giving each word measured consideration before he said it. That must mean that it's either a myth, or rare enough to escape mention in either of those two classes. He reached out a finger towards Fawkes. At first, Severus thought the phoenix was going to either avoid Harry's hand altogether or even give him a sharp bite. Then it seemed as if Fawkes made up his mind about it and allowed Harry to pet his head. If it was so rare as to not even be mentioned, then maybe it not only injured me, maybe it planted something in me that is beginning to grow as I get my strength back. I felt it when I wanted to hurt you when you made me angry. Severus had to interrupt him then. He could not take the distant look of self-loathing that had begun to form on Harry's face. He wrapped his arms around the younger man and tucked the messy black head under his chin. Harry didn't try to break free, but neither did he return the embrace. In all his search for the elusive bird, he had only focused on the potential for being able to return Harry's sight and hearing. He looked at Albus over the top of Harry's head. The headmaster had a saddened expression on his own face, as if this point of view was also new to him. I really must be getting old, to have not seen this possibility. It would have been like Tom to think of this ultimate in revenge. Surely you cannot lend credence to this line of thinking, Albus. Severus knew that Harry could feel him speaking, and the lack of response, the lack of curiosity in what Severus was saying, made him even colder. Albus nodded his head. Yes, as insane as Tom was, he may have thought that even if Harry managed to defeat him, the last laugh would still be his. If this is true, if the use of the Black Phoenix in cursing Harry could impart a blackness to him, then Tom would have gleefully died to make it come to pass. After all, if Harry turns, then the darkness was never really defeated. Severus paled, even as he unconsciously tightened his arms around Harry even more. At this, Harry finally did put his own arms around Severus's waist. His voice was a whisper against Severus's chest. Albus thinks so, doesn't he? I could be turning dark, couldn't I? A faint tremor rose up along the spine that Severus was stroking. Severus led Harry to a small sofa and sat him down so that he could clasp his hands. He signed, I have been looking for the Black Phoenix ever since the final battle. Why? Harry frowned deeply. Why would you be doing that? Because I believe that its tears might heal your eyes, your ears. I did not want to tell you because I did not want to raise your hopes. That is where I have been going, taking Draco with me, at times, to follow leads. That's how you were poisoned that time, when you fell out of that tree. Yes, and the other times when I came back out of sorts. It was because the trail failed to yield up the bloody bird. Harry smiled slightly. For me, yes, for you. Severus squeezed his hands. In all honesty, this is the first that Albus has thought of any other possible effects the Black Phoenix core may have had on you. I certainly never considered that there may have been anything other than the obvious injuries. But we are wrong, it was only those that we could see. Harry shook his head. I don't think so. It feels right. It feels like there has been something there all along, and hexing those two Death Eaters today broke it out of some kind of shell. He looked directly at Severus then. It felt good to hurt them. I wanted to do more, but all the light magic around me kept me from simply blasting them into oblivion. You were too full of light to let darkness grow inside you, Harry. That's why you didn't do anything other than stun them. I killed Voldemort, Sev. I had to have dark thoughts to do that. It is in me. I feel it now that I know what it is. Then I will double my efforts to find the Black Phoenix. If the tears can heal you, perhaps they can eradicate the darkness as well. I will find a way. Harry leaned into his embrace then, exhausted beyond belief at all that had happened today. He knew better than to doubt Severus's determination. But this time it was very nearly impossible to find anything positive to hang his hopes on. Had Voldemort found a way to attack him, even in death? HP. Severus led Harry back to his rooms, assuring Joan that he would be all right when she gasped at his pale and exhausted face. He ordered up a light meal and tea and sat Harry on one end of the sofa as they waited. Without signing, he held Harry's hands, gently rubbing warmth back into them, reminding him that he wasn't alone. When the food appeared, he had to insist that Harry eat at least a bit before he settled back and put his feet up on the sofa. With a snap of his fingers, Severus had a light blanket zooming in from the bedroom and he draped it over Harry even as the green eyes closed in a troubled sleep. Severus took the Braille notebook from his robe pocket and wrote a note to tell Harry where he was going. After sitting beside the sleeping man and letting his fingers comb through the black hair for a few moments, he sighed and then left to apparate to St. Mungo's to check on Draco. Had he been seated with darkness when he had been injured as well? SSHP SSHP SSHP. For the first time since the final battle, Harry's awoke with the scar on his forehead blazing as if branded anew. The pain was nauseating and he sat up quickly, hands clapped to the scar as he leaned forward with his elbows on his knees. Deep breaths calmed the worst of it and he wished for the potion that he had been given back in those days when they could only hope to dull the attack through the mark there. He focused on willing the pain away, remembering the practice of occlumency, drawing it back to himself, a faithful friend returning. He stood up, swaying, and slowly made his way to the bathroom. The effort made him weak all over again, the occlumency slipping until he was on his knees in front of the toilet, heaving. That was how Severus found him a few hours later, his head resting on crossed arms, supported by the porcelain bowl. He wet a flannel and laid it on the back of Harry's neck. He took one of Harry's hands and spelled that he was going after some potions. Harry merely gave him a little wave. Once Severus had the stomach calming and headache potions down him, he lifted Harry up from the floor and led him to the sink, handing him a glass of water. Harry rinsed his mouth out before taking a long drink of just plain water. Severus led him out to the bed and sat him down, then gently began to take off shoes, socks, shirt and pants. Harry just sat there, and when he was stripped, Severus pushed him down onto the bed and then covered him with the duvet. Spelling slowly, Severus watched Harry's face as he said, "You will not turn dark. I know that you are letting this possibility take root in your mind and it is already causing you to feel guilt and heartache." Harry turned his face away, rolling onto his side away from Severus. Yes, he knew that was why he was so sick right now. The thought that an insidious dark was growing in him had literally made him ill. He wondered if he would retain enough of his mind for long enough to gather the courage to end his own miserable life. He had to, didn't he? Before he turned into another Voldemort. Severus stripped himself down and crawled under the covers with the shivering man, pulling him back into his arms. Harry was cold to the bone, a chill coming from deep inside him. Severus could feel the despair in him, knew that this was not over by a long shot. Harry was now convinced that he was doomed to be the next Dark Lord after performing a simple stunning hex. He had to find the Black Phoenix quickly, before this Gryffindor-hearted man did something foolish. The very real trouble was, Severus had become convinced that Harry's fears were just. After speaking at length with Draco at St. Mungo's, it had become clear that something more than the obvious injuries had been inflicted on both men. SSHP SSHP SSHP. Severus strode into the ward where Draco lay, Ginny at his side. The blonde looked up at him, eyes steely. "Does he feel it too?" The voice was cold and brittle. Ginny looked at Severus with worry. "He believes that something dark is inside him, from the battle wounds." "The wounds from Voldemort, specifically," Draco clarified. "Harry and I are the only survivors of his wand's work, aren't we?" Severus studied the man laying there for a long moment. The face was pinched in pain, even though the leg was encased in some kind of healing energy spell. Draco followed his gaze and snarled, "It can't be healed correctly, it never really was. I caught a glancing blow from the wand Voldemort used. Not enough to kill, just maim me and ruin my life." Ginny reached out and put a small hand on his arm. He looked over at her, and seeing only understanding, but not pity, he let it lay there. It did feel warm and comforting, something he had not had a lot of in recent memory. Severus motioned a chair up to the other side of the bed and sat down after casting a strong privacy ward around them. Tell me exactly what it is that you are feeling. Severus listened as Draco began from the time of the battle and his injuries, the dreams during his coma, the dreams since. He listened as Draco described how he had felt the insidious darkness, but had thought that it was resentment at what he had lost. He had thought that it was simply the Slytherin in him that felt the joy flare up when he had hexed those muggles away from Harry. He had chalked it up to his inbred tendencies to fight when he had been exhilarated to have a chance to attack those Death Eaters in the Ministry. But then he had felt that overwhelming urge to get up and finish them when Harry had stunned them. He had wanted to hurt them, torture them, no matter that they were surrounded by all those others. He would get to them once he had finished the first two off. Only his leg being shattered and unable to support him had kept him down. It almost felt like some kind of imperious, I needed to get up and hurt someone. He looked sickened at his own words and was now grasping Ginny's hand in his as if to draw from her strength. Severus nodded, his thoughts in chaos. He had left Harry sleeping. He should have given him potions to stay asleep. If Draco was like this, how much more was Harry feeling the pull of darkness? SSDM SSDM SSDM. Severus woke up when he felt Harry's hands tracing the lines of his face. He seemed to think Severus was still asleep, because he began whispering. I'm sorry, I really wanted to tell you, now I guess it won't ever happen between us. How could it? I can't expect you to want to be around another dark wizard. You've done enough of that in your time. But I will miss you so much. Who would have thought, you and me? Twin tears slowly ran down Harry's cheeks. Severus raised a hand and wiped one away with his thumb, cupping Harry's face. Harry swallowed hard and rolled away. You weren't supposed to hear that. I thought you were asleep. Severus put his arms around the man and hugged him tightly, refusing to let him move any further away. When Harry finally stopped trying to leave his embrace, Severus moved his hands to Harry's. Tell me what it was you wanted to say. Harry lay there silently for a long time and Severus thought that he had decided not to say anything. Then he gripped Severus's hands hard in his own and whispered, I love you. I'm sorry, but I do. Why are you sorry? I'm very glad to hear that you feel the same way that I feel for you. I can't be what you want, what you need for me to be, what you deserve. You are everything I want and more, Harry. Harry shook his head but didn't argue. Severus continued, whatever this darkness is, we will fight it together. I am not leaving, nor will I allow you to leave. He pressed his lips to Harry's temple. What if it takes over me? What if I can't fight it? I'm so tired of fighting against evil. I'm afraid I'll fail and I'll end up being even worse than Voldemort. I thought that that part of my life was all well and done. Quote. Severus turned Harry around so that he could look into his eyes. He swept the hair off Harry's forehead and keyed the scar that had been such an icon of the war against Voldemort. I will not let you give up. I will not stop fighting for you. I love you. He kept his eyes looking deeply into Harry's, letting Harry hear his voice as he pressed his presence gently into his mind. Harry leaned his forehead against Severus's for a moment and then lifted his face so that his lips brushed Severus's. HPSS HPSS HPSS. Draco looked out the magical window beside his bed at St. Mungo's. It was spelled to look out at a starry sky right now, so it must be the middle of the night. In a chair beside the bed, Ginny was curled up like a cat, her hands together under a cheek as she slept. He reached out and took a strand of silky red hair and rubbed it between his fingers. His father would be furious that he was seeing a Weasley. He had always said that the pureblood family had allowed themselves to fall into financial ruin by aligning themselves with the wrong ideals. Draco thought that his father had been full of shite. Oh, he had toed family line, held reputation and social standing above everything else. He had learned the trademark smirk and disdainful sneer from the cradle. He had learned to expect to be pampered and spoiled. His father did not do any of that spoiling. He was above even showing care for his own son. But Draco had been given everything that money could buy. He had the clothing, the accessories, the lavish lifestyle of the Malfoy heir apparent. His mother had been cold. Draco's earliest memories of her were of her stepping back from him when he reached out with glad arms to hug her around the knees. His house elf had taken him firmly by the hand and whispered for him to keep his hands off his mother's nice expensive skirts. Draco tried to understand, tried to be a better boy so his mother would allow him to sit at her feet while she read. Sometimes she did, sometimes she let him sit on the cushioned footstool in her parlor while she had ladies to tea. He had been taught to sit silently and still, no matter how often his cheek was pinched by manicured nails who proclaimed him to have such an angelic look about him. When Draco was 6, his father took a more active role in his education. Draco was taught by private tutors and he learned languages, fencing, maths, and social skills. Both of his parents constantly barraged him with etiquette rules, social standing lists, who to bow to, who to expect bows from. If he slipped up in a public way, there would be hell to pay later. Narcissa knew that Draco positively yearned for her approval and she gave it stintingly. For a social gaffe, she punished him by being even more remote from her adoring son, knowing that it hurt him far more than anything else could. Lucius was a physical punisher. He had his dungeons and Draco had been introduced to them quite early in life. Lucius would take Draco down to watch as staff were punished for infractions like neglecting to dust the library enough. As they watched, Lucius would explain how it was their right, as well as their duty, to discipline those beneath them. By the time he went to Hogwarts, Draco had mastered the cold veneer. He knew where he stood with his peers. He knew that he was expected to follow in his father's footsteps, although exactly what that entailed would come a few years later. At Hogwarts, Draco finally saw the differences in societal standings that he had heard so much about. At the manor, he had only ever seen those who were the rich and privileged purebloods. At Hogwarts, he met those from other classes. Purebloods who were not entitled, like the Weasleys. Half-bloods whose parents had done the unthinkable by breeding with muggles. And the worst of all, the mudbloods, those who had been born to muggle parents and should have been nothing more than glorified house elves. Lucius had warned him to try and make friends with Harry Potter when they met. It would suit the needs of Lucius's business associates if his son cultivated such a relationship. Unfortunately for Draco, Harry Potter was not as malleable as Lucius had hoped. Harry's rebuff of Draco's advances were nothing compared to the reception the news generated with his parents. The resentment of all things Harry Potter easily grew into hatred when Draco saw what an important place this ragged and scrawny boy held in the minds of the grown-ups around him. Even seeing the hatred for Potter in the eyes of his godfather, Severus Snape, made Draco see red. That hatred only meant that the boy who lived held a bigger place in the thoughts of his favorite uncle. Jealousy ruled his life and his actions, until one day Severus had thrust a small book at him as he sped by in a whirl of black robes. Draco had looked after the man's retreating footsteps with narrowed eyes, then looked down at the old book. He made his way to an unused classroom and read the entire thing twice before sitting back to think. When he made his way back to his dormitory, he had become a changed person on the inside. Severus had given him what could have been a weapon to have him destroyed by his father, the other Death Eaters, and especially Voldemort. At first, Draco contemplated doing exactly that, the desire for his father's approval and love almost winning out. Then he realized that his father wouldn't love him more. Lucius wasn't capable of love. He thirsted for power. Draco could offer him that. But the power would still be Lucius's, at the expense of Draco's betrayal. Draco would not gain any more of his father's affections, and he would lose his godfather. Severus had been a steady influence in Draco's life, and in him Draco had found the approval he had needed when he excelled at potions. Draco had gone to Severus a few nights later and they had discussed the book in depth, further cementing Draco's turn of loyalty when he discovered Severus to be a double agent. They had discussed how Draco could best influence the House of Slytherin and had come up with plans within plans to turn the children of Death Eaters away from their parents' fidelities. Severus had introduced Draco to Harry all over again, and this time Harry shook Draco's hand and welcomed his friendship, even as secret as it had to be. They all practiced dueling strategies with Dumbledore in the early morning hours after Harry had already led the secret sessions of students learning higher skills at defense from him. Yes, Draco had been jealous, still, of the boy who lived, but only because he held such an important place in the battles to come. When he really stepped back and thought about it, He realized that wanting what Harry had was a death wish, and he was foolish to covet it. Finally, he was able to turn the jealousy to a fierce loyalty to the side of light. During the final battle, Lucius' closest friends had seen his betrayal as Draco killed one Death Eater after another, before they saw that he wasn't on their side. They had pointed it out to a glowering Voldemort. Voldemort had casually tipped his new wand in Draco's direction. The curse had glanced off his left side, leaving him lying in a death-like heap, bloody and mangled. The casualness of the action had saved Draco. It had not been enough to kill him outright, although when he awoke in St. Mungo's weeks later he wished that it had. His left side was almost useless. He regained the use of his arm and hand first, and then his leg, with the help of a cane. He hated the cane with a passion, since it was so like the one his father had carried for effect. For Draco it was a necessity, and he made sure that it was as plain and as unadorned as possible. A little shorter than the staff that Mad-Eye Moody always had, Draco utilized it not only as a walking aid, but offensively and defensively, Draco remembering the fencing lessons of his childhood. He was determined that the new appendage would be more than just a crutch. His weeks had turned into months at St. Mungo's, as his mangled body slowly adapted for some use again. Draco was deeply resentful of the loss of his good looks, but even more so of the resentful looks that came his way because of his name. The word Malfoy was one that was sneered by anyone who had been on the side of the light, and that was everyone, since anyone foolish enough to be caught with dark loyalties had been arrested and sent to Azkaban. He had heard Severus's voice when the man began to visit the old wand maker. Although he was saddened that Severus had not come to see him as much as he thought he could have, he realized that their association too quickly would have put them both in a bad light. The wizarding world was too ready to keep blaming all the bad things of the war on anyone they could pin it on. Voldemort was dead. Harry Potter had mysteriously gone into hiding and no one really knew if he had lived or died in the encounter. Draco was the son of the still-at-large Lucius Malfoy, the Dark Lord's right-hand Death Eater. Even without his previous handsome face, Draco still made people very nervous, with his long, icy blonde hair, the one piercing, silver-gray eye. They saw Lucius, not Draco, who had fought at the side of Harry Potter and friends. Draco was alone, with no idea of how to incorporate himself back into polite society. Then he began to listen to the conversation Severus was trying to have with Ollivander. The Black Phoenix, the core of Voldemort's wand, had been Black Phoenix Tail Feather. Draco realized that his injuries had been complicated by this somehow. Why was Severus so interested? As Draco lay in his bed, thinking of these things took his mind off the pain. It gave him a place to be, beyond the starched sheets and the pain and the disabilities he was struggling to surmount. He remembered hearing Lucius bragging about the Dark Lord's new wand. What was it he had said? Draco had tended to shut out the mad, worshipful rhetoric that his father threw about concerning Voldemort. It was usually about how indispensable he was to the Dark Lord, how much he was depended on by the Dark Lord. Draco had grown good and sick of it long before he had switched allegiances. On one of his excursions from his bed, trying to accustom himself to life as a maimed wizard, he stepped to the door of the ward where Severus was trying to coax meaningful information from Ollivander. The elderly wizard had seen Draco and had frozen as if the devil himself was standing there. Draco knew immediately that Ollivander was seeing his father when he looked at him. All the time Draco had spent thinking finally culminated in a decision. "I'll go." Severus had leveled a narrowed gaze at him and Draco added firmly, "I'll go to Azkaban and ask my father how to find the Black Phoenix." Ollivander had stood there staring with his rheumy eyes and whispered, "He knows. His father knows." Severus broke off then and steered the old man back to his bed before leading Draco out of St. Mungo's until they were seated in a bar. It had been literally months since Draco had had anything stronger than pumpkin juice to drink, and the drinks seemed as easy to swallow as water. They had sat there and Draco confided that the date of Lucius's key had been set and that if he wanted to see his father he needed to do it soon. He thought that he might be able to get his father to tell him what he knew of the Black Phoenix. Severus was suspicious of his motives, but Draco had also decided that his life would be intolerable if people everywhere saw him only as Lucius Malfoy's son. He had aligned himself with the light. Now it was time that he finished that pledge and did what he could to help Harry Potter. He wanted his godfather back in his life, and it was apparent that Severus wanted Harry. Severus had been surprised by Draco realizing that he had deep feelings for the Gryffindor. But Draco had learned to read people from a very early age. The hatred that Severus had nursed for Harry's father, his anger that he had turned upon the son for surviving his parents' destruction, was but one tiny, thin line from loving the young man Harry had become. Severus had been calmly grateful for Draco's willingness to question Lucius. He knew that it would not be an easy task. Nothing to do with Lucius ever had been easy. DM. Witnessing the Dementors administer the key to Lucius had surpassed any of the vulgarities and obscenities of war. Lucius had stared at Draco with hard steely eyes when they heard the Dementors coming. Draco had to bite the inside of his cheek and lock his knees into place to keep back the sudden inclination to revert to being a child. It had never worked back then, but he could not help the need to throw himself at his father and hug him hard. He managed to keep his face stoic and his own eyes steady on his father until Lucius nodded in approval. "I know that you will do all you can to redeem our name. I hope that in time you might find some small memory of me, one that you can recall fondly. I would ask that you attempt to explain my madness in following the Dark Lord as just that, madness, to any future Malfoy generations." Lucius had avoided all of Draco's efforts at asking about the Black Phoenix until the very last moments. The Dark Lord, Voldemort, he said the name with a crazed grin of self-satisfaction, found the Black Phoenix quite by accident. It does not reappear from its ashes as does the fiery phoenix. When it dies, the ashes are blown away by magical winds. It is reborn in a different location each time. There is no obvious pattern to it. The Dementors glided into the holding cell, bringing their iciness and despair with them. Lucius looked at his son, sweat breaking out on his brow in spite of the cold. Ollivander was the first victim of the wand he created. Voldemort wanted to ensure that no one else would ever have the power that he held, so he obliviated the old man with the wand. Then the Dementors had Lucius up from the stool and were holding him in skeletal and scabby hands as they moved away down the stone corridor. Draco followed reluctantly alongside the guard that had brought him here to Azkaban. The chamber of execution was bigger, allowing more witnesses. There were a number of them from the Ministry and the Auror Corps. They looked at Draco and he stared back, not allowing himself the luxury of seeming to be embarrassed by the end his father was facing. Strapped down onto his back on a wooden table, Lucius looked over at his son again. Quietly now that only Draco and the guard could hear, he said, "I am glad that it is over. Sometimes, it is possible to get too caught up in bad decisions and they taint the rest of your life. Don't let it taint you, dragon." Once again, Draco felt the prickle of tears upon hearing his father call him by the name from his earliest recollections, a time when he had thought himself loved in the most innocent of ways. The Ministry representative in charge briefly summarized the crimes for which the prisoner was being keyed. When asked if he had any last words, Lucius shook his head and turned from looking at Draco to looking up at the ceiling. 2 Dementors stood on either side of the supine man, then the third stood over his head. The hood of the Dementor was slowly pushed back, revealing the face that was never shown outside these rooms. Draco fought not to close his eyes as the very face of despair and tortured existence bent closer and fastened gray, peeling lips onto those of Lucius Malfoy. Fisted hands jerked against the chains holding him, his body thrashed against the straps over his torso and hips. The other Dementors leaned in, seeming eager to be a part of the parody of a lover's key. The Dementor placed his skeletal hands on Lucius's shoulders, pressing long nails into the flesh as he held him in place. Lucius's gray eyes were wide, and for the very first time ever, Draco saw fear in them. The Dementor's lips did not leave Lucius until the fists had fallen back and the struggling body had stilled beneath him. An Azkaban guard waited until the Dementors had all moved away before approaching the table. Lucius's head fell to the side, and it seemed his eyes found Draco again. But they were empty of recognition and thought now. The guard waved a wand over Lucius's body and pronounced him dead. He looked at Draco with an expression that might have been embarrassment. "I'm sorry, sir. Usually it takes a while for the body to follow when the soul has gone." Draco turned on his heel, limping out of the chamber as quickly as he could, fighting down the bile that was trying to rise up his throat. The guard hurried after him and another came after, quickly asking if Draco had orders for the disposal of the remains. Draco muttered something about the family plots at Malfoy Manor before shoving his way past them and hurrying through the corridors until he had at last found his way back to the door leading outside. On the rocks, and into the pounding cold surf, Draco vomited until he was empty of the horror. DM. A cool hand on his forehead brought him back to consciousness. He grabbed the wrist attached to the hand, wrenching it away before recognizing Ginny through an alarmed eye. She shushed him and waited until he released her before laying her hand back on his forehead again. Nightmare. He nodded jerkily. Azkaban again. He was surprised, but accepting, when she sat down next to him on the bed, and then lay down on top of the covers, putting an arm over his waist as she laid the fiery red head against his shoulder. I'm here. Try to go back to sleep. To his bigger surprise, Draco found that he could relax, and he did go back to sleep. Severus woke up when Harry stirred and then left the bed for the bathroom. He waited for a few minutes before getting up himself. Harry stood under a hot shower spray, leaning against the wall of the enclosure. He sensed Severus standing outside, and over the roar of the water Severus heard him say, "I can't get warm anymore. It feels like I am cold through and through." Is this how Tom felt? Severus stepped into the enclosure and began to wash Harry's back, hoping to rub the tension away, help the man subdue the chill inside. They both dried themselves and dressed before going out to the Great Hall for breakfast. Harry had thought about saying that he wanted to stay in his rooms to eat, but he knew that Severus wanted him to avoid dwelling on yesterday's events and avoid brooding alone. After eating only a small amount of the food Severus dished out to him, Harry turned to the potions master. "I need to be in the greenhouses. I need to do something that is warm." Severus took his hands and signed, "Would you like to try and cultivate some of the trickier plantings that I use in potions? Pomona believes that you have the talent for it, and I am inclined to agree." Harry looked surprised at his words and he asked, "You want me to work with your potions plantings?" "If you are agreeable, yes. Pomona has tried over the years, but I always end up having to seek some of them out from other suppliers." Harry's face lit up briefly, and then in a quiet voice he said, "If you think I can, I don't want you to be catering to me because you feel sorry for me." Severus squeezed the hands he held tightly. "You will simply be using the aptitude you have shown to try. I am not catering to you. But I will tell you that these plantings could be very lucrative if you are successful. They are very difficult to grow properly. They are very expensive to buy. A few wizards have a cornered market on them. It would be very nice to have my own grower. So, I could help you, and maybe even supply other brewers." Severus emphatically signed into the hands, "Yes. You could make quite the name for yourself if you applied yourself. But I love working in the earth, growing things. I never thought that I could do it for myself, for other wizards." Severus stood up, drawing Harry up too. "Let's go buy the seeds that you need to start with. Then you can research the proper growing conditions." Harry smiled a real smile for the first time that morning, and they made their way back to Harry's rooms to prepare for the outing. Severus breathed a sigh of relief at having successfully maneuvered Harry into activity after the previous day's events. He fully intended for Harry to have no chance to shut himself away as he seemed to do when he brooded. They pulled on outer cloaks for the trip to Hogsmeade. Severus briefly considered a charm to make them appear as nondescript wizards, but decided that Harry had been reclusive long enough. It was time to face the world. He signed. "There will likely be an uproar over your public appearance. I will not leave your side, but you know that you will be a magnet for everyone. They will want to make some kind of contact with you." Harry grimaced. "I suppose they will. I wish they would all just accept that I am here and leave it at that. The sooner you act normally, the sooner they will accept the situation as normal." Harry reluctantly nodded. He wanted to be able to go out on his own eventually, but he couldn't do that without first going with Severus in order to get a feel for the locations. He took hold of Severus's elbow and they walked to the gates. Before exiting the Hogwarts grounds, he took a deep breath. "Ready?" Severus inquired. "Not really." Harry shook his head. "I can envision Rita Skeeter waiting like a fat spider, waiting for me to get caught in her web." Severus squeezed his hand. If she is, we will turn it to our advantage. Harry nodded and they moved down the path to the village. Severus kept up a steady pace, even though Harry could feel the eyes seeming to close in around them as they strolled the sidewalk. When he abruptly stopped, Harry's hand clenched on the sleeve of Severus's robe. Severus put his other hand on top of Harry's and signed. The apothecary is here. There are some ingredients I need. We are stepping inside. The coolness of being out of the sun was abrupt and Harry shivered slightly. They walked slowly down the aisles, the air filled with mingling scents of dried herbs, flowers, spices, and odors of already brewed potions. Harry realized how clean Severus must keep his own workrooms, office and suite. His places in the castle never smelled this strongly. He spelled out this thought against Severus's arm. Severus only gave him a small answering squeeze in reply. Harry could sense that a transaction was taking place now, the movements of Severus's arms and hands, the feel of his body vibrating as he spoke. Harry tilted his head to the side, reaching his mind out for the feelings of those nearest him. Deception, hesitancy, greed, hopefulness. Harry asked, "What are you buying here?" Severus spelled out the name of a rare powdered root. He had used the last of it while making up another batch of tranquility draft. The infirmary had run out of the potion that was used for teachers' nerves, and rarely for those students who were not aided enough by a simple calming draft. Harry sniffed the air as they moved forward to stand against a counter. The root was being measured into a glass jar. Harry leaned forward, still sniffing carefully. "Is this one of the ingredients that you haven't been able to grow at Hogwarts?" "Yes," Severus signed. "This apothecary is the nearest provider. It comes at a dear price for the amount, but I must have it to brew the potion to its necessary strength." Harry reached out his hand, letting it hover over the jar. He felt the sense of alarm coming from the shop owner. Alarm and fear. His fingers grazed the top of the jar and then he pulled them back to smell intently at them, his head bent over his hand. Beside him, Severus had stilled in the midst of the transaction, observing Harry's manner and that of the old wizard behind the counter. The man licked his lips nervously as they both watched Harry. Harry's head tilted again, and instead of speaking out loud he spelled against Severus's arm. "It's not pure. The powdered root, it's been mixed with something else, to make it seem like more than what it is. Maybe he's trying to stretch it into a larger amount, but it's not as potent as it would be alone." "Is it supposed to be cut with another plant? Does that help stabilize it?" Severus didn't know if Harry had asked by sign because he didn't want to ask what he feared might be silly questions out loud, or if he suspected the shopkeeper of underhanded practices. That the latter might be true kept Severus from reacting as angrily as he would have if he had been brewing a potion that would go wrong with the mixed root. He leveled the shopkeeper with dark eyes and asked, "As the root in its pure form, you do realize that a potion's master such as myself must have all ingredients exactly as specified. Any adulterations will cause disastrous results that will come back on the ones from whom wrongly prepared ingredients were purchased." The shopkeeper swallowed, a bead of perspiration rolling down the side of his face. Then he smiled brightly. "Oh, I took the wrong jar off the shelf, Severus." He quickly screwed the cap back onto the jar and plucked it off the counter and into his robe pocket. "I remember now, I was keeping back the best just for you." He scuttled back behind some dividing curtains and returned in a few moments with another jar. Severus unscrewed the lid from this jar and put it into Harry's hands. Harry bent his head and sniffed delicately. With a small smile, he turned his face towards Severus. "This one is pure. Were you testing me?" Severus patted his arm after handing the jar back to the shopkeeper for measuring out. He fixed the man with a glare. "Did you think that I wouldn't find out later that you had diluted the root for your own gain? That is a dangerous practice, old man. No matter how profitable it may seem. Most wizards don't need the full strength, Severus. And yet, you most likely are charging them the same as if it were full strength, are you not?" The man paled and after looking around to see that they were alone, he begged, "Please don't turn me in. Business has been weak since the war has been over. People don't need as much healing potions and such as they once did. A man has to make a living, but the ministry would take my license if they found out I was cheating." The man paled further and Harry leaned forward. "Severus, he is sorry, I can tell, he won't do it again, because he knows that you will know. I will know. He fixed his eyes in the direction of the shopkeeper, knowing that his blind eyes held him pierced. I won't. I swear. He pushed the jar of pure root towards Severus. Take this at no charge. To show you I promise to be honest from now on. Severus took his money pouch out and counted out the galleons that had been specified at the beginning of the transaction. I have no wish to cheat you, sir. I will pay your price, knowing that I have the correct ingredient in my hands now. He put the jar into a deep pocket and took Harry's hand to place it on his arm again. Before turning to leave he said quietly, make certain that you do not sell that diluted root as anything other than what it is. He led Harry back out of the shop and into the street. Harry could tell that the sun was blazing from the temperature change as they stepped outside. They had walked several yards before he asked, should I have kept quiet until we returned to Hogwarts? Severus led him to a small cafe that had tables on the sidewalk. After sitting and ordering tea from the young waitress, he took Harry's hands. You saved me from making a difficult potion go wrong. I would not have realized that the root had been diluted. I am uncertain what he used to cut it with, but the wrong additive could have been dangerous in the tranquility draft. As long as he correctly labels the remaining stock, no one else should have problems with it. Thank you. Harry seemed thoughtful and then said, Mina told me once that when a person loses a sense, the others often become stronger, in an attempt to compensate. Do you think that's why I could smell the difference? I mean, I had smelled that root before, so I knew it wasn't quite right. It was hard to tell with all those other smells in there. Yes, I believe that your sense of smell must be getting stronger and able to discern more subtle scents that would not make an impression on anyone else. Harry sat silently as he sipped his tea for a few minutes. The shopkeeper was trying to cheat at first. I could tell that, but he wasn't thinking of how rich he would be if you paid for the diluted root. He was thinking of how much easier it would be to buy food tonight after Severus Snape had visited his shop. He and his family have been getting along with little food for a while. You could sense that, Severus asked in amazement. Yes, he didn't want to cheat anyone, really. He needed to make a sale today and he thought that he could do it so easily with yours. The opportunity was there. If he had had more time to think, he likely would have backed down before even putting the diluted root in front of us. Severus was thoughtful for a few minutes as he sipped his own tea. It had not occurred to him that not everyone would profit from the Dark Lord's demise. Some, like the apothecary owner, would actually do worse, now that healing potions were not as necessary. He took Harry's hand again. Your ability to feel these things from others, to sympathize, to know this level of empathy for them, this must show you how far from being dark you are. A truly dark wizard would not care about them. He would want to exploit the fear, the anguish, and twist it to his own benefit. Harry shivered with those ideas and shook his head. Knowing that others are hurting or are in trouble could never make me feel good. See, I told you you weren't going dark. No, I don't see, Harry quipped with a small smile. But I do understand what you mean now. I'm still scared, though. What if it's something that has to grow, and over time it will come into its own? Severus squeezed the hands he held. We will keep watch. They finished their tea and continued walking. People stopped as they passed and Severus quelled them with a glare before anyone actually dared to reach out and touch the boy who lived and defeated he who must not be named. They were in the bookstore, Severus charming some books into Braille for Harry, when a silky voice caused him to whirl around. Ah, the reclusive heroes. This must be my lucky day. Severus narrowed fiery eyes at Rita Skeeter, standing there in a garish purple suit and acid green robes to match the quill hovering over a pad of parchment. The quill quivered with what might have been the real uneasiness that Skeeter felt as the waves of loathing from the two men swept over her. Severus visibly relaxed his shoulders and arms from an offensive stance, bringing Harry closer to his side with a nudge. Skeeter's eyes were sharp and instantly she raised an eyebrow at the way Harry had secured his hand on Severus's elbow. So, it is true then. Severus Snape, allegedly retired Death Eater, is the chosen companion of the man who defeated the Dark Lord. This statement was being written on the pad as quickly as the words spilled out of her mouth. Quote, Severus stiffened at the term, allegedly retired. It has already been confirmed that my role was that of spy for the side of the light. Skeeter smiled and waved the quill still as it sought to write his words. That's not what I wished to ask about, anyway. Her eyes fastened hungrily on Harry. I wish to interview Mr. Harry Potter. No one has an official word from his own mouth. I wish to be the first to record his thoughts, his memories of the final battle, his perspective. She stopped when ZXSD had failed to respond to her. She looked more closely at him and then gasped. That part is true as well. He is blind and deaf. I heard reports that he had been so injured, but to have survived the confrontation, to be left like this. Severus wanted to hex her. A gamut of emotions were running across her avid face, as if she couldn't decide which angle to pursue. Would her story be slanted towards the reality of Harry's thoughts on defeating he who must not be named, or would she go for the tragedy that his life had become as a result? Seeming to reach a decision, she smiled again. Both, I think, she murmured. A series, perhaps. Yes, that would do very nicely. Severus had stood silently, his hand over Harry's, tightening as he listened and watched as Skeeter mused her possibilities. Harry broke the silence that had stretched between them all, making Rita Skeeter squeak as she jumped away from him. Well, Rita, I suppose that I should have expected to run into you today. Have you been staking out the village ever since the final battle? How will you slant this story? He cocked his head at her, making her feel as if the green eyes could see her. Will you tell my truth, or will it be yours? Actually, I'm afraid that I will have to insist that anything you write be handed over for review before it gets printed. That caused her to squawk in indignation and her face reddened as the acid green quill trembled. She wanted that interview. She had waited, long after all the other reporters had given up on prowling Hogsmeade, Diagon Alley, and the public entrances to St. Mungo's. No one had known what had become of Harry Potter. No one had seen him. There had even been rumors that he had died and Dumbledore had hidden the truth from the world. Then, he had finally been spotted at the Ministry, taking his NEWTs. He had been in the company of Severus Snape, and that man had guarded the testing floor so that no one could get past. At last, they had shown up in the atrium. Rita's efforts at pushing forward to corner them had been thwarted when the two Death Eaters had carried out their attack and had been dispatched by Potter, Snape, and Malfoy. For a moment, she thought of Draco Malfoy and how that would make a nice companion piece, and then she turned her attention back to the men in front of her. I want that interview. If you give me the exclusive, I'll allow you to review it before printing. Severus translated her words to Harry, who smiled. If you go back on your word, I'll know. By the way, did you ever register with the Ministry? The woman paled and she looked from Harry to Severus, who was watching her speculatively. She quickly had the quill write out her address and then handed it to Severus. I'll me when the time is good for him to meet. I would prefer it to be private. Oh, the meeting may be private, Miss Skeeter. Severus glared at her sharply. But he will not be alone. I will most certainly be present at any interview. I suggest that you buy a quill that will write in Braille. Even if I read the interview, I am sure that Mr. Potter will wish to read it for himself. She looked at him curiously. Are you saying that he doesn't trust you? Severus smiled ferally at her, knowing that she was simply digging for any juicy tidbits that she could fashion into a story right now. He more than trusts me. But he is not a helpless invalid, in spite of the challenges he is facing down. He will want to retain the final word. She took one last look at the handsome, green-eyed man before turning and walking out of the store. When she had gone, Harry sighed deeply. Did she answer my question at all? About registering at the Ministry? No, she didn't. What was that about? Harry spelled into Severus's hand, in case anyone lingering nearby was close enough to hear. Severus's eyes widened in surprise. Is she really? I believe that I will prepare her an appropriate welcome when we set up the interview. Harry threw his head back and laughed out loud, making Severus catch his breath at the sight. He wanted to key the happy face until Harry was breathless as well, but that would have to wait. Instead, they went back to perusing which books Harry wanted to buy. HPSS. Draco sat up in the bed, reluctantly allowing Molly Weasley to shove another pillow behind his back. Ginny was grinning, holding a bowl of some concoction in her hands. Molly spread out a cloth napkin in Draco's lap, then dared to smooth her hand over his long blonde hair. There you go, dear. Ginny has your stew now. If you need anything else, you just give me a shout, yes. She waited and then smiled when Draco finally nodded. After she bustled out and Ginny sat down on the bed beside him, he leaned towards her. This was a mistake. I can't stay here, Jin. I don't belong here. She glared at him. Would you rather stay in St. Mungo's? She made him take the bowl in his own hands. There is no place better for you than here. It might not be the mansion you grew up in, with house elves at your beck and call, but it is warm and safe and my mum will gladly fuss over you. He saw that she was trying to hide the hurt at his rejection of her home. He took a bite of the stew and found it surprisingly delicious. Ginny smirked at his look of wonder. When she had told him that Molly was cooking stew, he had groaned inside. He had never eaten stew in his life. Malfoy's had roast beef with vegetables on the side, not all muddled together in one pot. But this was divine. She moved a tray closer that had a plate of soft rolls on it. Butter was dripping from them as he lifted one to his mouth. When he actually closed his eyes to chew, he felt Ginny's lips on his. Opening his eyes, he saw her smile from very close in front of him. You have butter on your chin, oops. I missed. She gave his chin another darting lick before keying him again. He stared into her hazel eyes until she said quietly, I never thought life would play out this way, but I am in love with you, Draco Malfoy. I plan to keep you right here until your leg heals enough for you to be on your own again. So any arguments you might have will just have to go away. He put the spoon down and raised a hand to caress the wavy red hair that fell in a stream over her shoulder. I don't know what I did to deserve this, Miss Weasley. I have always been an obnoxious prat to you and your family. Everyone makes mistakes, Mr. Malfoy. Those who learn from them and who are fortunate enough to have a second chance, those people are the ones worth getting to know better. He leaned towards her and she answered the motion by leaning into him and letting their lips meet again. May I get to know you better, Miss Weasley? She whispered, I hope that we will do more than get to know each other. Later, she had to cast a warming charm over the stew bowl and the rolls. DMGW. After spending the better part of the morning and afternoon in town, Severus and Harry walked back through the gates with their arms full of shrunken packages. Harry was excited that they had found a book on the types of plants that Severus wanted him to try and cultivate. The book had a list of sources from where seeds could be purchased and Harry was intent on ordering some as soon as possible. First, he needed to do some reading and planning with Professor Sprout, but that would be a pleasant undertaking. He looked forward to getting back with his hands in the earth, feeling the warm magic there as things took root and grew. At the dinner table in the Great Hall, he asked to sit next to the herbology professor so they could begin to make some plans. Severus hid a smirk as they talked back and forth using the Braille notebook. Harry made diagrams that had raised edges, enabling him to feel the drawings of his planned greenhouse. Professor Sprout added to it when she had an idea or a suggestion for improvement. By the end of dinner, they had made plans to meet early the next morning before classes began, so they could begin work on the new greenhouse. Severus took breakfast out to the two engaged in mapping out the greenhouse the next morning. Harry had been out of his suite before Severus had gotten there and he knew that an excited Harry always forgot to eat. Professor Sprout thanked him and looked slightly agog that the usually stiff potions master would actually bring her something to eat along with Harry's. She stood beside Severus, holding her cup of tea as they watched Harry put his down and thoughtfully begin to pace the area of lawn next to the other greenhouses. Professor Pomona, Harry started, remembering that she had told him to use her name when no students were around. How close are we to the lake? She wrote that they were a good distance away and asked what he was thinking on the Braille notebook. I want to move the whole thing closer to the lake, right next to it actually, if you think Professor Dumbledore would approve. You don't want to be near the other greenhouses. It will be near enough, won't it? I believe that I want to extend a bit of the greenhouse over the lake edge. Isn't gillyweed hard to come by? I'm thinking that I want to try my hand at that, as well. Pomona nodded her head thoughtfully and wrote back, all right then, I'm sure we will get Albus's approval. I've never had the time to invest in cultivating gillyweed. It is said to be difficult, but you seem to have what the Muggles call a green thumb. When Severus went back up to the castle, they were pacing out the new layout of the greenhouse so that it would sit on the banks of the Black Lake. PSHP PSHP PSHP. During lunch, an owl dropped a note on Severus's plate. It was rather exhausted looking and he gave it a scrap of meat from his plate as he opened the letter. Black Phoenix roosting nearby. Looks to be close to burning time. Hurry. Shao shaming. Severus shoved his chair back, making Harry and Albus both look up. Severus. Harry looked towards him, feeling the excitement surrounding him. Severus took his hand and quickly spelled the letter's content to Harry, while Albus read the letter Severus had handed to him. Harry gripped Severus's hands. You're going. Can I come with you? He looked hopefully at Severus and the man raised his eyes towards Albus before signing a response. I will be going immediately. Speed is of the essence, if I hope to get there before the burning time. Harry noted that Severus did not refuse him outright, letting it be his decision whether to come along or stay behind. He sensed that this was very important to his lover, this attempt at finding a means to erase Harry's disabilities. If Harry slowed him down, it could cause him to be resentful. He leaned forward and rested his forehead against Severus's shoulder. The Great Hall at lunchtime was not the best place to show affection for each other, but the other teachers and students were accustomed to the need for them to communicate through touch. He whispered, knowing only Severus would hear him. Come back quickly, with no more broken bones. If Draco can't go along to watch out for you, you have to promise to be extra careful. Severus squeezed Harry's hands. I will miss you, even for this short of a time. Then he was gone and Harry sat there, feeling the emptiness growing. Albus laid his gnarled hand on top of Harry's, patting it gently. Harry smiled a little and tried to finish eating, knowing that he would not enjoy his meals again until Severus returned. Harry immersed himself in the planning and building of the new greenhouse, Harry's greenhouse, it would be called. Pomona and Albus had to remind him to stop and eat, stop and rest. He worked at a feverish pace, not even opening his newt scores when they came. I'll wait until Severus is back. Hermione came with the twins, she and Ron came for dinner, trying to distract the already distracted man. Harry would sit in a rocker with one of the babies, content for as long as they were there to be still. But when they left, he was back outside, building his greenhouse from the plans inside his mind. Severus sent an old message after he had been gone 2 weeks. He had charmed it to read in Braille and Harry smiled as he sat amongst the stones outlining the perimeter of the new building. I will be home soon. SS. It was not much, but then Harry could sense what was not said. If Severus had failed, he would have said so. Harry felt that this last attempt had been successful. Severus was bringing the Black Phoenix tears home. As he continued his labors, he thought about what that would mean to him. For the next few days, he was pensive, quiet. He went to see Draco at the burrow. The blonde regarded the blind man carefully as they played chess. Harry was too quiet. He wrote into the Braille notebook, nudging Harry's hand with it. Severus is all right, Harry. He should be back any time. If he had been hurt, we would know. I know. That's not what I'm thinking of. He looked in the direction where the other man sat propped against pillows. How much longer will you be made to stay in bed? Draco grimaced. He was sick of being in bed, forbidden to move. I'm not allowed to place any weight on my leg at all. The healers think that if I stay off it long enough, it might heal strong enough to bear weight again. But they don't know. No. He wondered what the dark-haired man was thinking. Harry, why are you asking these questions? Harry sat there, feeling the chessboard as he contemplated his next move. He moved a pawn, managing to eliminate one of Draco's. You were injured by Voldemort's wand, like I was wondering if you felt anything inside you, besides the leg, I mean. Draco scowled darkly, being reminded again that he lay here because of Voldemort, dependent on the mercies of a family he had been taught to loathe. He had grown to love Ginevra Weasley, and he felt that he would never be worthy of it being returned. She acted like she might care for him more than what was ordinary. But he wanted more, and that would never happen. He grabbed the Braille notebook impatiently and scribbled. I will overcome this, Potter. I will be back on my feet, even if it's just one of them. The past is just that. You have to move on. When Severus comes back, he may have the tears he's been looking for. But what if they don't reverse the curse? What if you are still blind and deaf? You still have him. You still have a life that's worth living. He knew he was trying to convince himself as much as anything else as Harry ran his fingers over the raised bumps. Harry put the notebook down, carefully placing it so Draco couldn't reach it just yet. But what about what's inside? What about the darkness that doesn't come from being blind, or the silence that doesn't come from being deaf? He stood up and walked to the window where he could feel sunlight streaming in. I feel the cold of another kind of darkness inside me, Draco. I'm running all the time to stay ahead of it, but I think it's going to catch up sooner or later. What about that? Draco stared at the young man who had been the bane of his existence through most of his time at Hogwarts. He saw the stiffness of Harry's jaw as he asked his question. He could barely get the words past his fears to ask Draco about it. Wandlessly, Draco summoned the notebook to his hand. It wasn't a difficult thing to do, and he had been practicing while being confined to bed this time. Harry remained silent after looking back over his shoulder towards the bed. He sensed that Draco was working on a response. He wanted to be reassured, but he didn't want useless platitudes. Draco, don't just tell me to get over it. Don't tell me it's all in my head. I think this is bigger than what I can deal with and I need to know how to do it, not just ignore it. Draco wrote for a long while. It was a long note, and it just took him a while to say what he felt needed saying. When he finished, he scribbled one last note at the top of the page and sent the book sailing to thump Harry in the back. Harry smiled and bent to pick it up. Running his fingers over the top of the page, he turned to Draco. See you later. He walked out of the burrow and apparated to the gates of Hogwarts. Ginny came into the room and sat down on the bed beside Draco. She brushed the back of her hand over his cheek as he stared out the open window. He captured the hand in his own and looked at her for a long moment. I don't know what else to say to him. She adjusted herself so that she was sitting next to him, holding his hand, fingers intertwined. You know, this time a year ago, if anyone had foreseen this, she gave the hand in hers a squeeze, I would have thought they were as mad as Trelawney. Scooting down, she laid her head on his shoulder. Sometimes, the best things just have to happen on their own. Draco keyed the red-haired temple and leaned on the top of Ginny's head with a sigh. DMGW. Severus wanted to go home. He had been gone for more than 2 weeks already, and the distance from Harry seemed to grow with each passing moment. He put his hand into a deep pocket of his robes and felt of the stoppered glass vial there. This had been his reason for everything. The tears of the Black Phoenix were his at last. The Chinese potion master, Xiao Shaming, had helped him find the roost and trap the bird before it could finish its cycle prior to burning. The bird had been bedraggled, not looking anything like the magnificent fox, even as bad as that one looked on a burning day, but more like a vulture with mange. Its eyes were fierce with annoyance when it realized that it could not flee the magical field of energy that the two wizards had placed around it. Great pearly tears had gathered in those eyes and then began to fall. Severus had quickly made an opening in the energy field, entered, and knelt beside the huge ebony phoenix. The bird allowed him to hold the vial underneath the tears and capture them. They had hoped for more than the drops that fell, but as soon as the fifth was in the vial, Severus had to step away as the phoenix began to burn. The energy field kept the ashes contained and the men waited to see if the Black Phoenix would be reborn. They swirled madly, a miniature cyclone within the invisible enclosure. Severus had carefully exited the enclosure while Shaming maintained the trap they had created. It was easy enough for them to set the enclosure to self-sustain as they waited to see what would become of the ashes. No one had ever captured a Black Phoenix. No one had ever obtained a portion of the bird to use in magic, except for Tom Riddle. Now Shaming and Snape had proven the existence of the myth. Severus had tears from the legend. Shaming was one of a dozen potions masters all over the world who had aided Severus in his search. The brotherhood of these adept wizards had banded together to help find a way to repair the damage done to the wizard who had saved the world from eventual rule by Voldemort. Severus knew that the fact that the ones to publish these events would garner untold recognition for their works was a very enticing incentive. Shaming was one of the few of the Brotherhood that Severus trusted, so he was very glad that it had been here that the Black Phoenix appeared. One of the others might have tried different methods, neglecting the collection of the necessary tears to further their own needs first. But only 5 tears. The damage done by the tail feather core had been severe. How many tears would be necessary to reverse the blindness and the deafness? Severus felt torn between racing back to Harry with the tears in his hand and staying with the other potions master, ready to act the moment the mythical avian took form again. If he could get a tail feather, or even some other feather of the phoenix, if it was willingly given, perhaps he could use it to create an even better cure. The need to make certain that the Black Phoenix was given every chance to rebirth under their control won out. The two of them formed a secure environment around the enclosure, mimicking the places that Severus had known the phoenix had nested in the past as he chased it. It would be as real as they could make it, but the building took time. Severus sent another message to Harry. SSSSSSSSSS. Harry wiped the sweat from his forehead off on his forearm. Not seeing the sun did not make it any less hot as he worked to lay the foundations of the new greenhouse. Hagrid had gathered the cornerstones and placed them exactly as Harry and Pomona indicated. But with both Pomona and Hagrid having classes to teach, it was left to Harry to lay the line of stones connecting the corners. Hermione had come up with the idea of him using a horizontal plumb line, like ones that Muggles used in construction. Harry was able to feel along the line and know if he was moving along in a straight line. He had attempted to use his wand, but the results were not what he envisioned they should be. He could feel with his hands that the walls were taking the shape he desired. So laying them by hand, cementing them with magic only after feeling they were set right, took up hours of his time. He toiled in the sun, and then again in the night after he had rested for a while. Albus questioned him about this and Harry laughed. "It is actually easier at night, Albus. It's cooler, and I don't need the light, do I? Besides, I've been doing a lot of thinking while I work." Albus knew that Harry was worrying over the darker aspects of the Black Phoenix curse. He had spent no little time worrying about it himself. To have missed such a possibility weighed heavily on him, reminding him that his younger, clearer-thinking days were behind him. Now, he was going with the assumption that perhaps something else had been transferred to Harry from the Black Phoenix wand. Something potentially dark and overpowering. He had believed that he had foreseen every eventuality, every possible twist and turn of Harry's life and purpose, as he guided him through the years toward the fulfillment of the prophecy. He had felt love for the boy, and it had truly hurt him to have to manipulate events as he had, making certain that Harry was protected, but also given instruction in everything he would need to overcome the Dark Lord that had been Tom Riddle. He had hoped that Harry would survive the final confrontation, but he had not thought past that end while making his war plans. Plans for that would take away the strength he had to have to let Harry face the twisted madman. He had to force himself to let the events unfold as they must, even if it meant that Harry had to die for the whole wizarding world. Sighing deeply, he wrote on the braille notebook and tapped Harry's arm with it. Harry took it with a small smile, but he laid it aside and continued to painstakingly lay the stones side by side. If he finished this part of the job soon, he could ask for Pomona to help set the charmed glass for the walls. Later, when Harry knew that he was alone, he sat down to rest with his back against a completed portion of the low wall. Taking the notebook into his lap, he caressed the cover before opening it. He had not read Draco's response from the week before. Now he had a response from Dumbledore as well. His fingers found the 2 messages from Severus that he had tucked in between the pages. The first one had come 2 weeks after Severus had left, saying that he would be home soon. The second message had come yesterday. Harry had not read it, hoping that it was simply a short note telling him that he would be arriving at any moment. But the moment passed and there was no arrival of his lover. The message went unread for the rest of the day and night, Harry unwilling to learn if there had been further delays. He missed Severus so much. How had he come to depend on that presence so much? He was able to do anything around the castle on his own now. He could easily find his way to any of the teachers' quarters, Albus's office, Hagrid's, the greenhouses, the lake, and even the Quidditch pitch. He could manage any chore, once he had been guided through it by a sighted person. He had only needed sighted guidance to set the outline and the plumb lines for the greenhouse, and he was told that he was doing an amazing job of laying the low stone wall of the perimeter. But he needed that touch, the feel of Severus's breath against his skin as they talked with their hands. He needed the warm hugs and the fingers caressing his back and threading through his hair. He needed to feel Severus's hair in his own fingers, the cool silkiness sliding against his hand, tickling his cheek when he had his head nestled in the crook of Severus's neck. Taking a deep and steadying breath against those thoughts, he opened the message that had been delivered the day before. Dear Harry, I know that I said I would be returning quickly. The circumstances are difficult, as the Black Phoenix ashes are contained, but the bird has not been reborn as yet. Along with another noted potions master, Xiao Shaming, I am attempting to duplicate an environment in which it will arise once again. I do this, not out of strictly agreed for knowledge, but also in hopes that I might acquire more tears and at least some other small token from the Phoenix to use in healing you. Please know that the separation from you is quite wearing on me, and I will hasten back to Hogwarts as soon as it is possible. SS. Harry folded the note carefully and tucked it back into the pages of the notebook. Turning the page back, he found the note that Draco had written back at the burrow. He had not been ready to hear any platitudes from him, and he had been afraid that was all Draco was capable of giving him. He had asked his questions, but he really wanted to know that he wasn't crazy for feeling the darkness inside. He was afraid that Draco would just give him meaningless assurances. But he did want assurances, didn't he? Isn't that what he was looking for? That, and some way of knowing how to deal with those strange feelings, how to get rid of them, or how to live with them. His fingers swept over the braille at the top of the page. You will not find useless comfort here, so if you are not ready for hard words, stop reading until you are. Harry chuckled at how well Draco appeared to know him these days. He knew that the rest of the note would be direct and to the point, and he was ready for that now. You are a Gryffindor prat, Potter. Where is that legendary bravery? Where is that need you had to go charging into a situation at whatever the cost? Did it die with Voldemort? Did you let him take that away from you, too? Hopefully, when you read this, you will have already thought the situation out a bit more and won't stop here. I have a few things that need saying, and I need you to listen carefully. First of all, yes, I feel something deep inside me that may not have been there before. Even as the child of a Death Eater and wanting to follow my father's footsteps didn't feel like this. Perhaps it's because I've felt it before that it doesn't distress me as much. But I do not feel as if it will take over me. After all, I grew up with darkness all around me, and was taught that the darkness was power and the light was weakness. You are not weak, Potter. Time and again you have proven that. Look what you overcame as just a scared and puling Gryffindor brat. There is darkness in all of us. There was darkness in Dumbledore, or he couldn't have done what he did to you all these years of prepping you to kill Voldemort. Merlin knows that Severus was dark, was immersed in it for decades, walking a fine line between knowing what was right and just giving into it. If I was almost too tired to care anymore at times, I know that he must have had huge struggles to stay true to the light when he spent days at a time being the ultimate Death Eater. What I'm trying to say, Potter, is that if we who have known exactly what it means to be on the side of evil and darkness can pull ourselves out of it and end up alive after all is done, you can do it too. You know the darkness because it was in your head behind that scar for your whole life. You felt it then and it didn't win. How is this new darkness any different? It is simply another facet of yourself, one that you will have to subdue at times, and one that may give you scary thoughts and impulses sometimes. But I have no doubt that it is not something that will take over you. It's not some muggle idea of an alien taking over your brain, is it? No, it does not have a life of its own, if you don't give it one. Don't give it one. Harry closed the notebook. Sitting back, he took a long drink of water from the charmed flask hanging at his side. Emptying it into his mouth, he felt it refill with cold water, ready for his next drink. He took a few more sips as he thought about what Draco had said. HP. The environment was a wooded piece of earth, the trees being varieties found in what had been the known habitats of the Black Phoenix. Hanging mosses or vines draped about the limbs of the trees and several kinds of grasses used for nest building grew all around. A clear, spring-fed pond fed a small brook that gurgled under the trees. Severus surveyed the environment critically. He had seen sights such as this one, but he had also seen sights that were barren trees in the midst of a winter. Which would be the best bet for the phoenix? Was there any particular pattern to where the phoenix ended up each time, or was it magical randomness? Shaming helped him erect the last of the enlarged security fields around the environment. These would contain the swirling ashes once they released them from the smaller enclosure. They had not ceased the counterclockwise rotation within that enclosure. Not once had they slowed down, nor had they sped up. They simply seemed to be waiting for release, whenever it might come. Severus had been here for 3 weeks now. He had grown to appreciate many forms of the Far Eastern magic culture. During the times when they rested from the constructing of the environment, Severus and Shaming had shared ideas for research projects using whatever might be gained from this venture with the phoenix. Shaming did not teach, as Severus did. He had a lucrative business formulating the potions most often used in China. He had an apprentice who was nearing the end of training and would soon go out to extend another branch of the business, still remaining under Shaming's control. He had 6 other branches across the country already. He also did research that utilized ideas from the Western magic cultures, combined with the Eastern. He had found it unprofitable to remain unwilling to mix the two. Severus knew that he was gaining a great deal of knowledge by being with the man. He wished that he had allowed Harry to come along after all, since this turned out to be taking so long. They drank tea as they rested, and Shaming watched from half-closed eyes as the tall, dark man sat in silence. He used chopsticks to pluck a morsel of fish from the tray that lay between them. After chewing, he asked, "Who is it that you are missing so much? I did not know that you had a mate." Severus looked up sharply, quickly shuddering his thoughts away. "I did not know that you had accomplished the art of legilimency." "I have not, my friend. But it does not take one who is familiar with the mind to know that you are brooding whenever we have a quiet moment. When you are not working, you are missing someone." Severus sipped his tea before answering. "Harry. Harry Potter. The one you are taking the tears for." "Yes, I have asked him to bond with me." Shaming stared at the other potions master for a long while. Did he make Phoenix tears a condition of his acceptance? Severus looked at Shaming in surprise. "No, I am the one who has insisted on hunting for them. There is nothing that I would not do for him. Yet, you leave him alone while you are on this extended journey. I must wonder if there is a reason besides a simple desire to heal him." Severus gave the equal master of legilimency a curt nod of acknowledgement. "He saved our world. The very least he deserves is for someone to care enough to save him from a lifetime of darkness and silence." Standing, he paced thoughtfully. "I have not always been seen in the light, as you well know. I want to be by his side, but I feel that I must prove my right to be there. If I do this thing, accomplish this healing for him, I will feel worthy of that. Does he not already see you as worthy?" Severus knew that Harry did. He knew that if he failed to heal him, Harry would no doubt still love him, because their bond was not based on what Severus could do for him. He needed to do this for his own peace of mind, to show himself that he was no longer one who walked both sides of that line between dark and light. "He does." Shaming nodded in satisfaction. "Then you should go to him. All this will be here when you return. If the Black Phoenix is not reborn now, perhaps it will be at another time of its own choosing, and not of ours. We cannot allow ourselves to make the mistake that many Muggles make, when they believe that they can control a thing by capturing it. Voldemort did that, yes, and your Harry has shown us that Voldemort was the one who was blind in his beliefs." He stood up and bowed to Severus respectfully. "Our greatest glory is not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. That was a saying by our Confucius. It means that whatever the cause of our failings, if we allow them to keep us down, they will have won. The human spirit is at its best when it rises back up, in spite of the belief that it is impossible." He walked over to the environment and looked down at the smaller enclosure where the phoenix ashes were moving. "This phoenix may never rise again. But your Harry did. He needs your presence much more than this, which might only be possible." Severus felt a mild confusion at the other wizard's words. But he knew what the man meant. This was not his place right now. His place was with Harry. It was time to go home. He drew his wand and pointed it at the environment. Then let us finish this one last thing together before I leave. The two of them joined their efforts and completed the environment. With a nod from Shaming, Severus cast the spell to dissolve the enclosure that rested inside the environment. The phoenix ashes swirled skyward as far as the wards would allow and then scattered. They knew that they were contained, but there was no evidence of them now. Shaming turned to Severus. I will send you word if the phoenix rises again. Go home to your own. It was day when Severus prepared to leave China. It was the middle of the night when he apparated to the Hogwarts boundary and began the long walk to the doors. As he was making his way swiftly through the dark, he heard noises over by the lake shore. Making his way there, he was confronted by the massive glass walls of a new greenhouse. Muttering a lumos, he made his way inside to find Harry in the dark, kneeling in the dirt as he constructed another raised planting bed to match the others already lining the perimeter of the inside walls. Dirt streaked Harry's sweat-covered face and torso as he worked. Severus drank in the sight of his lover, his heart hammering in his chest at being home. He felt a few seconds of panic that Harry would not be at all helped by what he had worked so hard to bring back. What if it had all been for nothing? Would Harry resent that he had failed? After a few moments, Harry stopped and sat back, head tilted to the side. Standing slowly, he whispered, Severus. Severus swiftly engulfed the other wizard in a rib-crushing hug that Harry returned. Harry laughed. I'm covered with dirt, Sev. Keeping one arm tightly around Harry, Severus used the other hand to sign rapidly, I do not care in the least. His nose wrinkled just then and he continued, however, a bath would not be remiss. They walked arm in arm to the castle, Severus asking about the greenhouse and how Harry had done it. Harry happily explained his plans as he washed up in his quarters. Severus simply sat and enjoyed listening to the younger man as he talked. He was glad to be back here. When Harry had changed, he asked Severus about the trip as they walked to the Great Hall. Sitting in the darkened room across from one another, Severus sensed that Harry was trying very hard not to act nervously and ply Severus with all manner of questions. A single torch lit their table as Severus called for a tray of sandwiches and mugs of hot chocolate. He noted that Harry ate ravenously and was certain that Harry had not eaten while he had been gone. He ignored Harry's question to ask, Did you eat at all while I was away? Harry swallowed loudly and looked away from Severus's stare. Odd how those eyes didn't make the hairs on his neck stand up like most everyone else's did. This stare was warm and full of concern. Harry reached out and covered one of Severus's hands with his own. Not much, I guess. I'll make up for it now. He picked up another sandwich and happily bit into it as Severus shook his head. The journey had been wearing, as he had to flow and apparate many times to finally come back to Britain. He was tired, but just the pleasure of sitting here with Harry had revived him like sleep would not. He felt of the small vial in his pocket with one hand and turned his other hand over to grasp Harry's. I have the tears. His fingers spelled out the 4 words. Harry stopped chewing for a moment and then finished his bite. Is there anything special we have to do? He asked tentatively, catching his lip in his teeth to worry it. No. Would you prefer to have them placed while you are in the infirmary? No. Harry gripped Severus's hand hard in his own. Just us, okay. In case it doesn't work. He could envision Albus and Poppy hovering over his bed as Severus placed the tears in his eyes. There would be no privacy in which to either rejoice or come to final terms with his blindness. After all he had faced, he didn't believe that he could face more gazes of pity and sorrow bearing down on him. Severus squeezed his hand in return. All right, how about your new greenhouse? When it does work, it will be one of the first things you see. Harry grinned at Severus's assurances that the tears would work. What time is it? Will anyone likely be around? It is. Severus cast a Tempest charm, almost 6 in the morning. We won't be disturbed. They walked back out to the greenhouse, Severus with his arm around Harry's shoulders, Harry's arm around Severus's waist. I missed you, Harry whispered, leaning his head on Severus as they walked. Severus stopped and pulled Harry into another tight hug, laying his cheek against the messy black hair. Still holding Harry's hand, he signed, I missed you more than I can say. I am glad to be back." He dropped a key on the upraised face and they continued to the greenhouse. Severus looked around, amazed at the structure that was becoming evident in the faint light that was coloring the sky. The stone walls were about 3 feet high before glass panels soared up between oak uprights. The roof was not in place yet, and Severus could see that the wall beside the lake was missing as well. Leading Harry inside, they settled on the area that opened out onto the lake shore. The sky was just turning pink on the horizon over the water. Severus nudged Harry to sit and he sat down beside him. Signing into his hands he said, "You need to lie back. I will drop 1 tear in each eye. If it works, the effect may, or may not, be immediate." "Well, that's pretty imprecise, for you," Harry quipped nervously. "I have no idea what to expect here. I have only theory and hope." Severus opened the vial and prepared to carefully place the tear drops. Harry raised a hand and caught his wrist, stopping him. Green eyes turned to gaze up into Severus's face. "Thank you, for doing all that you have to make this happen. Even if it doesn't work, I will always be so grateful that you tried." Severus gently pressed the hand back down to Harry's side and placed the fingers of one hand on Harry's face to hold his head steady and his eyes open. Harry inhaled sharply as he felt the first tear fall into his right eye and then his left. Warmth flooded his eye sockets, and for a moment Harry thought it would continue to grow into a heat. But it was simply a warmth that spread throughout the eye and the surrounding flesh and muscles. Severus put the palm of his hand over Harry's face, soothingly motioning for him to close his eyes. Against the closed eyelids, Harry suddenly saw the lightening flash of blood vessels like one saw when tired eyes were rubbed too hard. The breath he had been holding escaped him in a rush at the first sight of anything besides darkness. He felt Severus clasping his hand, signing, "Open your eyes very slowly now." Harry opened them as instructed, gasping again as he saw shadows and shapes emerge into his field of vision. It was still dark, but he could see the outline of Severus above him, looking down. He raised his hand again and laid it against Severus's cheek. The image became clearer, sharper, the black eyes in the chiseled face, the hawk nose, the silk strands of jet hair framing the pale face. Harry breathed, "I see you." Severus covered the hand with his own and lowered his head to key Harry. Harry kept his eyes open all the while, both hands caressing the face and hair so near to him, marveling at seeing the man, matching all the senses he had only known through touch with the visual feast. The dawn was now breaking and the growing light allowed Harry to drink in the face and form above him, the sight almost robbing him of the ability to breathe. Suddenly, Severus sat back and pulled Harry up to sit against him. Harry's eyes were glued to Severus's face, unable to tear them away from finally seeing the man who had become his best friend and lover since the last time he had seen him with real vision. Pulling Harry hard up against his side with one arm, Severus swept the other arm out and pointed to the lake, mouthing the word, "Look." Harry reluctantly turned his eyes away from Severus and immediately beeped in another breath as he saw the sun rising in a brilliant flare of orange surrounded by the streaks of pink, purple, yellow and gold of the clouds on the horizon. He leaned his head against Severus's shoulder, gripping the arm next to him tightly. His own tears ran down his cheeks. After a few minutes, Severus looked down at him and turned slightly, cupping his cheek again, this time in concern. Harry looked up at him and he saw Severus speaking, but he didn't understand. He shook his head. Severus took his hand and signed. "Are you in pain? Do your eyes hurt at all?" "No, I feel great. I don't think I even need my glasses now." Severus nodded in relief. Needing glasses again was not one of the things he had been worried about when looking for the Black Phoenix. He supposed that it stood to reason that when the eyes were healed they would be healed to perfection. He reached for the vial on the ground and Harry held out his hand for it. He held it up to the light, watching the pearly phoenix tears that remained inside slide slowly against the glass as he tilted it. Severus pointed to the vial and then laid a hand against one of Harry's ears. "Now for your hearing," he began to sign. Harry stopped him with a shake of his head. "No, not for me, Sev." Severus looked at him in question. Harry carefully laid the vial between them and shifted around until he sat cross-legged in front of Severus. He spent several moments just staring back into those deep black eyes. Severus gazed back, equally taken by the knowledge that the green eyes before him were seeing him and not just sensing him. Their hands were joined and Harry asked softly, "Talk to me." Severus's mind entered Harry's with little effort and the warmth they both felt was translated into the tightening of fingers in fingers. "I can place the tears in your ears and we will be able to talk without doing this." Harry smiled at the bass timbre that he loved so much. "But I hear you. I don't need for my ears to actually work to hear you, and that's what's important." "What are you talking about?" The black eyes narrowed suspiciously. Surely Harry would want to have all his senses returned to him now that the tears were in hand. Harry began talking and for a very long time after the sun came up, the two of them sat knee to knee, eyes locked as the words flowed from mind to mind. HPSS HPSS HPSS. The room was in an uproar when Harry walked into the great hall at breakfast unassisted and smiled directly at Albus, Minerva, Pomona, and Poppy, greeting them each in turn by name. Albus's eyes twinkled while the others looked joyfully tearful. Harry's eyes roved over people, the magic ceiling, the tables with their waiting golden plates, and the myriad of lit candles floating above. He couldn't just look at one thing or person when there was so much to see. Albus nodded to Severus, holding out his gnarled hand in greeting. "Your endeavor was successful, then," he stated. He watched as Harry sat down with the witches at the high table and pulled out his notebook for them to write in. Minerva glanced at Severus, but then wrote her own greeting down for Harry, where it remained written and did not translate into Braille. Harry read it and then spoke to her. Albus turned to Severus. There were not enough tears to heal his hearing. Severus heaved a deep sigh before answering. "There are enough. He is not ready for it." Albus frowned and looked back at Harry. Pomona was so happy that she could hardly hold the pen that Harry kept with the notebook. It all looked very awkward, but none of them seemed to mind. Harry was talking and trying to watch their faces closely and look at what was being written, while the ladies were all reaching for the notebook, hurrying the others along so they could have a turn. Severus cleared his throat. "Harry." The women all looked up and Harry followed their gazes to Severus. Smiling broadly, he stood back up and went to stand next to him as he looked back over the others. Severus never showed more than the necessary amount of care in his face when he was in public view, so his stoic and almost blank expression confused Harry when he looked into his face. Severus began to sign, but Harry grabbed his hands, closing his eyes to feel what he was saying. At first, Severus pulled back from him. Before, touching hands had been necessary, as Harry had to feel the signing and spelling in order to understand him. He had spoken to Harry via legilimency while they were outside, and being alone, the holding of hands had not bothered him. Now, he felt a flush of discomfiture color his cheeks. Harry was looking up at him again and Severus covered his motion of pulling away by moving to the chairs and pulling Harry's out, indicating they should sit down to eat. The rest of them had been waiting for whatever Severus had been about to say, and they were now looking at each other while shrugging and shaking their heads. Harry was frowning up at him. He leaned towards him, hand outstretched. "What is it?" Severus took Harry's hand, holding it beneath the table. "There are too many eyes here." Harry smiled crookedly and raised an eyebrow. "You think? I can feel every one of them. It has taken some getting used to." He squeezed Severus's hand. Severus inclined his head in acknowledgement and slowly withdrew his hands, turning to pick up his eating utensils. Harry watched the carefully blank face at his side for a few moments and then asked quietly. "Is it so different to touch me when I can see, Sev?" He was astonished when the older man began to blush before he got himself back in control. Severus signed with his hands but Harry shook his head. "I don't understand." Severus turned his black eyes to Harry and looked into the green ones. "Later. Right now I need to eat and then rest from the traveling." He withdrew from the legilimency before Harry could respond and set himself to filling his plate. After a few more moments, Harry did likewise. During the meal, several of the other teachers came up behind them, patting Harry on the shoulder and smiling. He smiled and nodded in return, but he was troubled by what he saw as Severus pushing him away. HPSS HPSS HPSS. When Harry finished his breakfast, he stood up and quickly avoided being pinned by Albus by heading towards the doors. For once, he was glad that he could not hear, because he knew that they were calling to him to wait. Severus's uncomfortable attitude was disquieting. He needed to be alone and ponder the significance of it. He headed back out to the greenhouse, where he stood for several minutes, just taking it all in. He found it hard to believe that he had done so well without his sight. The plumb lines were still in place around the perimeter, and he could see where more lines were staked to the turf floor inside, in preparation for more beds to be made. He ran his hands over the surfaces of the wooden frames and picked up handfuls of dirt. Closing his eyes, he could feel the intensifying sensation of the magic in his fingers. When he opened them, the magic seemed muted somehow. Harry moved around the large room, testing himself over and over. Yes, he could still feel the thrum of magic in the dirt, the air, the wood. He could feel it when his eyes were both open and closed, but when they were closed his sense of touch was greater. He was kneeling at the edge of the lake, a hand in the water, when he felt Severus come to stand behind him. He was not sure that he was ready to question the older man about his reluctance earlier, so he stood up and turned with a bright smile. Severus had changed after breakfast, preparing to go back to the duties of teaching that day, but Harry could see that he was still exhausted from the trip. Severus stared at him for a long time, just letting their eyes meet. Finally, he stepped forward, arms out in invitation. Harry found that he could not resist that invitation, and he went into the arms quickly, sighing against the warm chest, as long fingers carded through his hair. Severus took a hand and signed, "I'm sorry about earlier." Harry stood back and looked up at him. Well, if Severus was going to bring it up, perhaps it was not as bad as Harry had feared. Perhaps they would work out whatever this was before it became so terrible. Severus looked into those expectant eyes and his heart clutched. He could not allow his overblown sense of decorum ruin what had developed between them. He signed slowly, "You asked if it was so different to touch you. Now that you can see, the answer is yes." Stepping back a little, he said, "Now, you are able to know without a doubt that it is the greasy potions master who holds your hand. It is the one who spent so many years tormenting what should have been a reprieve from those idiot relatives. It is the one who used vitriolic words as a weapon to wound and insult. I suppose that while you have not seen me, it has been easier to be someone new, someone better. Now you know it really is just me." Harry had kept his eyes on Severus's face the whole time he signed, and when he finished he shook his head. "I see the man who was all that." Severus had a brief unchecked cloud of some emotion cross his face before he shuddered it, but then Harry moved on. "But I also now see the man who spent the last months before the final battle training me to survive it. I see the man who stood over me, defending me when I couldn't fight anymore. I see the man who came to the school for the deaf and blind and learned to sign so he could communicate with me. I finally see the man I fell in love with." He put a hand up to cup the chiseled cheek. "I see the man who has risked so much in search of some myth that might or might not heal me, while still teaching his dunderheads." He grinned knowingly and Severus's mouth gave a telling twitch at the corners. "I see someone who went to the trouble to find out how to help me cope when I was so broken I couldn't have gone on." Severus started to sign and Harry put his hands on top of his. "I learned to sign by feel. I can't hear what you're saying unless I feel it with my hands." Severus looked puzzled for a moment and then realization flooded him. Harry would have to learn to visualize hand signs now. He let his hands remain in Harry's and said, "But if you allow me to put the drops in your ears, all that could be past." "You know I can't. I want you to think about your decision. Don't be hasty. You saved our world. If there is a chance for something in it to save you, then it should be so. But I don't need saving anymore." Harry laid his head against Severus's chest, putting his arms around the man's middle. "I have you." Severus felt the unaccustomed prickle of tears in his eyes and he swallowed them back forcefully, still unwilling to show such a weakness. Instead, he crushed the man in his arms to him even more tightly and buried his face in the top of the messy head. They stood there in that embrace, both unwilling to be the first to let go. Finally, Severus had to break off, as he was due in the potions classroom in a very short time. He leaned back and smoothed a hand over Harry's head, looking into the upturned face. "I will endeavor not to assign any detentions today. Think over your decision and we will discuss it further over dinner." Harry nodded, smirking. "No detentions. They'll think you really are going soft." Severus drew himself back and straightened into the demeanor that Harry remembered from his own school years. The formidable potions master whirled around and strode away a few steps before turning back. Harry just grinned and stepped up to him, reaching up to put a key on the thinly drawn mouth. "Sorry, I'm not fooled anymore. Save it for them. Brat, bat." Severus's lips quirked very minutely before he whirled away again and strode towards the castle. Severus showed up late for lunch and in a very bad mood. Albus had already explained to Harry that a second-year Hufflepuff had caused an explosion during the class directly prior to lunch, and Severus had had to send that student and his partner to the infirmary after evacuating the classroom. The cleanup had to be done by Severus, as the resulting sludge that adorned the rooms had been quite toxic. When Severus sat down, Harry looked at him with sparkling eyes and waited for Severus to look back at him. When Severus did, Harry grinned. "Another up-and-coming Neville Longbottom." Severus grimaced in reply and began to serve himself from the soup and sandwich platters on the table. He had just bitten into his sandwich when an owl soared down from the rafters and landed beside his plate. Everyone leaned forward to look down the table, knowing that this must be a special delivery to come now instead of with the normal morning post. Severus untied the parchment and scanned it. After unrolling it, he tossed it towards Harry without a word and took another bite. Harry picked it up and read it and then burst out laughing. He passed the letter on down to Albus, who shared it with Minerva as he read. "Dear Professor Snape, I have been as patient as is tolerable, but I find myself growing weary of waiting for an appointment with you and Mr. Potter. I must believe that it has been your intention to renege on the verbal contract we had, giving me the exclusive to the story of Harry Potter's last stand against he who must not be named, and his subsequent injuries. I am hereby informing you that if you are, in fact, breaking your word, I will have no choice but to take this to the courts. Please respond immediately, so that we may clear this affair up as soon as possible. Respectfully and professionally yours, Rita Skeeter." Albus turned to peer over his eyeglasses at Severus and Harry. "You agreed to grant her an interview." Severus shrugged as he continued to eat. Students were leaving the hall in preparation for their afternoon classes, and potions was one of them. Harry grinned at Albus. "I forgot all about it. We saw her in Hogsmeade right before Severus left for China." He looked at the potions master. "Did you plan what you wanted to do when we do meet her?" Severus pushed himself back in his seat and wiped his mouth with his napkin before tossing it onto the table. He took Harry's hands and signed while Harry watched the flying fingers even as he felt the words they were spelling out. "I have no desire to be fodder for that rag of a newspaper. Word of your ability to see has, by now, made its way from students to parents. She is undoubtedly angry that she has missed the chance to write a before and after expose. While I would enjoy the chance to see her in a specimen jar awaiting use in a potion, I leave it up to you to decide how public you wish to be." Harry looked from the hands up into the black pools gazing down at him. "There's nothing she can really do, is there?" Severus shook his head. "She has no claim on the story of your life. No one does. You may be content to allow speculation to run rampant, if you wish." He squeezed Harry's fingers gently. "But if you meet with her, do not do so alone. I do not trust that all the Death Eaters are captured, after that fiasco at the Ministry. I stand by my wish that I be at your side if you decide to talk with her." Harry leaned forward and Severus met him in a key asterisk, unhesitating, even here in the Great Hall. His lips were gentle and his eyes held deep affection that Harry returned in his own gaze. Severus stood up and drew Harry with him. After a quick hug he whirled away, back to his dungeon classroom and the next group of potentially lethal students. Harry sighed and returned to the greenhouse. Laying on the grass floor inside, he stared up through the still open roof at the clouds scudding by in the bright blue sky. Truthfully, the matter of Rita Skeeter was but a small distraction and he easily set it aside for matters that were more important to him. He had promised Severus to rethink his decision about the remaining Black Phoenix tears. He knew that Severus desired that he be returned to all his senses. Harry knew that would be an easy thing to do with those tears. But if he had all his normal senses intact, would he still have the increased sense of touch, the ability to feel the tingles and surges of magic, no matter how small, from things as small as a tiny seed? Would he be able to sense the feelings and intentions of the people around him? He had grown used to feeling the auras and the magical fields of the people he came in contact with. Before he lost his sight and hearing, he could only depend on the expressions of their face, the inflections in their words, or in extreme cases use his own small ability at legilimency. It was surprising to him that now that a healing was available, he hesitated to take advantage of it. If it had been available sooner, no doubt he would not have these conflicting thoughts. He would have wanted his sight and hearing back without reservation. Now, his ability to sense intentions in people, to feel the strength or weakness in their magic and emotions, that felt like a gift that he wanted to keep. That gift would not be his if he chose to regain all his former senses, because these new ones had been honed in their stead. Already, he had to close his eyes to mute that sense, in order to feel the magic of the earth he was laying on. Eyes open, it faded into the background of the sight of greens and blues, and the brightness of the sunlight. Eyes closed, the magic hummed under his fingers, teasing him with a tickling sensation as he identified the grass, the earth underneath, the water from the lake so near, and all the living components that made up each one. If he regained his hearing, he knew that it would not be a simple matter of closing his eyes to feel the earth magic. He would not be able to simply close his ears too. Then there was the matter that he felt was even more important. He had not been the only one affected by the Black Phoenix wand who lived to tell the tale. His conscience told him that he could do no less than what he had already determined. Eyes still closed, he felt another magical signature nearby, but this one was not human. A smile broke out on his face and he pushed himself to standing. He walked out of the greenhouse and headed towards the edge of the forest. As he neared, he could see the shadows back in the shade of the trees. The coolness of the sudden lack of sunlight made him shiver, but he continued on to the small band of thestrals that stood in the trees. He knew immediately which one was Salem and he stopped beside the colt, laying a hand on her head. "You've grown so much already, girl." He stroked the nose and then along her back, to scratch gently at the juncture where the wings connected to her shoulders. Salem leaned into the touch, even arching her back into the scratching fingers as Harry chuckled. "I don't have any scraps for you today, but I'll bring something later, all right?" He walked around to the front of the thestral and took the skeletal head in between his hands. Laying his forehead against her long nose, he whispered, "I can see you, Salem." He brought the tears back. "And now I can see you." Salem blew out a puff of cold air in his face and Harry smiled. "I'll still ride you, even though I can see to ride a broom again. You're still my girl, huh?" Salem nodded her head up and down and Harry laughed. There was another puff of air from over his shoulder and he turned to see that Salem's mother had wandered up close to check on her foal. Harry stroked her down the center of her nose once before she backed away. She stayed near while Harry and Salem enjoyed each other's company for a few more minutes. With a sigh, Harry said, "I need to get back to work now. I'll bring you something later." One last stroke down the black and red neck and Harry turned to exit the forest. HP. By late evening, the roof was on the greenhouse. Severus went to look for Harry after he had not shown up for dinner, nor was he anywhere else in the castle. Albus had informed him that Harry had begun the habit of working well into the night while Severus had been gone. "I suspect that he used work as a distraction from your absence. Perhaps now that he has his sight back, he is using it as a means to have time away to think upon things." Severus merely gazed out Albus's window, where he could see the greenhouse, lit up from the inside by flares of magic as pieces of the roof soared into position. He went down to his quarters where he changed into clothes that he could work in and then he joined the younger man in the greenhouse. Harry felt him enter the structure and he turned with a smile. Then he realized what time it must be and he cast a quick tempest. Seeing the late hour he looked at Severus apologetically. "Sorry, I get carried away out here. Now that I can see, it seems to go much faster and I just couldn't find a stopping place." Severus stepped up to him and put his arms around him. He signed where Harry could see his hands, but not touch. It took Harry longer to understand, but when he did, he smiled at Severus. "It is beautiful. Let me help with the last of the roof." Harry explained how he wanted the last of the roof panels placed and, together, they lifted them up with their magic and Harry fastened them in place. Once done, Severus lit several of the torches in the wall near the water. He motioned out over the water in question. Harry understood that he wanted to know what his plans were. He made some large motions with his hands as he spoke. I am going to build this section of the floor out around a portion of the shore. The water here will be used to grow gillyweed and loch moss. I hope that by not separating the growing water from the lake itself, the magic of it will remain intact so that the environment will be optimal. I even plan to try some Egyptian lotus after I make sure the temperature can be held stable during the colder months. Severus nodded. Taking Harry's hands he asked, what about the opening here? Won't the exposure to the elements interfere with the plants inside? During the summer, it won't. During the colder months, the lake may be too cold for those water plants to grow anyway. By then, I'll have the glass panels separating the two areas in place. He kept his hand in Severus's and led him to another section of the greenhouse. Here, there was a slanted door that Harry opened, revealing stone steps leading below ground. Harry took one of the torches and led Severus down the steps. This will be the place that I will attempt to grow those things that prefer the damp and dark, like lichen and cave truffles. Back out in the greenhouse, he pointed out the areas where he planned to start beds of the herbs and roots that Severus used most frequently. I already have some of the seeds that we got in Hogsmeade started in Pomona's greenhouse. As soon as I get the beds ready, I'll be moving them here. Severus swallowed as he realized that Harry was doing most of his planning around what he believed Severus needed for his work. Turning his eyes back to Harry, he pulled him into a warm embrace. His lips against Harry's ear, he signed as he spoke, "Thank you." Arm in arm, they went back to the castle and Harry's rooms. Joan smiled and bowed, making some hand signs to Harry. When he looked at her with a puzzled expression, she explained to Severus, "Mrs. Weasley has been teaching me some signs all along, whenever she came for a visit with the petite babes. Now that Master Harry can see, I thought to try them out. Am I doing them incorrectly?" Severus shook his head. "You are doing them correctly. Harry is not used to seeing the signs, but rather feeling them. He will take some time getting accustomed to not needing to use his hands to see the language." He turned to Harry to explain what Joan was trying to do. Harry walked up to the portrait and said, "I thank you for your efforts, Joan. Albus chose well when he made you the guardian of my rooms." Joan gave him a bow and then disappeared back to the outside portrait, leaving the two men with their privacy. Harry went up on tiptoes to give Severus a deep key. "I missed you so much, will you stay here tonight?" "If I must." Severus signed briefly as he returned Harry's key *, deepening it even more. It was a good thing that the next day was Saturday, and they had all day to catch up on the sleep they missed by staying up all night. SSHP SSHP SSHP. Severus insisted that Harry think about the decisions he had made for at least a month. "The tears will keep. You may yet change your mind. Do not make impulsive Gryffindor decisions that you may regret later." "I could never regret them," Harry exclaimed. "What I would regret is not being generous. I would regret my selfishness and feel guilty. I feel guilty now for waiting so long. You had to wait until I finally found the Phoenix. A little longer will not make any difference to those affected." Harry sighed in agreement and changed the subject to his favorite topic. "How would you feel about having our bonding ceremony in the new greenhouse?" Severus looked at him in surprise. It is not a common location for such vows to be spoken. He saw Harry's face begin to fall and he quickly added, "But I am not adverse to the idea." "Explain your reasoning." Harry shook his head at the perceived, teacher tone, in Severus's request, but he held on to Severus's hands as he spoke. "The greenhouse is a place where things grow and flourish. The plants are cared for and tended carefully so that they may grow and bear fruit, or seeds or cuttings, whatever is needed from them. I see our relationship as an analogy to it. We are tending it carefully, even bringing it forth against all odds, given our history. We will keep tending it, growing it, maturing it, until it bears fruit or seed, our family." Harry blushed at his own words, ducking his head. Severus put 2 fingers under his chin and raised his head so that their eyes met. "It is a wonderful parallel. I agree to your choice of location. As to when, the sooner the better. I'll ask Hermione to help complete the arrangements." "The day after classes are out then?" Severus asked. Harry nodded happily. beaming up at the bemused face above his. As Harry basked in the feel of being held against the broad chest, Severus added, "We can take the tears with us when we invite your friends." Harry hugged him so hard Severus thought that he might have bruised ribs as a result. Thus far, news of Harry's survival of the final conflict, his subsequent injuries and exile, his return to Hogwarts, and now the rumors that he had regained his sight. All these were but stories that had been passed from student to parent and then tossed about via gossip and speculation. Harry had finally been seen in public when he had taken his NEWTs at the Ministry, and when he had taken that outing with Severus to Hogsmeade. That he was in the company of the potions master, and in fact seemed on close terms with that man, only added fuel to the tales. Rita Skeeter had not filed a lawsuit, for what would she base it on? She had fruitlessly hoped to sway them her way with real details that she could further embellish and profit from. Now that the couple had settled on a date for their bonding, Harry wanted to tell his foster family in person. "They should hear it from us, Severus. I want them there. The Weasleys are the closest thing I've had to what a real family should be. Besides, Draco is there, and he is the closest you have to family, not including Albus." Harry wanted to ask all the Weasleys at once, so Severus made arrangements for them to all be present at the Burrow. It took a quarter of an hour for Harry to extricate himself from the hugs and petting from all the emotional Weasley women when they noted that he had his sight back. Hermione, Ginny and Molly all tried to claim prominent spaces at his side before Severus firmly strode to him and put a possessive arm around him. Harry leaned into the man gratefully as the hubbub around them continued. More extended Weasleys arrived with spouses and children, and then even Albus, Minerva, Poppy, Hagrid and Pomona stepped out of the fireplace. Molly had the table set to overflowing with food, until it looked like a party or a feast rather than a simple get-together. "Nonsense," Molly exclaimed when Harry protested. "You haven't been here in ages. This was your home too, and I'll have no argument about my having a small dinner party, no matter what the reason was for your coming over." Harry looked at Severus and after the older man gave him a nod. Harry looked at all the happy faces crammed into the Burrow's kitchen and smiled. He could hardly speak for the gladness he had of being able to see them again, but he finally managed, "Severus and I are going to be bonded the day after term ends. We would be honored, if you all would come and bear witness." There were more hugs and happy tears all around at finding that a firm date for the bonding had been set. Harry felt a squeeze of his shoulder and Severus indicated with a tilt of his head that he was going in search of Draco. Harry grabbed onto his hand and followed, Ginny coming along behind. When more of the gathering threatened to follow the line leaving the kitchen, Ginny glared and they fell back. Severus stepped into the upstairs bedroom to find Draco leaning back against the pillows, staring out the open window. He turned his head, quickly changing a look of surprise at the potion master's entrance to one of bored irritation. "Is this where the Slytherins are meeting, then?" His expression changed again when Harry and Ginny followed Severus in, and Ginny closed the door. He could tell immediately that Harry could see again and he smirked up at him. So, a secret meeting between Slytherins and the Gryffindors who professed to love them. Ginny gave him a punch in the arm as she sat down on the bed beside him. I'll profess my feelings, Malfoy, you get." They came up here almost as soon as they arrived. Her sharp tongue was softened with the look of complete adoration and the hand that she laid against the scarred cheek. Severus waved chair over to the bedside and sat down, while Harry sat down on the bed. Severus looked at Harry, as if allowing him to take the lead. Harry looked at Draco and said, "It won't be a complete party if you aren't downstairs with us." Draco shook his head and rolled his eyes. "I can see that you can see now, Potter. Congratulations on getting your senses back. Try to use them now and notice that I am still here, in this bed, until such a time that the Meta-Wizards decide that one step away won't permanently shatter my thigh bone." Harry cocked his head as Draco spoke and then put a hand into Severus's. Severus spelled out Draco's comments into Harry's fingers while Harry kept his eyes on Draco. Draco beeped in a breath. "The tears didn't work. They worked on your eyes but not your ears." Harry shook his head, waiting for the translation from Severus. Then he took the vial from his pocket and held it up. The pearly white viscous tears inside glinted in the sunlight as Harry tilted the thin tube back and forth. Draco watched it for a moment and then looked back at Harry. Harry spoke slowly, as if thinking about the words as he said them. You told me that I wasn't weak. You made me remember all the times when I could have given into darkness, but I held on to the light. You made me see that others have struggled against darkness as well, and that sometimes the struggle was even greater than mine has been. He squeezed the hand that was still being held by Severus. Thanks to Severus, and you, for getting the information from your father, I can see again. The tears worked and I have my sight back. He looked at the tears he was holding in his other hand and then back to Draco. You opened the eyes in my mind, Draco. And now, part of these tears are for you. Draco's expression would have thrilled Harry if he had caused it back in their days as arch-enemies. But Harry just smiled gently as he switched places with Severus and Severus opened the small vial. Draco seemed stunned into the inability to move as well as speak, because he made no effort to stop Severus from lifting the quilt from his legs, exposing the left one held in a magical splint securing it in place. A wave of Severus's wand dissolved the field and Draco let out a hiss of pain as the leg felt the jarring that resulted. It was clear that the leg had not healed any at all during the time he had been confined to bed. Severus carefully dropped a single tear onto the twisted thigh and replaced the stopper in the vial. Ginny had threaded her fingers into Draco's and he finally found his voice. What are you doing? Why would you give me anything? Harry had not heard him, but he saw the conflicting emotions crossing the blonde's face. Hope battled with fear, relief battled with anger. Confusion turned to more anger. Then the warmth that began to spread throughout the leg forced his attention back to what was happening there. The four of them watched as the muscles of the leg took on normal form and contour, and the leg straightened out on the bed. Draco tentatively stretched his hand out and touched the top of his thigh and then experimentally flexed the leg. It doesn't hurt anymore, he whispered. He looked up at Ginny with his one gray eye and his face was now filled with elation. It's completely mended, I feel it. Severus reopened the vial and ordered softly, now lay back on the pillow, remove the eye patch. Draco gave him a startled look and then looked at Harry. No, I do not accept. He held up a hand belaying Severus's effort to get him to lay back. Harry stepped up to the bed and made a motion for him to lay down and Draco batted his hand away. No, I said. He glared up at the two men for several moments before looking at Ginny. He brushed a hand over her hair and said softly to her, go down to your family. I need to work this out with them alone. Ginny looked into the gray eyes searchingly before finally nodding. She keyed his forehead above the eye patch and silently left the room, closing the door behind her. That gray eye was stormy as it glared at Harry and Severus. Tell him I said no. Tell him I have no desire to feel the wrath of the wizarding world for taking the cure for his hearing for my own use. Severus said nothing, but signed Draco's words to Harry. Harry, in turn, looked at Draco incredulously. You're not taking anything away from me, Draco. I want you to have it. I don't understand why, and I don't want to. You healed my leg and that's enough. Now back off, Draco growled. Severus signed the words Draco spoke, but Harry was beginning to get the gist of words through lip reading. He was responding almost before the signing stopped. I want to give this to you, though. For pity's sake, you mean. No thank you. Draco swept his arms out theatrically as he intoned his version of what would show up in the Daily Prophet. This reporter is sorry to report that Harry Potter, our savior and hero, has recovered his eyesight, but there were no more healing tears for his hearing. It has been discovered that such tears were in fact available, but were used by the spawn of Death Eaters, Draco Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy is now back to his former self, while Potter still suffers the affliction dealt to him by the wand of you-know-who. Severus had been signing his words to Harry and Harry stood up abruptly, stepping forward and leaning angrily towards Draco. Stop it. He was breathing hard as he glared at Draco, but Draco just glared back, his arms now crossed over his chest. Harry shook a finger at him. You just stop it. I want to give the tears to you. You need to be healed more than I do. Just how do you figure that, Potter? Harry turned to Severus for the question and when he had it he took a deep breath. I've given it a lot of thought, okay. I'm glad to be able to see again, but I know that if I can hear again, some of the abilities I have now will disappear. Seeing has already muted my ability to feel the magic around me like I could while blind. I can close my eyes and it gets sharper, but I can't close my ears. He sat down again and looked from Draco to Severus. Severus had remained silent, not interfering with the conversation. In truth, he had hoped that Draco would object to Harry giving him more of the tears. He hoped that the argument would persuade Harry to take advantage of the tears after all. Now he just looked at Harry, lifting an eyebrow in question. Harry closed his eyes for a moment and then continued. I can hear Severus when we join minds. I can feel the hum of magic in something as small as a herb seed. I can sense people's auras, and know what they are feeling. If I get my hearing back, I will lose that. I know that I would miss it, now that I have it. All my life, as long as I've known about magic, I've been trained to fulfill a prophecy. Now that's done with. What do I do now? Who am I to be? He stood up again, pacing the room before speaking again. I never thought that herbology would be my passion, but it is. I want to feel the magic of the earth in my hands. I want to grow the things that Severus needs for potions, the things used in healing and helping others. I'm afraid that if I can hear with my ears, I won't be able to hear with my hands. Severus stood up and took him in his arms, Harry putting his arms around the other man's waist and laying his head against the taller shoulder. He was glad that he had not given in to his inclination to argue and bully Harry into using the tears for himself. Now he understood why Harry had refused the tears to heal his deafness. Before, Harry had tried to explain, but Severus had not realized what maintaining his current abilities meant to him. Behind them Draco stood up and tested his leg. The strength was fully restored to the withered muscle and fragile bone. He waved his wand over himself, straightening his clothes, combing his blonde hair back from his face. Harry turned from Severus and faced him. He held the vial of tears out in his hand towards Draco. Draco ignored it and adjusted the leather eye patch as he glared first at Severus and then at Harry. Before walking out the door he stood to his full height to frown down at Harry. You say you have thought this all out, that this is what you want to do. But there's one thing you haven't mentioned. Severus signed the words and Harry looked up at Draco in question. Very quietly, Draco asked, how will you feel when you can't hear the cry of your baby? How will you feel not to hear their voice, hear their laughter? How will you feel about me having used the tears for my eye and face when you can't hear all those things that parents are supposed to hear from their children? He waited until Severus had slowly spelled those questions to Harry and Harry looked back at him again. It was clear from his stricken expression that these were things that Harry had not considered when making his determined efforts at giving the tears away to Draco. Draco left, closing the door behind himself. Harry stood silent, looking at the floor in the wake of Draco's questions. Then he looked up at Severus, tears pooled in the enormous green eyes. They met in an embrace again and Severus held him as he tried desperately not to cry. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.